I don't think it makes a difference in the world whether or not ground zero is Grand Isle or Terrebonne or Lafourche. We all getting hit pretty good. Don't go to sleep on this tonight. Think of it as a 3 or 4. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the year in review for Hurricane Ida. We had to put Hurricane Ida on a separate timetable altogether. It's been with us for 4 months now. We're still recovering as a community, and by community I say all the surrounding parishes. People still living in tents. FEMA was slow to respond. We all know that by now. This horrific, and I'm going to call it Category 5 storm, because it will be a Category 5 when all is said and done. Well, it came knocking on our doorstep on August 29th, and we're still dealing with the aftermath today. What we did at HTV, we took certain segments. Of course, there were days of coverage. We've been talking about Hurricane Ida since August 29th. We put together an over 4-hour segment, some of the compilation for those of you who may have been out of town, who couldn't watch our coverage. We encapsulated that for you to see, and we now start our programming on HTV. But remember, on Facebook and YouTube, you can watch the entire segment in one sitting. We start our segments here on HTV looking back at Hurricane Ida. All right, and welcome. It's going to be a long 3 days. I'm Martin Falls. This is HTV storm coverage, and just going to let you know right offhand, I know it seems rude. You're going to hear beeps and all going off on my phone, but we have a lot at stake here, and I'm trying to get information as we go. So that is the reason for that. It's ramping up. It has all the ingredients it needs to get stronger and intensify as it's coming on shore. Those are the ones I hate, because it's gaining momentum as it comes on shore, as opposed to other storms that may slow down a little bit intensity-wise. They may hit a cooler shelf and they decrease in wind speed. I don't think that's going to happen with this one. There's your explosion in the wraparound. So you can see nothing was on the western side. Look at it now. This thing's getting its act together. Why? The shear. The shear is minimizing itself on this side. This storm is wrapping around, and when it gets in the Gulf, we're going to watch it now. Remember, the stick just gives you a visual. That center of circulation is right underneath the stick. If we see that center of circulation wander out here to the east a little bit, it's better for Grand Isle, Lafourche, not necessarily Plaquemines and all that area, but remember, it's miles we're talking about when storms like this make landfall. If this wanders to the western side of the stick, Terrebonne, batten the hatches down, because the full frontal of that northeast quadrant will be right upon Terrebonne Parish. All of the steering mechanisms in place, if we go back to the stick shot, are in place for this to keep coming this way. Remember, we have a high out here. Now we're going to have to watch the high. If it retreats a little bit, that could pull it a little bit. So we still have a few, well, I'll say a few days. We don't have a few days. We have maybe a day to watch what's going to happen with that high, a day and a half, and after that, it's pretty much on its path. This is Grand Isle right now. You see people evacuating. It's a live shot. People evacuating their trailers and the campers. That's a mandatory evacuation for those. This is going to deteriorate quickly in the next 24 hours, and you're going to start, we're going to have some really visual shots. I just want to reiterate to everyone, we are at the mercy of the elements, the wind, the rain. And these cameras we have positioned, and we've been the only one to use these camera positions for quite some time. We have several locations on towers but I'm not sure which one it was last time where we only had one camera left standing. They get mauled, and they get hit with rain and wind, and the power goes out. And so as long as we can give you the shots, we bring them to you. But at some point, it's too much for them. So we'll continue to do that. I also want to reiterate to everyone that in years past, I remember for Gustav when we lost both of our towers, and we had to rent a crane to put our antenna on just to reach you. And in those days, it was a little tougher to get on live on Facebook and other areas, but we'll be live on Facebook. So if you temporarily see us go out and the power goes out, then we're going to, as long as we can get a signal to you, we're going to use every method possible to get a signal to you. These storms are pretty intense in nature, so as the crow flies again, everybody's going to see a good part of this storm. And we don't know what's going to happen when it hits those warm Gulf waters. I'm sure we're going to see a pretty eye at that point. That's just my speculation. We'll see what develops. You know, it's a tough situation when we're sitting here talking to you, and you'll hear the parish officials talking to you, and sometimes you think we may be a little too strong. Well, I'd rather be too strong on something like this and be wrong than not strong enough, and then it comes across and it really affects you. And I want to go to the stick shot if we can, Jay. And I know the parish president has seen it, but we've been telling people all day, look at this. Look at IDA get organized right here. This is before the last advisory. It's getting organized. The center of circulation is right under the stick. It's been following this stick, and it's going to give us a good visual. At any point during our telecast, we see it sneak to the west or to the east, we're going to know a little better where we're at. But Mr. Parish President, what I keep telling everybody is, in this case, I don't think it makes a difference in the world whether or not ground zero is Grand Isle or Terrebonne or Lafourche. We all getting hit pretty good. Watch it develop. And that's what I keep telling you when I keep really preaching to you out there. Don't go to sleep on this tonight and think you're going to wake up and it may be a 1 or it may be gone. Think of it as a 3 or a 4. And if we wake up tomorrow and it's still a 2, well, okay then. But don't fall asleep on this storm, because it's starting to look very pretty in the storm world. And there's not a lot of shear, and there's not a lot happening.
This will be the test, I think. This is, it's not finished. Reggie gave us a pretty good warning this morning at the OEP office about, you know, there's a number of floodgates, 13 or 14, that have been, that's in place. There's some 70-something miles or 60-something miles of levees. But this is going to be a serious storm.
I want to go to this shot in Lafourche. Check out this shot at the gate. Look at the rain coming out of that cloud. That's about as ominous as you get right there. That's from the Golden Meadow floodgate. Let me see if I can push in a little bit on that. I know the camera, we're limited on this particular camera. We can zoom on it though. I'll let it focus. Look at the rain pouring out of there. You've seen a lot of storms, David, and as I'm waking up and looking at this storm, and of course I've been watching, like everybody else, checking the Weather Channel out and seeing what they think and other people. I don't know if they hyped it up enough. This thing's looking pretty impressive at this point.
It's looking nasty, absolutely, and the barometric pressure's dropped quite a bit very quickly. It's intensifying much faster than they thought it would. The only bright spot is the fact that the forward speed has not slowed down. I mean, This thing is trucking pretty good. It's 17 miles an hour, 16. They forecast it will continue on that track, and at this point, I'd rather take a fast mover than a slow mover. So, but at the end of the day, man, it's going to be bad. I mean, we're looking at probably something along the lines of an Hurricane Andrew strength. possibly a Katrina strength. This don't look good for the people. Certainly the southern Terrebonne Parish and the most eastern portion of St. Mary looks like it's going to catch the brunt of this one. And then that'll cause issues for Lafourche over in the Golden Meadow, Galliana, Grand Isle, and then on up the coast into Gulfport and Biloxi. So this got the potential to be a pretty bad one, I'm afraid.
Let me see if I can pull up the Grand Isle shot. I want to see what our friends in Grand Isle are looking at. And of course, it's not here yet. It's squally out there right now from another system. We're actually going to serve as a barrier island for St. Mary on this one.
You're exactly correct, and we appreciate it, Martin. So,
well, and look, we all know, and they've heard me say it a million times, they laugh when I go as the crow flies. But as the crow flies, 20 miles is going to be the difference between 120, 125 mile an hour winds and 90.
That's exactly correct. That's why that margin of error is so critical. 30 miles one way or the other makes a big difference.
The more we look at the stick shot and the more we look at everything we're looking at, there's going to be some claims. Trust me. It's pretty ominous. I want to look at I know I use that word a lot, but it's the word I think of when I see something like this. Mr. David Cormandale. Mayor, how are you today?
Well, not too good. Just trying to pick up some stuff all around. But we had a conference call with GOSEP, and we went ahead and declared a mandatory evacuation from 11 o'clock, and we're gonna asking the people to come get the rest of this stuff until about 12 noon, because we're gonna be concerned about the water rising for LA1, and then we're gonna do a curfew tomorrow night, mandatory curfew at 7 tomorrow. And we're just going to monitor the situation, but it looked like it's going to pass to the west of us a little bit, but we're on the bad side.
Yeah, and I was going to ask you that because when you're looking at the scenarios, it just seems like you always in the conversation, even the stress factor, you're always there. You're always having to deal with the stress of it coming on board, but on this one, it looks like you're going to be dealing with a major hurricane, and I know that's troubling to you.
Yeah, we just looking at the situation, and just people are trying to get back, and all the way from all the Katrina and all the way through all the storms we went through. They're still fixing their houses, and had a good summer, and in the meantime, we it's just. People love the island, and we're always hoping for the best. And now you got the anniversary 16 years later, we possibly could get wiped out. And that's, it's not good. It's just, it's getting harder and harder, and you fight the government, trying to do the right thing. And they just repaired the beach 1,600 feet with sand, and I predict that there's going to be a Caminada Bay the way the storm looks like, So it's just, it's just something that, that we're going to go through it, and, we're going to rebuild. I mean, it's discouraging, but hopefully, the good Lord, with the building codes we got, maybe we could survive most of the buildings,
The stick shot, because you were talking about that buzzsaw, but it looks like as it's getting into some of the Cuba in the way a little bit, it looks like it breaks up a little bit, it diminishes, but I'm sure that'll be short-lived once it gets back over the Gulf. How high are the levees in Lafourche for the audience?
In the lower portions, we're 16 to 18 feet in elevation. And then as you go to the back of upper part of Galliana and Cutoff, you start tapering down to 15, 14 feet. And we have 13 feet in the northern section in La Rose. But, I mean, there's a section we're working on right now that we have part of it up to 18, but the other part's up to about 14 and a half, And so, again, we feel good that we've done a good job and we've done it as good as we can do. But that doesn't mean that it's enough. You just never know.
This center of circulation, which started out a little east of the stick, jogged under the stick. Ever so slightly, and I mean ever so slightly. So what does that mean? That is could be the 20-mile difference. So you never know. Now, it could work its way back east. That's why we're going to follow it along the stick all the way. At one point, it's going to show us exactly what it's going to do. They do it every time. And welcome back. It's going to be a long couple of days. I want to stress to all of you that watch as it progresses throughout the last frame. It's growing again. Look at the wind field is growing. So we have an expansive storm, and I've said this before many times. Remember when Gustav was coming in, how we had a Category 4 when we woke up and we saw the first report coming through on the upgrade of Gustav. We saw it as a Category 4. It was doggone near a 5. I mean, only a couple of miles per hour more, it'd have been a 5. And we were going, oh my God. All of a sudden, Gustav sucked in some dry air. I remember it so clearly. It sucked in dry air, west of it, and it dropped to a 2. So it hit us while it was losing steam. This storm, to increase as it comes on shore, which means it would go from a 1 to a 2 to a 3, and they're predicting a 4. It's accelerating. And I was having a talk with my friends this morning, and I said, there is a difference. When you get hit by a car, let's just say 10 miles per hour. When you get hit by a car going 10 miles per hour, but it's trying to stop before it hits you, but it still hits you at 10 miles per hour. That's different than a car hitting you at 10 miles per hour that's accelerating. People say, well, what's the difference? They're both 10 miles per hour. No, acceleration factor means a lot here. So you have a storm that's expanding. Once again, look at so we're not far from seeing these outer flow bands on the Grand Isle camera. The storm is moving. Now they have it at 16 miles per hour. Man, I love that. That was the best news I heard all day. The sooner this thing gets on and off, get out of here, is the best news for any of us. You can see all the flare up around the eye. That eye is directly under the stick. And I say the eye, it's really not totally defined yet, but you could tell where the center of circulation is, right there. That northeast quadrant exploding. Watch this last frame, right there. All right, that's the northeastern quadrant that nobody wants. That's the one we always talk about. That's the one that's going to pack the punch. That's the one that tornadoes really on the northeastern quadrant, even as far up as this. So we have to be watching that. But just watch these shots today. It's going to be very telling to see what this thing does today and to see if it ramps up. And like I said before, I don't know where the dry air would come from, but let's all pray that somehow, some way, that dry air is injected into this storm and it cannot ramp up. What are you hearing out there about the evacuation numbers? You think we have good numbers leaving at this point?
I think we're having quite a few people leaving as we were passing out. I know there was another media outlets that said we're looking for people packing. We don't see nothing. It looks like people have left already.
Right.
And like I told them, I said, look, this is not the first rodeo here, which we deal with. Of course, you can have a Category 1. A lot of people just pack up and they go to their cousin's house in a neighboring parish, or they go up north or go somewhere, their camps in Mississippi or whatever. So you got a lot of people that decide that they go ahead and leave, and they make that decision pretty early to do it. And we're seeing a lot of that now. I thought we'd have a lot more, I think, at the evacuation site, but there's a lot less than what I expected. But I'm sure it's going to be continuing. They're going to continue doing that till 6 p.m. tonight.
Right. And I think a lot of people, I have family members that would pick up bomb and do different things, and So there's a lot of things we probably don't see that are taking place. I'm sure the state police are probably seeing a lot of that on the major roads.
Well, I talked to Captain Lanning Badger. I said the roads were pretty good this morning, coming from I guess 90, coming from the Prairieville area. So he said the roads were pretty good there. And I got off of 90 when I had to go to EOC, and didn't seem like it was that bad. Traffic was moving pretty good. So I don't think there's no clog yet, but I think people were smart enough to realize, like, you know what, we're going to start getting out of there. And I think once that order was issued last night, I think a lot of people already really had plans to leave. And you got some people, you still got some people on the fence. And I think as time goes, when they look at this, that some of those are going to make those decisions to go ahead and pull out as well.
Just to add, you know, we talk about evacuating, but we also need to put out about reentry as well, because the parish has a plan, and it's coordinated through OEP as well as law enforcement, which we fall under the umbrella, that there's a plan for reentry as well. So we would like to put out to our citizens that when it's over with, just adhere to that reentry plan as well, you know, because there's certain tiers of individuals that can be let in once the situation is over with, and, you know, that tier just adds up.
Joining us is Wendell Curall. We had Wendell on yesterday, so integral with the levee systems, and not only in Lafourche Parish, but he's really been integral in levees all around this area. Wendell, good to have you on again, and you know, as we see this, just give me some of your wisdom on, you know, a lot of people talk about the wind speed of a storm coming on, but it's a little more involved than that with just 10 miles per hour or better. There's a little more dynamic to that, isn't there?
Yeah, well, when you start getting these higher levels of wind, it's not a linear progression that if you're just adding one more mile an hour, that much force. When you get to the higher wind levels, you get a geometric. It's almost a double force as you get stronger. Wind, it doesn't have a linear increase. It's more of a geometric increase. So when you're talking about winds at 120 miles an hour, this is some serious stuff.
Trooper Ross Brennan, good to see you, Trooper. How are you today, sir?
I'm good. How about you?
Woo! We are batting down the hatches, and we are trying to bring people through this. Perfect timing, because I was just talking with State Representative Brian Fontenot about the highways and the congested areas, and here you are, so maybe you could help us out. How's it looking out there? And first of all, thank you for what y'all are doing, because in times like this is where you guys shine pretty well.
Well, I appreciate it. But as far as what we're doing from the state police side, we're going to have a lot of extra troopers out on the roadway. They're going to be monitoring different roadway conditions, monitoring traffic. If you're traveling on US 90, if you're heading towards eastbound towards New Orleans, expect a lot of congestion around the New Orleans area. If you're traveling westbound towards Lafayette, Morgan City area, the last report is the traffic's pretty heavy around the Terrebonne Assumption line if you're heading westbound. Like I said, we have additional troopers on the roadway. They're going to be monitoring US 90, be able to provide assistance if a vehicle breaks down or a wreck or anything like that. There's also going to be air support in the air. They're going to be flying at different areas, be able to monitor traffic from the skies. So we're trying our best to get these people out of here.
Center of circulation is developing on this storm. Keep your eye on it, right there. So if you look at if you go to the GFS model right now, Richard and Jason, we can, if you lose the graphic for a second, we'll show you the timeline. The GFS model, according to what we're seeing now, would be dead on line with what we're seeing. But, of course, that could change. They've still got plenty of playing field. So the GFS model would show it going east of the stick, just slightly east of the stick, right where we have the stick, which is more terrible on Lafourche. But still got a lot of game left, folks. And as we watch that, let's take some phone calls. Every break, I look, and it's the amount of people texting going, man, really, should I leave? And if you're thinking about it, if you got to ask me, go. Because you're going to be beating yourself up if you get stuck in this thing. Look, and I'm praying like everybody else that this thing doesn't get to 4 or 3, but all the indicators are there. But if it doesn't, okay, we made you leave, be mad at us, but err on the side of caution.
Well, and Martin, look, you've been through these. That's one of the things. The reason it's a disaster is because it's so unpredictable. And so you're right. You may be able to stay home and be okay, but we're not going to know that until after. And so in a situation like this where you have uncertainty, you always over-prepare, you always over-respond. And you're right. People may be mad at you on the back end, but the alternative is if you stayed and you shouldn't have, that might be your last. That might be your last chance at anything right there, and that's not a good comparison there to put yourself at risk, to put your family at risk, and yeah, you may end up spending time in traffic getting aggravated. You may spend money on a hotel or be somewhere that you don't like being. But the alternative in this case, it absolutely is not worth it.
You know, I had a conversation earlier with Wendell Curall, and you've had many with him also, along with everybody. The sheriff, Craig Weber, asked him a pretty poignant question. If the levees don't hold in Lafourche, how long do I have to get my deputies off the road? I can't recall that question being asked in a long, long time in both Lafourche and Terrebonne Parish. The seriousness is on everybody's mind. This one got everybody's attention, no doubt.
Yep. It does have people's attention, and again, being, I think, right there on the track, right there on your stick the whole time, it certainly, everybody has known for days now that we potentially were the bullseye right here in this area. The good news is that we've got, as you well know, much of the Morganza system, the first lift put in place, and that's great. But you know what? We've lost a whole lot of our marsh. It used to be that first line of defense. Every storm's different. Wendell's levee, the Rose to Golden Meadows system, that one has held for every storm. I'll say it again. We've lost a lot of marsh. Every storm is different.
Center of circulation has jogged or moved. We don't know yet if it's a trend. A little bit east. More east than west. Terrebonne, Lafourche, Grand Isle, all would be in the bullseye, on the eye wall. Parish President, I know you have been busy. Y'all have been in several meetings all day long, but I don't know if you've just seen what I was talking about as far as that. Looks like the eye wall has peaked out a little bit on the eastern side of the stick, and just comparing it with a few models, it looks like more, at this point, could change, more Lafourche, Terrebonne, Grand Isle landfall than western Terrebonne Parish or St. Mary. Are you hearing the same thing?
Yeah, Martin, I, as much as I don't want Gordon to get any more than I do, much less David over in St. Mary, I hope that's not right. We use that Huravac system here in the EOC, and it hadn't really shifted much since this morning. It's still kind of showing it, kind of rolling over Dulac and then taking that due north curve, putting it over Homa Proper, Thibodeau, and then kind of going up to Baton Rouge. But we're looking at all the models just like you are here, and we're braced for it. We have done everything we have possibly can do. We have 2 gates left to close with Wendell over in the South Lafourche system, one of which they're closing now at Highway 3235 and Highway 24, which is the north end of the system. And then tonight, the final road gate will be closed at 6 o'clock at the Leon Carrier lock structure, which is that picture behind you. So if you're trying to come from Grand Isle, if you're trying to come from Fouchon for some reason, or Leeville, you have to be across that road gate by 6 o'clock, because once they close it, we're going to lock all the vehicles out from that point on until this thing is open. It's going to be a rough ride over the next 24 hours. I'm not going to make any bones about that. I'm not going to try to cut it. I don't want to scare people. I am not panicked. I'm as calm as I can get at this point in the day, but I know that it's going to be a rough ride over the next 24 hours.
We'll be back with a lot more of our coverage of Hurricane Ida as we look back on the last 4 months.
There are many strengths in our cancer center. I think one of the biggest is patients don't have to go elsewhere to get technology for their diagnosis and treatment of their cancer. Our treatment machine, the linear accelerator, allows us to pinpoint and treat cancers with more accuracy than ever was possible before. Mary Bird Perkins Cancer Center provides leading-edge technology with the highest quality care and the best treatment options unique to each patient.
We have big news here at Terrebonne Ford. You can now get a $1,000 auto bonus cash when you order a new Ford.
This means you get to design the new Ford that you want. Color, trim, options, you design it the way you want it.
And your new Ford will get priority in the building process, so you get your new Ford sooner.
Plus 1,000 order bonus cash. Order online at terrebonford.com or come see us at Terrebonne Ford in Houma.
I don't think it makes a difference in the world whether or not Ground Zero is Grand Isle or Terrebonne or LaFouche. We all getting hit pretty good. Don't go to sleep on this tonight. Think of it as a 3 or 4. Let's go back to the stick shot, Jay, if we can. And we could lose the graphic for a second. Once again, here is Grand Isle, Fourchon, right under the stick. Directly under the stick. Here's Plaquemines. There's the eye wall. Watch. A little more east now. Just a little bit more east, but it made a turn. That's a definite turn from right here. It comes out. So here it is. Watch right there. It's out. A little bit subtle. But we're talking about miles. That subtle change could put it between Fourchon, Grand Isle, and Plaquemines Parish. But with a caveat, doesn't mean it won't jog back to the west. Okay? You follow me? We're not telling you right now that that's the landfall, but that's the direction it's going in right now. The parish president was showing me something that they played. Let's just play it over your microphone right there and let people hear it. We'll let them listen and we'll talk about it.
And Weather Channel meteorologist Mike Seidel. And actually, Mike, I believe you're in Morgan City. And so they've got a very well-developed levee system there in Morgan City, but not so in some nearby towns, including Houma. And some of the modeling indicating that the storm surge could be devastating in Houma.
Exactly. There's no levee system over there. They're evacuating Terrebonne Parish. That is where Houma is. We drove through Houma on US 90, and everybody's trying to get out of town there because there's really nothing stopping the water from the Gulf of Mexico, which is about 25 miles away, but it's relatively flat, and that's where they're expecting a 10 to 15-foot storm surge.
That guy came over to the EOC when I was there. He went to the sheriff, and the sheriff gave him a rundown on the safety and exactly what law enforcement's going to do. He gets in his car and he leaves. And meanwhile, I'm interviewing other stations, of course, with yourself too, with your people, and he don't even ask one question about the levee system in Terrebonne Parish, which we have, last time I checked, 78 miles of levees, 14 floodgates, 110 pump stations. And this guy has got a room over at at the Marriott. I heard him say that to his boss, that he was going to the Marriott in New Orleans. He don't know more about Terrebonne Parish and the man in the moon. This guy ought to be run off the Weather Channel if that's all we got.
It's not fair to you, and it's really not fair to the taxpayers who have paid to have their levee systems to hear the. Matter of fact, before y'all came, somebody called and told me they were saying it. He said, can we please talk about the levees, because they're not saying it on the Weather Channel. So
yeah.
It's not so much we want to bash them for getting it wrong. We just want to, we want everybody to know what's right.
Because of everything that we've put together, we had 3-star general come down the other day with 2 Black Hawk helicopters. And he came, look, he could not believe, as Gordy's going over all these projects that we've done as a community, Terrebonne, LaFouche, St. Mary, all the projects that we've done because of the taxpayers and the state, he could not get over the work that we've done. And think of the storms we stopped last year, the ones we stopped the year before, and it's been, how long has it been since we flooded, Martin?
Well, it's been a long time.
It's been a long time. None of us have ever seen a storm like this before.
Right, that's right.
So you have to balance when you're talking about your system And you don't want people to be overconfident that the system is going to stop something like this. We feel as good as we can feel at this point with the local and state dollars. But the reason that general came down, we've become one of the biggest projects in the country to be funded by federal dollars.
I would hope they would correct it.
Yep.
And Martin, let me tell you, when he was at the EOC, he asked, he was looking for the sheriff to do an interview. Sheriff gave him a good interview on law enforcement. I'm standing right there giving another interview, and he asked who I was. And somebody said, well, that's the parish president. He didn't even interview me. Not only that, he was in northern Terrebonne Parish. He didn't even go to the south because he was heading to his room over there, or his suite over there at the Marriott in New Orleans.
This is the furthest one east. Let's go through all of them real quick. I'm going to go
They're
this.
showing that south of cutoff.
This is the European model. Still shows, western Terrebonne, Morgan City.
Right.
The GFS model shows, Terrebonne, Lafourche, Grand Isle, all getting up.
Look, right south of cutoff.
Yep. Then the North American model shows Morgan City, and then the Canadian model brings it straight up Terrebonne Parish. The eye comes around Terrebonne Parish. And the stick, let's go back to the stick. It's moving right up the stick, and that stick is as straight as you're going to get. And that stick goes directly over Grand Isle and Fouchon. So unless they just said on this thing, they expected to continue a northwest movement. They didn't say they expected to turn west or east. So I want to continue to monitor the stick shot to see if that eye goes under the stick. Well, it's back more westerly. If it continues on the east side, it's a different ballgame. And people go, well, why is that so important? That eye wall right here on that eastern side of this storm, whoever that goes over, they're going to have some pretty significant damage. Not to mention, it means a lot for the surge. We have different shots. Now, folks, I've said it before, I'm not sure how long these cameras are going to last. We're going to get you what we can get you while we can get it. But at one point, we've been through this drill before. We're going to lose communication on some of these cameras. Then we're going to have totally control from the studio here, and we're going to try to bring you other ways to get it. If you're watching on Facebook and YouTube, then at one point, that may be the only way you get us. Everyone, I'm sure, right now watching from Lafourche Parish is hoping for more separation from the stick on the eastern side. But we're running out of real estate. So, now the thing skirts over Grand Isle, goes over Lafourche, goes over parts of Terrebonne Parish, the northern part of Terrebonne, if it stays on this track. If it drifts any further to the west, that changes the whole dynamic here. So we still have a lot of game to be played here. HTV, you're on the air. Go ahead, please.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Well, I'm very nervous because I have people that I care about that did not leave Galliano. And they are on LA1, right on the road, right across from the bayou. And I wanted to know, best guess scenario, how do you think that levee in the back is going to hold? Do you think it's going to hold?
I think it's all bets are off, but I think you've put a lot of good people in charge of your levees. We can't hold anybody accountable at this point for the levees because they have done everything they could. This is the storm that we dreaded. We've got to be honest. It's the storm that we talked about for years. I'm not going to sugarcoat it this morning. I'm not going to tell everyone that I think they're going to be safe because I really don't know. But I think we're in the prayer mode right now. We just have to hope that this storm keeps moving real quick and that it gets out of here. And speed makes a big difference in a storm. If this storm were just sitting off the coast of Louisiana, it would be a different story. We want this storm to come on up, get itself done, and get out of here. So that's going to be a big telling tale on what happens with the levees, because you don't want that stress pounding on those levees hour after hour. If we can, things are deteriorating in Grand Isle, and it's only going to get worse.
Good morning.
Good
this
morning.
is Brenda. I live in Kansas. I'm outside my door and I'm praying the shofar. I'm blowing the shofar y'all's direction. That's going to move east and that's going to blow out fast.
Oh, well, thank you, Brenda. Are you from around here?
No, sir. I know people in Chauvin.
Okay. Calling all the way from
Siobhan.
Kansas. I appreciate that. Yeah, and obviously, you're watching us on, what, Facebook or YouTube?
I am, sir. Yes, sir. We've been out there on mission trips and fell in love, and y'all are family now. I'm praying, I'm standing and believing for you, all of you.
The Sheriff of Terrebonne Parish, Sheriff Tim Saunier. And Sheriff, first of all, good morning to you, and I know you're out and about, and how are you doing today?
Good, Martin. We got all our people out. We're out in full force out there. We got them at our checkpoints along the levees monitoring. I got a report. I'm heading down there now, but on Island Road, that area, the water's starting to suck out. It's starting to push out. I guess as the storm's coming in, it's starting to pull the water from there. And so we're going to check it out, and I'm going to head towards the roller gate on 56. So we're just trying to kind of assess what's going on down there right now as that storm's moving in.
I have a question. My grandma lives in Gibson, Louisiana. That's just west of, I guess, Houma.
Well,
How bad would it be there?
Well, with this scenario we're looking at, it's sure better than what's going to be happening in Galliano and LaRose and northern Houma. So she's in the best possible scenario right now for Houma, unless this thing tracks more west. If you've been watching us, we've been talking about the benchmark has always been Betsy. This may change.
Yeah. I've rode out a couple of different ones there. I work on a tugboat, so I rode out a bunch of them on boats and all. I rode out Katrina in Alabama over there.
What was that like?
It's a lot safer than being in the house. It's a little harder for them boats to get blown around, for sure.
Yeah,
You know,
but a tugboat's different than a pleasure craft, you know. So.
Oh yeah, that thing's built out of a lot of iron. You know, it can't just get pushed all over the place that easy. You know.
11 miles. So Grand Isle, if you're watching, you're getting ready. You got about 11 miles. It's moving 15 miles within the hour, less than an hour, and this is going to be ferocious.
Martin, 12 minutes ago, I got an emergency alert from the National Weather Service, and it said an extreme wind warning is in effect for this area for the immediate danger of life-threatening winds till 1:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Take cover now in the interior room of a sturdy building away from windows. Protect your head from flying debris. Do not go out in the calm of the hurricane eye. Winds will become dangerous quickly again.
And let this be an educational piece for the young ones. I know I have family watching from out of town, and a lot of people are watching from out of town, but for the young folks who've always heard their grandpas or great-grandpas or their uncles like me talk about these storms, and they don't get it because they've never been through it. Well, this is it. I'm going to just keep the camera moving the way you can get some different looks. This is like sandblasting too. I mean, I remember being in Katrina's foremost wind, Andrew's winds. I was out in the field. When you get hit with water like this, it's like they are firing BBs on your skin, and that's why. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Look, there we go. There we go.
There goes some roofs.
There we go. Poles are about to snap. Oh, we got a frozen picture. Might have lost the feed. Let's go to Metaflood Gate. There it is.
You can tell Martin is picking up there also.
Let's pick it up.
That storm's coming from Grand Isle.
Yep.
Now into the northeast, northwest towards Golden Meadow.
Man. And I hate to tell people, what we just saw in Grand Isle was not the northwest quadrant. It was getting close.
Getting close, not there yet.
You're about to. Let's see if we can. Let me see if I can refresh anything on these cameras. We don't have the Galliana camera. The Grand Isle camera's out. The Golden Meadow camera's all we got right now, and we knew it. We told people. We're lucky to have got what we got at Grand Isle, to be quite honest with you. Galliana and LaRose already in it, of course. Port Sulphur, Buras, getting hammered with the training effect. But the saving grace is Buras and all is in between the Scarlet Reds. I remember for Gustav, you don't want to get into Scarlet Reds on a training effect because they will whack you. Grand Isle is right on the cusp of getting the eye wall. Yeah, we'll get try to get me David Cormidale too, the mayor. Let's get David on first if we can. And y'all about to get into the northeast quadrant right now.
Right, that's exactly right. So what they're telling me is that the worst is yet to come, and so water's coming in, that surge of water, as they'll tell, and then what's going to happen, probably going to cover the island and go to his homes, our homes, the way it looks.
Now, Mayor Cormidale, that's on Grand Isle. You're saying that there's about 8 foot of water now on the island?
That's on the Caminata side.
On the Caminata side?
Yeah.
Yes, and then right now it's about a foot away from getting into the fire department, it just told me.
Okay. So, for the viewing public, Mayor Cormidale, the Caminata side would be the east side of the island. Is that correct?
West side.
West side.
Yeah, west side.
Yeah, you're coming from Fouchon.
Okay.
So that'd be the west side. So if the 8 foot of water's toward, on the west side toward Elmer's Island, Elmer's Island and Fouchon, and that's the worst part of the storm that's passing right in that area. So Cheniere is going to get a lot harder hit than the eastern side of the island going toward Empire.
And I got to say this, man. I talked to you this morning. I said it on TV. I said, look, most resilient guy I know, David Cormidale, but I could tell today, we all knew when I was talking with you this morning that this was what we were facing, And look, there's the video of it right now of the last parts that we shot before. This ain't even the eye wall. This is the last band before. And watch, you'll see the roof fly in front. There's 1, 2 parts. There's 3. So I feel for you, May. You're gonna need a lot of help, and I'm hoping people help you out. No doubt about it.
Yeah. Well, we're looking at it right now. Window and I is looking at it right now. Yeah, we're getting hammered.
Yeah. So I mean, and I guess we'll just have to, the only thing that I could say about this is what a teaching experience for those that have never. It's generational, these hurricanes, and we all said this is going to be the one that replaces Betsy, and so it's going to be something that keeps the education going about why we have to protect ourselves from these storms.
Absolutely.
Exactly. It's just, it don't make sense, you know, and to make a rock barrier, you know, to fight that. And you can't fight it totally, but at least try to protect it. But what happened to Grand Isle, what's happening to Grand Isle right now, I never thought, you know, I'd have seen it hit that bad, you know. With all the protection we wanted to put rocks in that water, you just can't make the federal government understand that.
Chet Chess on line 6. Chet, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing okay.
Well, I tell you what, I just saw footage of, we had the Grand Isle camera up until we saw the roofs fly, and then all of a sudden it was ferocious, but it wasn't even the eye wall. It wasn't even the northeast quadrant of the eye wall. So tell me what you're seeing on the ground, or what report you're getting, and please fill us in.
So we're getting reports from a vessel in the port with 125 mile per hour sustained winds. Water levels have risen, obviously, and things are, you know, interesting at this point.
Yeah.
Down in the port, we're watching our camera system, and we still have several cameras that are up.
I mean, Grand Isle, I mean, we had these shots. I was telling the mayor right before, when the roof flew off in Grand Isle, was that first, the last feet of man before it has the lull, before it gets to the eye wall. Well, we didn't even get to the eye wall, Grand Isle, but it was looking ferocious. I can only imagine what that eye wall, that northeastern quadrant, because it looks like you said yesterday, when you get in that, it trains on you for a while till it's over with.
It's just too dangerous to get out there, you know. And but you know, those are compromises you make in keeping people safe and still getting the job done. But yeah, it's terrible stuff on Grand Isle. You know, I see the concern in David's eyes and his voice when he's talking about what's going on in Grand Isle. I told him, man, that movement, that just being east of the eye, that means you're going to get the worst wind and the worst water. You know, just east eye is terrible. Like I said, it was actually a pretty good break, but terrible that the center line has moved most of the eastern side of Terrebonne. I mean, there'll be some serious wind, but most of that storm surge won't get the worst of it, you know.
But I urge, I urge everyone watching and we're not over yet. We're going to have some damage.
No. This is just the beginning. This is
right.
We're just hoping things work out as good as possible. But this is barely the beginning.
Yeah, and let me ask you this, because that track is just eerily similar to Gustav, but just shifted more east.
Yeah.
And when I think about it, I've never really. I've told everybody I've been covering it since '85, but I never got to see on camera a northeast eye wall. I'm sorry, I'm hearing some activity. Jay, y'all know what that is? I'm sorry.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. I hear a phone. Yeah. All right. So the northeast eye wall. I've never got a chance to really see that take effect. We got pretty close in Grand Isle, but I don't know, after seeing it, if I would ever put myself in a situation where I would be in that.
No, that's why you evacuate. That's why you get out of the way. It's just not intelligent unless you for whatever reason you have to be there. You get out the way of those types of things.
I can only imagine how much water they got at Grand Isle and the Fourchon right now. I mean, this is, as we all know, you see the Lee, Ontario floodgate right at the end of Golden Meadow when you're going on to Grand Isle in those areas, and you can see the amount of water being pushed in. So I can only imagine in those lower areas the amount of water that's being pushed in right now. And Martin, you can hear those bands are just starting to hit Homer, because you can tell on your building.
Mm-hmm. No doubt. Let's go in and see. Well, the water's moving up quick.
Yes.
Moved up 6 inches in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, what is that now, 8? Is that 8?
Let's see, let me, I don't think it's 8, but let's see.
7?
Let's wait for it to focus, if it does with all the rain. Jay, y'all can see anything on that? It's hard to see. Yeah. We pull out, see if it'll focus. Come on, give us a look. It's all it.
It's the rain that's blocking.
Yeah, rain's blocked. Well, what's the number at the top? So it's 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7.
You can hear the roof.
There it goes.
Uh-oh. It sounded like a gust of wind went in the roof and just pull up.
Yeah. Chauvin, Montague. They're going to see a little bit of this eye wall. Let's see. I want to try to maneuver that camera. Wow. That water is up. Okay, I'm trying to see. It won't let me go. It's at the weld mark. It's over the weld mark now. So, Jay, can you get window cure-all on? I want to see. He knows this. He knows this floodgate. He'll know if we at 10 feet or 12 feet. That water's closer to the camera than y'all think. I mean, it's piled up. How you doing, Wendell? Good to hear from you.
Doing good.
We're looking at the Lee, Ontario floodgate. That weld mark where y'all welded some more freeboard on it. Where would that weld mark be at?
It's right at the level of the grading. You know, we added another 5 feet above the grading.
All right. So what would the total height be?
Well, right now we have 16 level of protection.
So we had 11 feet right now.
The reading that I had seen, I've got a gauge over there, and the last I saw was about 6 feet 7/10. So you're reading 11?
Well, the water's at the weld mark.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You can no longer see the gate.
Yeah, you can't see the water's at that weld all the way across.
Okay, in other words, so the guide wall is almost underwater?
Yeah.
The guide wall's underwater. You can't read the gauge.
Okay, well, yeah. Well, it must have just jumped up. Because it's been going up about a foot an hour for the last 4 or 5 hours.
Well, we saw it go up about 2 or 3 feet in 1 hour.
That's it. Well, that's it. Wait, hang on 1 second.
Just want to make sure we give it.
Yeah. That's it. So that's 11 feet.
11 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We just wanted to make sure. I knew you would know where the weld mark is.
Yeah. We added that extra elevation.
So that weld mark would be at 11 feet.
It was somewhere right between 11 and 12.
Ida continues to bother us still today. We're still trying to put the pieces together. We'll be back with more.
Welcome back. We've missed you. We know it's been tough. Because rebuilding your business isn't for the faint of heart. Your business needs a jump start. And we're here to help. Introducing Surge, symmetrical speed fiber internet from eTel Business. Revved up data speeds at 30% off, plus 3 months free. We're glad you're back, and we're here to make your business surge.
The person who's been catastrophically injured is the one who needs experienced help.
My grandfather was 100% about compassion for the client, and so am I.
And one of the secrets is to always know your case better than your opposing counsel knows his or her case.
Helping people, fighting for people. Money can't buy that.
Waits and Downer. When you walk in our door, you're part of our family.
I don't think it makes a difference in the world whether or not Ground Zero is Grand Isle or Terrebonne or LaFouche. We all getting hit pretty good. Don't go to sleep on this tonight and think of it as a 3 or 4. There's your trajectory right there. It's definitely a pretty good size eye. I mean, not the biggest we've seen, but it's still profound. It's how strong this storm is. We all choose to live in South Louisiana, and this is part of the calling card right here.
Thank you for what you do. I've been watching you since I was young, man. Do a good job.
Well, I appreciate it. I got family in Donaldsonville, and my My daddy's mama was from Donaldsonville. A lot of family in Donaldsonville, so I appreciate y'all.
All right, Pop. Be good.
Thank you. Bye-bye. We have the parish president of Lafourche Parish, Archie Chesson on, and Mr. Parish President. Ooh, what a day. And first of all, thanks again for your hard work. Can you give us an update?
Yeah, I feel like a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs right now, Martin. But things are coming off as predicted. We saw some 130-mile-an-hour winds in Port Fourchon. We saw that 11-foot storm surge down in Golden Meadow like we all knew was coming. We have moderate reports of home damage, but luckily no injuries or fatalities or anything severe or catastrophic.
Fantastic.
All the levees seem to be holding at this point. There are no reports of overtopping or breaches, especially in South Lafourche. It looks like we're starting to see the front end of the eye wall here at the EOC in Matthews.
Man, I tell you what. That's why I told everybody, just keep thinking about Monday. It's eye-opening, isn't it, Jules? First time you sit up here for hurricanes, it's eye-opening.
Very eye-opening, Martin. I've watched you, but I've never been live. Of course, we haven't had a hurricane this bad either in a long time.
Let's look at it coming straight down the pipe here. Let me see if I can make my way. I'm gonna swing it all the way around, and I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna try to go underneath. These trees are getting pruned, huh? Man, I tell you what, it is.
Martin, your building's high, so this roof is picking up a lot of that wind. You can hear it too.
Yeah. Let me check the stick shot. Jay, go to the stick shot and let's see what that center circulation does as it moves up. Let me see if it jogged to the east. It's jogging to the east right there. So it did make a jog. It's still rumbling pretty good here. I would say about 115. What you think? What you experiencing at your house, Cardi?
About 115, 120, and the EOC, I've got a line direct to them. At the EOC, they're about the same. They're running pretty close to that also.
Well, I would think on that northeast quadrant, they 140, 145.
Martin, I hear a lot of times people talking about the quality of life, and I'm all for it. We need for these areas to grow, but it reiterates that for the protection of life and property, how important these hurricane flood protection projects are, and these projects are infrastructure projects, because you can't if you can't protect yourself from water and hurricanes, then you're not going to need a quality of life. So I think at the end of the day, though, we're going to see that water-wise, we fared out pretty well.
Let me show people this, Jules. I want to make sure they see it. See those winds we experiencing at the HTV studios?
Yeah.
We're on the tail. It's gusting pretty good. Yeah.
Just lost part of your roof.
Yeah, probably an awning. So, all right, so let's show you. Right here. That's that. Well, I'm trying to get it to draw. See, right here. That's we're in that sector.
Where at, Mark? Where are we? You said in.
We're in that orange sector, right on the north west side.
So we haven't even gotten to the worst winds yet.
No, we in them.
We in them.
We in them. We in the worst winds. We're right on the tail end of that extreme wind. In about a half hour it would push north, but yeah, it's I don't know if it's an awning. Jay, make sure all camera personnel on the back end of the building are inside. All right, we'll take a break. I'm going to make sure personally. We'll be right back. Parish President, how are you? You back with us?
You saw that picture I sent you?
Let me see. Let me see if I...
This is the Bubba Dove at the... It's out of Dulac. this north wind is pushing the water so hard against the Bubba Dub. This is a picture of it. We're pushing water out of Lake Boudreaux, out of Homer.
Wow.
And see, we don't know when it's going to reverse and come back. This hurricane is emptying out Terrebonne Parish. I mean, in certain parts it's pushing water in, you see?
Right,
So
correct.
we on this westerly side of this hurricane, and look, right now it must be blowing 130 where I'm at. I
Yeah.
mean, it's
We just
it's
went through.
unbelievable.
Yeah, we just went through that northwest sector.
Martin, are y'all getting any calls of anyone flooding?
No.
Because we're not getting any calls of anyone flooding as of yet. But I mean, this is a strange hurricane. I was just as far as all our pump stations are showing that we're in good shape, and that suction and discharge are fine. Now down Petite Caillou all the way to Cocodrie, the water's stacking up. It's 9 foot on the inside against the Cocodrie floodgate. Now it has through tubes. It's allowing the water to go out, but it just can't keep up.
You see that eye moving east? Watch. Let me get a pencil and show you. Watch in here. Let's keep rolling it right there. See it poke its head out, Jules?
Mm-hmm.
There's the center of circulation. It's going to appear on the eastern side. Here it comes. There it is. Okay, so now that the stick has served its purpose, let's pull this out of the way so we're going to see it. There it is. Pulling a little bit. It pulled a little bit to the east, right at the end. Here we go. Watch it right there. You see, just a little bit of a jog as it comes in. Watch, right there, ever so slightly. So let's confirm that with the real radar, and we can see it. Go back to the scope, and let me zoom in, and you can see what we thought was going to skirt Homer was the eye, but it's pulling away. We've been in these offshoot center of circulation bands for some time in Terrebonne Parish, and when I was walking to the back, we have several people hunkering down over here, and they said, when is this going to end? I said, hey, look, they don't just start and stop. It takes a while. Anybody who's been in them, who stayed in them, it takes a while. There's no doubt. And I think what this is going to do is not only generational, but the appreciation that everyone is going to have from this point on, and the respect that everyone is going to have for what we're going through. I guarantee you, anybody watching this video anywhere who's evacuated, good for you. You do not want to be in this storm. There's a large tree on a house in Mulberry.
You know whose house
That's
that is?
Luther Fletcher's house. Don't know if it's on the actual house, but it looked like it fell and was caught by his oak tree in the back. So that's going to be, something to keep an eye on for sure. Let's look at Main Street. We got shutters all down at HTV in the front. We got awnings going. Structure still good. But cosmetics, you're going to see cosmetics, but you're going to see a lot of structural. There's no doubt. But you're going to see a ton of cosmetic problems that need to be remedied without a doubt. And the pressure changes in a building.
Yeah.
You feel it?
Yes.
I mean, this is I felt it before in the old building,
You get inside pressures and what they call negative pressures in buildings, homes.
Yeah.
That's why the air conditioning has a lot to do with that balance and the pressures in your structure.
The force of these winds on this building. That's not the building shaking like that, folks. It's the camera. Well, but it sure makes you think twice when you're looking at it. So, on the trying to see what's that on the roof. Is that tin peeled up? Let's take a close look at that and see what yeah, looks like is that what you see, Jay? Yeah. Part of the tin peeled up. Yeah. Tin peeling on the roof. So there you have it. HTV, you're on the air. Go ahead, please.
Hi, Martin. Hey, it's Deborah Bohr.
How you doing?
Hey, we stayed in Broadmoor. I live on Gaynell back here, and it's pretty intense. My roof is coming up, and I mean we're okay. I got a safe spot, and
yeah,
I haven't had to hunker down in the bathroom. You know these old houses in Broadmoor. My house was built in the '70s. I live in the back of Gaynell, closer to.
They've downgraded it. I never thought I'd say this in my career. They've downgraded it to 130.
Huh?
Boy, that
130.
130. I mean, who downgrades a storm to 130 miles per hour? Betsy was 130.
Yeah, I guess I was about 3 or 4 years old when that happened, and I just remember, being afraid. Back then I was way down Pointe-a-Chan at that time, and we evacuated, but I'm thinking that we must have had gusts well over 100 over here. Had to.
Hearing that the power plant in Houma took a beating, from a good source. The person said on 63, and this is the most devastating event I've ever seen. Yeah.
We're getting multiple views from around town. It looks like some of these buildings downtown are going to have a lot of damage, windows blown out. It is. We're here at HTV Studios. I can tell you it's not pleasant. We're in the midst of a major wind. And looking at the TV screen and the eye and the storm, it appears to me from the satellite vision that the storm was approximately halfway on land, with the tail end of the storm coming up on land. So hopefully, within the next 3 or 4 hours, 5 hours, that this thing will calm down. But it is like a, as you can see, the eye of the storm is consistently causing major havoc.
Well, I would say another 20 minutes, we're going to get a little substantial drop in wind because we're going to get out that circle.
In 20 minutes, if it keeps moving.
Yeah, it's moving. It looks like it's Lockport and Matthews looking at.
Oh, they're getting it.
They're getting the eye.
Lockport and Matthews to the right. Look, we need to say a lot of prayers for everybody because there's going to be substantial damage.
Just getting widespread. I'm getting calls in Texas from people that I've known my whole life. And they're all saying, when in the heck is this thing going to be over? So they're all on edge. Everybody who stayed for this storm is on edge. I think it's going to make a lot of people just reevaluate, I don't think parish presidents will have to come on too much on another storm and go, I need y'all to leave.
Not in the next 10 years.
Yeah.
People forget over time.
They do.
They forget over time. Sab, I can say is I think I was 6, 7 years old for Betsy, and it left her. That sound I'll never ever forget my whole life.
That northeast quadrant is still, LaRose has been catching it for quite a long time. Galliano's in that other quadrant. Houma is in that northwest quadrant.
Martin, we haven't talked about Thibodeau, but they're going to catch it too.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's inevitable.
There's no doubt.
As it continues to make a northwesterly course.
They catching it right now.
They're catching it now, but that eye's, we're almost halfway through the eye here in downtown Houma. But that storm, Martin, looks like it's drifting. Put your stick back on there.
Yeah, I'm looking at what you're looking at.
It looks like it's
so
drifting.
It's almost going to do north.
North and a little west.
Yeah. You hear the rain? That rain is coming down.
Rain's coming.
It's torrential. Look at the rain coming off the roof. So man, it's just blowing pretty good, Jules. It's been blowing pretty good.
I know we haven't had one like this since Betsy, Gustav, but when's the last serious storm that we had, excluding those?
Hilda? 64?
Well, I know that, but I'm talking about modern times that you can remember. I mean, I know you covered
Andrew was very tough, but we didn't take it direct. It skirted past us, did a lot of damage, went in Morgan City, and Morgan City looked like a bomb went off because that was about 135, 140.
And which one was that?
Andrew. Very similar winds. Then Gustav was coming in at a 4, sucked in dry air, and actually lost steam and came across as a 3. But I distinctly remember we won the northeastern quadrant at HTV on St. Charles Street when lost our tower. So with the gust, it was 145. This one was sustained 150. I bet you gusted 200 miles an hour in this storm. So, to answer your question, this is the benchmark. There's no doubt. This is the one they'll be measured. Every other one will be measured by. HTV, welcome to our program. What's on your mind?
Oh, hey, my name's Matt Dedeville. I live out in San Francisco, and I'm from Houma. But I just wanted to thank the team. It's incredible the work you're doing and having people on the ground. I wouldn't know what it's like. And my dad has property nearby the eye of the storm, and I guess I'm live. So anyway, I'm really grateful for everything you're doing for the Bayou region, talking about places like Chauvin and Golden Meadow. You know, it's huge. So thank you.
Well, you're quite welcome. I have a great crew, and at the end I'm gonna mention them all, but they're doing a great job. It's very stressful conditions, and I'll tell you what, and it gets tense here too, like it does in any business here, but people are giving up a lot to be here and work, and I appreciate it, and I thank you for acknowledging them.
Thank you. I'm thinking of y'all. God bless y'all.
Thank you. You too. All right, welcome back. We have Councilwoman Jessica Domingue on the phone from Terrebonne Parish. And Jessica, how are you doing?
My heart is breaking, Martin, absolutely breaking. But I wanted to call with some good news. I just left the Monroe shelter, where we have 500 Terrebonne Parish resident shelters, and I want to let you know that they are getting everything they need. They have, Monroe is doing a fabulous job taking care of them, and so your family members are safe. And so I want people at Terrebonne to know that the people who went to Monroe, their family members are well.
Oh, well, thank you for that information. And, you know, as a councilwoman in Terrebonne Parish, I guess And you're younger than me, I'll give you that. You're much younger than me, but so you didn't really have anything to gauge these storms by. What's your thoughts on this storm as it passes by?
Well, you know, Martin, I was a little girl whenever Hurricane Andrew passed, and I was living in Morgan City.
Oh, well, then you
this
do have
reminds
something to
me
gauge
of-
it by.
Yes, yes. And so this storm to me it reminds me of Hurricane Andrew, because that would be the most, I'd say, detrimental storm that I've been through.
I've seen before in the past when storms like this hit, people around here don't wait for the handout sometimes. They just get out and do it. And they go out and start taking care of their stuff. And, of course, we're going to need help. Don't get me wrong. We're going to need plenty of help down here. But I think people, you're right, resilient is an excellent word to use. And you're right, we'll get through it. We have to. We don't have a choice.
We have to, and you know, that's the great thing about Louisiana is we take care of our own. And so we already know what's coming. And we know that the resources from all around the state and all around our neighboring states, they're going to come in and they're going to help us.
Hey, Tony, how are you?
Hey. All right, man. How y'all making out?
Ooh, I tell you what, this is like a 12-round fight.
Man,
you know?
Unbelievable, huh?
It's incredible.
Yeah, we don't even, our TV's not even working, so we can't watch anything. But we sitting here watching this win, man. It's pretty serious.
Yeah, we on iPads and all, but I know you wouldn't know how to work that, so you're gonna have to get one of your kids.
Well, Josh keeps pulling y'all up every now and on his phone, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, you know, we had a little issue with Bubba Dove.
Gordy explained.
Pass, and we're gonna go over there and assess it. But it's, you know, north wind, we good shape, man. No harm, no foul. Just got to get down there and fix it.
Hey, and who'd have thought we having trouble with water coming out instead of water coming in?
I know, huh? Got caught a hurricane from the north, huh?
So I am shocked. I'm utterly shocked that we are actually still on. I mean, with this kind of storm. I'm
unbelievable, Martin. This is an experience I'll never forget. Martin, you notice the wind now has shifted. Instead of coming down Main Street, it's coming from, from the west.
Yeah,
it's come over the top of your building.
Well, instead of coming down Barrow Street,
it's coming from Main Street.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep, it's coming. It's coming from the northeast. Coming from really Thibodeau to Houma, you know.
Exactly.
That's where the direction is coming in. So, but we just want that eye to keep moving, keep pulling out. We on the tail. If you look at it, we on the tail end of. Let me pull this closer and show you. So, you know, we got a little ways to go, but with God's grace, we are just getting out of that green band, that circular green band. That is, you notice it's died down a little bit?
A little bit. You're right.
It's died down a little bit. We're right out of the green band. There's a little green still around, so every now and then it's going to gust up. But that strong, let me show you what I'm talking about. Let's bring me full screen, Jay. I'll show the folks exactly what I'm talking about. You see the green band that just went over Houma? Now watch it draw back on the last frame right there. So we still got a little green, but we're about to get into the yellows. And like I said before, it's going to start easing up. Go back to, now every now and then, it's going to prove me a liar because it wants to let you know it's still here. But there's the shot. So one thing I've learned over the years, these radars coincide with video. They are quite telling. And that's what we're looking at. Even looks a little brighter, huh, Jules?
Yes, it does.
But we got a couple of green spots that are going to hit it every now and then, like right here. I'm looking at it. And we were in the oranges a while ago. So it still has some punch, and it still may flip around. See those oranges coming around? But I'm just hoping it's drawing far enough away to where we just don't have to deal with a whole lot of that now. Raceland and Thibodaux and the Zalmans is in the thick of it, right now.
Martin, it's actually looked though. I thought it was going to go a little more closer to Thibodaux, but it's looking like now we're looking more at Raceland, Matthews, Lockport, huh?
Northeast.
Northeast. So
Yep.
it looks like it made the turn right above us.
Yep. I mean
Lockport, Lockport, Matthews, Raceland. Get ready and embrace yourself. You're getting ready to go through some turbulent weather.
a lot more on what I consider a Category 5 hurricane. It will be a Category 5. We'll be back with more.
Welcome back. We've missed you. We know it's been tough. Because rebuilding your business isn't for the faint of heart. Your business needs a jump start. And we're here to help. Introducing Surge, symmetrical speed fiber internet from eTel Business. Revved up data speeds at 30% off, plus 3 months free. We're glad you're back, and we're here to make your business surge.
Tony Alford and Priscilla Larpenter have been the foundation of what is now Alford & Associates. Their passion and vision have been embedded company-wide. It's not just about insurance. It's about making sure that our community is strong and protected for the next generation.
We analyze and then custom design your insurance policies to fit your business's needs, not the insurance carriers.
It's quite simple. It's the mindset of our organization to protect you from life's hardships.
Your benefits are our business.
I don't think it makes a difference in the world whether or not Ground Zero is Grand Isle or Terrebonne or Lafourche. We all getting hit pretty good. Don't go to sleep on this tonight. Think of it as a 3 or 4. Right. Gordy Dove, the parish president, Terrebonne Parish, is on the line. How you doing, sir?
All right, Martin.
Tell you what, it looks like I don't want to get too excited, at least around here, because everybody else has to go through it, but looks like those green bands are starting to separate from home. And they roar every now and then. They come back, but my God, what a...
Martin, it looks like I noticed the storm, the hurricane, because it's to our east, but it's not far. We're right off that eye. And it looks like we're just getting to our northeast, you know?
Yeah, it's not. I think the storm itself is moving northeast.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, it's getting past us to the north, to our east, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yes, that's right. And so, and it looks like it's going to start losing a little punch, which, let me tell you, I never thought I'd be on hurricane coverage saying, wow, it just lost its punch. It's now 130 miles an hour.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
But you know, we had gusts. They must have had gusts up to 150, 160. You know.
I think more than that, to be honest with you.
You know, when they're gonna find out that this thing is either a big 4 or this is a 5, because I've never.
I've been in a 4.
This was unbelievable. But you know what? You know, I've got some calls of some, you know, I think some houses blew away, a roof, a lot of roofs blew away. Y'all saw the Rod, looked like Rod Superstore that blew, huh? That roof.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And there's gonna be a lot of damage out there, but it is. I mean, where our position it looks like it's slacking back. Is it by your place?
Oh yeah, still, but we had absolutely at some point probably 130 mile an hour winds. Then with bigger gusts. Right now it's starting to lose its grip on us, and thank God, because
when I say slacking back, I think we still got 80 miles an hour here. You know.
Well, you're right. In any given day, I would say, man, that's terrible. But today, I'm gonna say, hoorah! Because look, I don't know if Jules could have grinded his teeth more than I saw him grind it today on the
Well,
set.
you know, Martin, we had to evacuate all our people at the power plant. The building started. We lost a lot of the roof. The boilers, those boilers got a lot of damage, and we really got some serious damage to the power plant on Barrow Street.
Yeah, my
So
good
let me
buddy
tell you something.
Stevie
That
Smith.
building is a Cat 4 building because it was re-strengthened, and yet it tore the roof up on it and tore that building up, and that's a Cat 4 building. Say the least, it was an experience that no one can ever forget. I mean, it was. I just hope nobody was injured. I'm sure. Well, I already know of a couple of things that I can't go into detail, but this thing was a. I said it before, and I'm gonna say it again. This was a monster. We're as prepared could be, but what do you do with the wind?
With what we went through, I keep thinking of Archie Chesson. I'm going to have to get him on the phone, but when I saw early on, and it seems like forever ago, when we watched that roof fly past us at Grand Isle, and then we lost power with it, but the little glimpse it gave us, and that wasn't even the eye wall, it was the secondary feeder band that went through. But I saw videos of what the eye wall looked like on boats. I could only imagine and pray that Grand Isle doesn't look as bad as I would think it would.
Martin, we had, and this is just my take on it, we had a split hurricane. We had the eastern end of our parish with the winds going to the north, and we had the west side of our parish with the winds going to the south. Yeah. And because the waterways was all messed up, and all our reports on our pump stations are looking good, but we lost a lot of telemetry connections. So from what we could tell, a lot of places should be all right with water, but we don't know that yet. But according to what telemetry we still have, that a lot of areas did good water-wise. Wind-wise, I mean, this is going to be one for the history books.
There's no doubt. Betsy who?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But like I say, boy, it came in. The eye went right over, as you well know, went right over Pontchartrain and all them, and Montague, and that's pushing the winds north on that side of the parish. And then on the other end, it was coming around and it was blowing to the north. Of course, you see what happened to the Bubba Dell floodgate. That's not supposed to happen like that. That gate's designed to stop a storm from the south, not the north. Not a Category 4 or 5 for the north.
Right.
And I mean, it stood its ground. Now, I mean, it's done its job, but it's not what it was not designed for a Category 4 blowing like that to the from the north.
And so was the
But we live and learn. We've already on the phone with our engineers, and we know how we're going to modify it already. We already on the phone. Me, Tony Alford, Reggie Dupre, Mitch Beaumoyne, Dustin Marlbrew, O'Neill Marlbrew, and all these engineers. We've already talking about how we're gonna modify the gate now for anything like this in the future. Heaven forbid we don't have it again. I want to especially thank you, and I know Jules was there with you for part of the time, but y'all had coverage through this whole thing. And it's so important to get it out to the people to explain to them exactly what's going on. Our EOC's been on top of it, and I think that look, you have a catastrophe. The best thing is just organized, and it looks like it's winding down, and we're gonna clean up Terrebonne, and God bless the people of Terrebonne Parish, Lafourche Parish, and St. Charles and the state of Louisiana, and we're going to move forward. And
thank you, Mr. Parish President.
Thank you, Jules. Thank you, Martin. And God bless both of y'all, and God bless the people at Terrebonne.
Thank you.
And look, at the end of the day, we still have the good earth, strong as it's ever been.
There you go. Good deal. Where are we at? I didn't recognize it.
Cool.
He's on the balcony of HTV. Wow. Yeah. Tell him, somebody run up and tell he the whole building pressurizes when they open it up. So, yeah, that's, wow.
I don't know how we're going to have a virtual meeting.
Look at the damage. Yeah, so we're looking at damage in Terrebonne Parish, just across the street from us, but we're going to see quite a bit of damage. There's no doubt. And I know we're going to have some structural damage. I would suspect that the front of our building, the awnings will be gone, because this is, when it was coming down Barrow, it had a way to get out of this. These awnings right here, I guarantee you, when he turns that corner on the front of the balcony, yeah, well, I guarantee you we're going to have some awnings down, because I heard them on the building during the he's going to go, that's why I know he's going up to the second tier balcony. And we definitely, if he peers around that corner, he's going to definitely, let's just wait and see.
We got some callers, Martin?
What's that?
We got some callers?
Yeah, I'm going to get to them. So I just want to see some of the damage on the awnings. There's no doubt.
Why don't you let me take the callers? You go look.
They got some, just want to see this real quick. Yep, there you go, look. No awning. Whole awning on the front side.
I hope it ain't on my car, Martin.
Yeah. You got good insurance, huh, Jules?
I don't know. I hope. I don't think.
Look at the windows on the Quality building.
Cool, blew it out.
Yeah, I mean, oh my. This is one thing. We had pretty strong windows on HTV when I redid the building. We put
hurricane window.
Hurricane window. They thick. They double thick.
And look, the government towers too. He put all hurricane windows on that, shielded them.
But you know, there you have it. So we're gonna.
I've been watching your guys' live coverage and just been watching it online, and I've been noticing you guys have been doing a good job. And I just wanted to tell you there's been some damage in a lot of areas recently, and I was hoping and praying for most of the people that are having most significant damage right now.
Is this the parish president?
Hey, Martin, how are you?
Whew, I'll tell you what. If this was a 4, like I told Gordy, I don't want to see a 5.
Yeah, no kidding. We took one on the chin, man. We took one on the chin.
Yep, there's no doubt. Can you give us, I mean, what do you know? What are you seeing at this point? And first and foremost, are you hearing of any fatalities?
So no fatalities, no major injuries. Lots of moderate roof damage across, especially South Lafourche. The Thibodaux area is feeling that those first bands that were around the top end of the eye wall right now. Trying to get through stuff we can find on social media. We're finding pictures of damages and stuff starting to show up on that northern end.
Just assessing the wind speeds, because I've been hearing so many different things, but I know that if we were on the northwestern side here in Houma, and we were having winds somewhere around 130, if not stronger. What do you think the winds were on your side?
Yeah, we were getting reports when it came through Fouchon. We were getting reports of the 140s, 150s. We even got a report of 190 mile an hour gust on a vessel in Fouchon. So we saw every bit of a Category 5 in the gust realm, and we saw every bit of a strong Category 4. And I think that's why you're seeing a lot of the moderate roof damage. Why we saw the damage to the roof at Lady of the Sea. Why when it blew through we saw some roof damage to St. Anne Hospital here in Raceland. So it is what they said it was going to be, no doubt about that.
Well, I tell you what's your plans moving forward as far as getting your troops together and meetings, and are y'all communicating pretty good with maybe telecommunications being down?
Yeah, we are. We're finding landlines, and the FirstNet system that some of our first responders have is still working quite well, and it's hit or miss on some of the other cellular networks. We're starting to embed people here with us. The sheriff's office moved into REO Seal a while ago because they took some damage to their COC operation building in Lockport.
I know it's been a long day. You're still at it, and we're going to continue to get updates from you and chat with you during the week, but I know better days are ahead, and we thank you for joining us.
Hey, Archie, one last question. Our friends down in Grand Isle, do y'all have any information?
We don't. Coast Guard is trying to work on that. I think the plan is to try to get a helicopter in the air as soon as it's safe to fly, and go down there and try to get them, or at least figure out what's going on with them. The last time I think somebody talked to Mr. Landry that they were safe. They were in a stairwell of a building, but they were safe. It was just waiting for the wind and the water to subside so they can try to get to a different building. But they were at that point talkative, so I think they're going to wind up being okay.
All right, thank you, Archie. We appreciate you, buddy.
See you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Archie.
We're going to make an assessment here because we can't cover Grand Isle anymore. They're on the tail end. Let's go to the map if we can. They're on the tail end of the Grand Isle's on the tail end of the whip, so to speak, and they have no way of watching. We have no way of getting information there until all this moves past. We got heavy damage across the HTV viewing audience. By the grace of God, we were able to stay on with some semblance. I know we're still on Facebook and YouTube, goes in and out, but I know we're probably off cable, probably off air. And top it off, we got a building over here that has been damaged, and I know a lot of you have damage, so I got a crew also that we got to assess their damage, because a lot of them came to work and really put their heart and soul in this. So we're going to wind it down here in our coverage, and hopefully this thing winds itself down, because we're going to try to do a little cleanup over here and do some different things and give people some rest. I want to thank Jason Serenier again for his undying efforts throughout the years. He's in that master control room, and he did a great job, and he's got a house in Lafourche also. So we want to thank Richard Tooth for being on that audio the whole time and really doing a great job and getting us in and out. I want to thank Jen Hullahan and Dwayne Dupre, who gave you those outside shots that we became accustomed to seeing. I want to thank Joni Petrie, who came in and made sure that the business end was taken care of. Darla Bergeron getting that programming done. Myrna Falls, all those archives we used, and showing you in the early part of the coverage when we had all those other hurricanes. That's her job. She does a good job with that. And I want to thank Jules Hebert. Stuck around after that panel left, and he sort of gave me a much-needed break. Was sort of a lone wolf on here for a few days, and Jules came and spelled me. And
I enjoyed it. I got a family at home too, but Martin, thank you.
Yeah. And just thank you out there for helping us and encouraging us, and thank the public officials and the law enforcement and the fire personnel. And once again, I'm going to say it again. While all this is going on, we got hospital workers, doctors, nurses, people just making the hospital run, fighting COVID. So not only do we have to clean up this, there's still a fight with COVID going on. So if I forgot anybody, I apologize. We're super tired. And I want to thank my brother Leonard Falls for sort of taking care of some of the local properties here while this was going on. I got a family that was evacuated, so it's going to be, we said it in the beginning of the broadcast, when we get out and start looking around, it's going to be a little different. But with the grace of God, Jules, we're gonna make it through, and we're gonna rebuild, and we're gonna keep trudging along.
Martin, as my mother used to always say, when you think you got it bad, just look behind you. Somebody's always got it worse.
Yeah,
So,
no doubt about it.
there's a lot of people out there that are gonna have to rebuild. Tonight, there's some that may not have places to sleep, which I believe Martin Gardy said the Civic Center was open in Terrebonne Parish.
Yeah, I
As a
recall.
Huh?
But I'm a little hazy on everything right now, but I do recall
I think
hearing
he
that.
said the Civic Center was open as a place of evacuation if you don't have a home tonight to sleep in, and obviously the storm will come and go tonight, hopefully, and there'll be a massive time to have to rebuild this community. I'm told the city of Houma power plant suffered some major damage. So, nothing is going to get fixed overnight. If anybody knows, Lake Charles is still recovering. This is going to take likely, I would say, weeks to months to get this community back up and running, and probably Lafourche Parish the same way. And but time heals all, and we'll get it done.
All right. Well, thank you, Jules. I appreciate you being
Oh, thank you. It was an experience, Martin. I made sure my family was taken care of, and I wanted to do this. I want the experience, and it was an experience. It really was.
Hello, everyone. We are back. And what an afternoon, what an evening, what a night. Historical here, at least in Terrebonne Parish, and I know in Lafourche Parish. And I know other parishes as well. These are the oak trees at Terrebonne General. I told you it would look different when this storm passed over. It stripped oak trees all over the place. They're naked, they're bare. It topped them, it shredded them. I know we'll be showing some at St. Matthew's Church in a little while. Some of those trees are actually leaning into the poles. I could tell you just from experience, and that's really all I have to base this off of, is because I haven't seen the whole parish and parishes by air. But this was a strong Cat 4 or a 5. I would not be shocked if they upgrade this storm to a Category 5. We did have roofs flying off. We had catastrophic damage in some areas that we cannot even get to at this point. There's still debris all over the roads. All we could tell you is this is just in the vicinity of the HTV area that pretty much, like a bomb went off. We got a lot of trees that are down, a lot of structural damage, a lot of buildings that were shredded. You're going to see this all over the place as far as the trees and the limbs. Here's our awnings that blew off, but the windows are intact. Now, it blew open a door in the upstairs. We took on some water for a while, but the great crew that I have, we went back and we got it done. Fuel stations down Main Street, down Barrow, look at St. Matthew's. And a couple of those oak trees are leaning today. We see police are dragging things out of the main street to create an avenue. Heck, I got on my Bobcat for a little while this morning until I got sidetracked and ended up getting in a tractor around Mulberry pushing debris out. It's going to take a lot of people helping to try to get this done. So I was amazed. Last night before the phones went out, we had people from Europe watching, from California, from Florida, from Indiana, from Texas. It was incredible, the winds that came through here again.
Showed us a lot more than what we thought we had. Lots of heavy to moderate roof damage, especially from 90 South. Thibodaux got a little bit of a break, but there are things that are blown away in Thibodaux as well. As you would expect, lots of power poles, tree limbs everywhere. We are still trying to figure out our water situation. There's still no potable water source from basically Highway 90 south.
We got the sheriff. We got the sheriff of Terrebonne Parish, Sheriff Tim Saunier, on the phone. And
but we probably rescued over 50, 60 people a couple hours after the storm subsided last night, and we started clearing roads. And I got my guys out there with some with a lot of volunteers and some of our people. And we're getting these roads clear so we get out into those bayous to continue to assess damage and help anybody that needs help. I think there's some issues with maybe something maybe happening in Terrebonne. General Medical Center, where there's not going to be much hospital service going on, and that's not good. And plus, there's no natural gas, there's no running water, and there's no electricity.
now we're going to try to be like an air traffic controller because, things are very tense. You heard the sheriff talk about evacuations going on at Chabert, and also people being moved from Terrebonne General Medical Center because of major damage to those facilities. Terrebonne General Health System will begin to transfer patients to other facilities beginning immediately in order to keep patients safe and as a result of the devastating damages incurred by Hurricane Ida. Terrebonne General suffered structural damages as there is no water supply being provided by the parish at this time. In order to do what is best for patients and to provide uninterrupted care, it is necessary to follow guidelines as outlined by the Terrebonne General Emergency Preparedness Plan, which indicates the transfer of patients. Terrebonne General will work closely with these facilities and patients' families to ensure a smooth transition of care. Our dedicated staff is doing everything possible to make this as seamless as possible. Communication is what I was talking about, and they included it. Communication is challenging as there are no landlines or cell service. We are communicating via text services. That's exactly what I was telling you a while ago. It's not that these people in these high positions are not trying to contact us and get you information. There's no way to contact, and some of the roads are blocked off. I know there's access in certain areas, but people who live in those areas sort of circle around, and when they try to get to other areas, I'm told they're being blocked. They're making some progress there, although. And I also want to tell you that I can only imagine what the nurses and doctors and support personnel at all the hospitals that were in this storm are going through. They were going through it before because they had COVID. That was their big storm already. And now they got hit with this. So, all I can ask for everybody to please have a little compassion. Please understand that they have got to be worn out, to the bone, worn out. And so if we could help with food or with anything else, if I'm wrong, I'll take the blame. If we deliver food and they say, no, that's not the protocol, and we sort of went through the motions and it's not right, I'll take the blame. But let's at least try to get some communication going on that. This is downtown Houma. This is right before you get to Cafe Milano and the patio, in case everyone's trying to make a quick reference. It's down Main Street, and you can see the amount of damage. They're already starting to push things to the side and sort of open up the streets. And I do agree with the caller. There are some sightseers who are disregarding the mandatory don't drive right now. There are other, I can understand the media is trying to get you information. We try to get it, so we have to drive to get it and show you, so hopefully you don't have to drive down there and see it. But there's always those that, want to sightsee. Now, some people are going to check their businesses and their buildings, and police let them go and check them, make sure if there's anything they could salvage. So the police do have a lot of compassion here. Here's the Courthouse Square in downtown Houma. A lot of the oak trees were just stripped. I mean, just stripped. And these actually look better than a lot of the oak trees that I've seen. But look how bare they are. I mean, They got pruned all right, there's no doubt about it. And they got topped. A lot of them are topped. Some landmark oak trees by the old post office right here, another one stripped. We saw earlier the ones. Here's the windows at the Hancock Whitney Bank, blown in. Look, just blown in. Now this is 2 buildings away from HTV. This is another brick building right on the corner by our station that blew down, gone. And there's all the rubble of the brick. And that building's been there a while. So, folks, when I tell you, we were sitting in this studio and that wind was coming, it was something I'll never forget. It's the strongest storm I have been in since 1985, and I've been in all of them since '85. This was the strongest, no doubt about it. St. Francis looks pretty good, but the windows don't. I mean, the structure looks good, but you remember the old shot from Gustav when part of the roof blew off, but the windows took a beating. Trees all the way across the roadways, and that's the problem. This is all over the place. So it's incredible damage. It was an incredible storm, and in some corridors, I guess where people got caught in that eye wall, the damage is even more. We're sending a camera crew right now down Bayou Black Drive. You know, as you make that turn by the Civic stop, right by the hotel, and you're driving west on 90, the amount of trees that fell. I was passing Dr. Essie Ellender's house, Ms. Glenda Lee Buquet's house, Dr. Jerry Haydell's house, these large old trees, Judge Timmy Ellender's house, both retired judge and junior. These old homes with these big trees, a lot of these trees just fell over. But this is not cosmetic. This is structural damage. A lot of this. So much more than I saw in Gustav. So much more. That's the bank downtown, the old bank building right there. Regions Bank. And took a lot of damage. So, you know, when I'm gauging hurricanes and storms, I can only go by what I lived through. Everybody talked about Betsy. I told you the story so many times. We evacuated for Betsy when I was 5 years old. Coming back, heck, I was 5. But I remember vividly seeing a lot of this, but I don't remember seeing this much of this. But of course, I was only 5. Just like we did in the other storms, when our antennas rolled down, we're getting to you by Facebook and YouTube. And that's, we want to thank our sponsors for allowing us to do that, because we can't do it without them. And we can't stick around without them. And they've been very loyal to us, and we appreciate that. And we've had some sponsors since we were opened in '85 that have stayed with us, and that is the reason we can do what we do. So while people are thanking us and they're thanking our crew, we accept it, but we also thank our sponsors who do such a great job keeping us with the ability to help you out. I know we're coming up to Dr. Jerry Haydell's house. He's been a longtime physician, and to be honest, I spent a lot of time in this house as a child and an adult. I mean, a young adult growing up. I was there 3 days ago to visit Dr. Jerry, and this is what his house and his yard looked like. Trees on top of the house. A couple of trees punctured the house. And this is all down Bayou Black. This is all through Houma. This is all through Lafourche. There's a lot of places with this kind of damage. I can't stress to you enough how horrific this storm is going to end up being. Well, I'll say it again. 5 hospitals in the area are closed. Doctors' homes have been damaged. Nurses' homes have been damaged. administrators' homes have been damaged. We got to find a way, folks. But once again, I came on to you with a plea earlier because we were getting pleas. They do not want the food dropped off at the emergency entrance because they're trying to get people out of the hospital right now. She's very grateful. I mean, the outpouring, she said, is unbelievable. Certainly, she's very appreciative of the hand that everybody is trying to give in the community. We told you throughout our broadcast that it didn't matter what area you were in. Grand Isle, Lafourche, Terrebonne. This storm was so bad, it spread its tentacles over the whole community. And we're still rebounding from it today. We'll be right back.
Here at South Louisiana Bank, we support our neighbors, the organizers, the helpers, the leaders, the dreamers. We support those that move our community forward. Louisiana has grown from the dedication, commitment, and loyalty of the people who call this beautiful place home. We are proud to offer our services to the communities in South Louisiana. South Louisiana Bank. It's better when we bank together.
At Big Wheels Travel Center, the fun and excitement are just around the corner in Bayou Blue. Big Wheels is open 24 hours a day and features 24-hour security, clean restrooms, and a wide selection of beer, soft drinks, and chips for all your needs. While you're there, visit the casino for daily cash prizes and drink specials 7 days a week. You'll get the feeling as if you're in a lush Vegas-style casino. Big Wheels also has one of the largest subways in the area. So stop by Big Wheels Travel Center where everyone's a winner.
I don't think it makes a difference in the world whether or not Ground Zero is Grand Isle or Terrebonne or Lafourche. We all getting hit pretty good. Don't go to sleep on this tonight. Think of it as a 3 or 4. And this is the building across from HTV. And it's shredded. There's no doubt. Now, we had 1.5 inch glass on HTV. Here's our awnings that blew off. But the windows are intact. Now, it blew open a door in the upstairs. We took on some water for a while, but the great crew that I have, we went back and we got it done. Fuel stations down Main Street, down Barrow, look at St. Matthews. And a couple of those oak trees are leaning today. We see police are dragging things out of the main street to create an avenue. Heck, I got on my Bobcat for a little while this morning until I got sidetracked and ended up getting in a tractor around Mulberry pushing debris out. It's going to take a lot of people helping to try to get this done. It's just Bowl South. Look at the damage at Bowl South. My heart goes out to all the people that really trying to make a living. It's going to be a mess for a while, folks, and there you see the inside. A lot of this damage in Terrebonne Parish, and I know if we could get into Lafourche, some parts of Lafourche are worse. First, some footage from Little Caillou, trying to make our way into different areas. Tomorrow we're going to be concentrating on Lafourche because we have some inroads into Lafourche tomorrow. And trust me, folks, we're not neglecting any area. We also need drone service to be able to get our drones up. So we've been really trying to get you all the stuff. Dwayne Dupree's been excellent on that drone footage, and Jason Serenier has been excellent in that control room. Jen Allahan has been excellent out in the field helping us. Richard Toops, he's been excellent. We've had a very, very good group of people trying to get you the footage. They're well appreciated. Joni Petrie and her family are safe. Darla Bergeron safe with her family. Myrna Falls, who works all the archives, she's safe. So all in all, we've had a lot of help here around the area. You know, we're starting to, I'm finding everybody's starting to try to find ways to put it together as we look at this Little Caillou footage, and you can see the damage. Joining me now is Mike Sobert, the general manager of our waterworks here in Terrebonne Parish. And Mike, good to have you here. We appreciate it.
Nice to be here. Thank you, Morton. I can tell you it's a lot safer driving a waterworks car now, since most people got water than before. I called my friend in Lafourche. I said, man, let's swap cars. He said, what do you mean? I said, well, it's going to get kind of hot if I don't get some water.
Right.
So, but we're doing good. We're much better now than we were before.
Let me ask you, because I think a lot of people don't understand the dynamic of how the water gets to them. And when you have main breaks, it's problematic, isn't it?
Right, yeah. Well, and again, you have to realize that our system is in excess of 1,000 miles of pipe. And so we're really no different than any utility company or electric or whatever. We have 2 treatment plants, one in Houma, a water plant on Munson Drive. We have one in Shreva on Water Plant Drive. So that's where we make the bulk of the water. Actually, virtually almost flawless. We didn't have any problems. The opportunities that we had there, we overcame. We have the capability to do about 23 million gallons a day, and that went fine. The problem is I have it all either in Water Plant Drive or on Munson Drive. Now I have to get it to where all the people are. So that's where the problem becomes. Lost a couple of big main transmission lines to us that carry the big water into the smaller water, into the subdivision. We've been able to work around those, valve them off, and redirect the water. And I think they told me this afternoon, probably at 2 o'clock, pressure in front of Terrebonne General, which is served by our Shreva plant, is in excess of 52 pounds.
Day 7 through 10, you see people disappear. They come down, they do big news stories, they go on. They're on to something else. And I want to brag a little bit about HTV and my crew. Even though they've had damage and they've sustained damage, they have worked their butts off to try to get you as much footage and to let because we know, we've been through this before. We're going to see stations come in, they're going to give you a song and dance, and they're gone. And then we're showing you stuff like this repeatedly. And on Facebook and YouTube, it gets to show other people what's happening. Y'all would be shocked at the amount of calls I'm getting from people all over that just sort of always hear about New Orleans and Baton Rouge. But this is Terrebonne and this is Lafourche, folks. And we are a big part of the natural gas energy you get and the petroleum you get and the gasoline you get. It comes from right here. And so we want you across the nation to understand what we mean to the nation. 30% of the fuel across the nation comes through us. And that ain't no BS. So we want you to understand that when we're expecting help from the feds or we're expecting help to get infrastructure back on, and for all you congressmen who don't live in this area that are tuning in or getting this sent to you or shared to you, we need you to vote for certain things that affect us. Welcome back to our nationwide feed on Facebook and YouTube Live. Joining me now is the Minority Whip, Steve Scalise, who's coming to us via his home, and I'm sure, Congressman, you've been through a lot. But first of all, how are you, and welcome aboard.
There's so much debris still. I've been talking to Gordy and Archie down at Terrebonne and Lafourche, helping them work through getting debris removed, trying to get temporary housing for people, because housing is going to be a big issue in Terrebonne and Lafourche with so much damage to property from those winds, massive winds, probably over 180 miles an hour that were clocked over at Fort Fourchon. Tells you how big and devastating of a storm this was.
You know, we were doing a really, like every hospital, a really good job of being able to sustain our services. And then we started to have water pouring in. And it started pouring in from the 5th floor, and not a little, a lot. Mm-hmm. And then it continued to pour into our 4th floor and then our 3rd floor. So then as we started having staff and patients in rooms, as you can see from the picture, all of a sudden the windows all started blowing in the patient rooms. And what was interesting was we started seeing seeing large concrete blocks flying through the windows and landing on the patient bed or something like that, which was a bit unnerving, as you can imagine. We move our patients to the center core, and then we had to start moving them in the hall. But things started caving in, and it started caving in greatly, and as you can see, that's why we made an all-hands-on-deck call, because the more that goes from the 5th, 4th, and 3rd ends up, you can see it's raining, goes into all of our equipment and our stuff on the first floor, and then it creates a big issue for us.
If President Biden, when he landed, and I'm throwing politics out, I don't care if you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, whatever, if he didn't know where Terrebonne and Lafourche was, he knows now, because 30% of the nation's fuel comes out of this area. So, Dan, I know you heard a lot about that, didn't you?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's kind of the big thing, is getting awareness of what we actually do for the country. I've been interviewed by the New York Times, the Washington Post, and I think ABC News just asked me for the rights to the little video I shot. So, I mean, we're getting the word out there nationally, and I think that's kind of a big deal.
I love pine tree, but I don't want to see another one. The cypress trees seem to do pretty well. They bend. They're softer wood,
Right.
which tells me that if you use cypress like we have up here in HTV, it flexes. Boy, those pines were just cracking all over the place. And water oaks, they come down pretty hard.
Those are the worst.
And please, if you're going to plant a new tree right now, make sure you plant it about 90 or 100 feet away from the house, right? So, Tanner, what's your final words for your constituents? What kind of encouragement can we leave them with?
Yeah, no, look, I mean, I know it's been tough. I know it's been hard for all of us. There's not a part of our parish that has not suffered, that's not suffering. But we're all in this together, and there's no part that there's nothing we can't do. We all work hard and work together. And I know it's going to take some patience that we don't necessarily have at times, and some frustrations, but everybody I've spoken to, not just in Terrebonne Parish, across the state. That's why I brought Rick with me today, so the people could see that people care outside of Terrebonne Parish. It may not feel like it, but they do. And Rick's been here for a week working his tail off, not looking for press, not looking for any of that kind of thing, just because he wants to help in any kind of way he can.
From a phenomenon that, to be honest, none of us have ever experienced. And Tony, I want to go to you with this, because I've had calls from the Shear family, I've had Peter Wolf's family, different families that saw water. I don't know how to explain it, but it's almost something that no one expected. Explain that to me a little bit.
Well, nobody expected it last year. Zeta, when it changed to the west, the wind actually blew Lake Boudreaux into Petite Caillou Canal, and flooded them at that point. Yeah. And they thought, hey, we kind of thought this was going to be something that's probably not going to happen, and will happen this time as well. So we definitely have to figure out how to stop the water in the system, if we can, from moving around. Because, with a storm of this magnitude, and, they classified Zeta as a 3 last year, the same thing took place, that the whole lake moved into the canal. Right, and that's why you see the debris up on those levees.
Lake Boudreaux and Lake Robinson.
Yeah, yeah. So we've got to work on that, and we've got to figure something there as well.
Gordy.
And I agree with Tony. This wasn't a tidal. This wasn't a tidal type of flooding towards them houses. Wind driven. Remember, the wind took those lakes, put it against the Cocodrie floodgate, and it was 9 feet. But as you go further back, it went all the way down to 3 feet.
Yeah. It's a delight to have Senator Kennedy with us today. We know that with more boots on the ground and men and women who can see what we're going through, that we'll get our response. But I do want to encourage the church. Guys, stay active. I know it can get very wearisome, but you got to learn how to endure through the pain of your feet hurting, your behind may be chapped, your lips may be blistered, but this is the season for harvest. Get out there, love your people, take care of them. And for those of us who are now on the road to recovery, we're coming. We're coming to help. And we just want to once again tell you that we love you, we're standing with you, and we're going to make it. We're going to make it. We're going to go from bad to good to better to best. Louisiana will rise from the ashes, and we will shine again.
What it's going to take to get kids back in the classroom and that type of thing. Can you explain that to the audience?
That is our number one task, getting kids back in school. And I wish I could tell you a time and date that will happen. All I can promise you is it will happen. There's a lot of work that has to be done. And it may not be school in the traditional sense that every kid's in the same school that they went to last year. We may have to we get very creative in finding a space to have a classroom for every teacher and every child, but we will.
South Terrebonne High School, but obviously y'all toured a few schools. What's the worst hit school?
Well, that's kind of a relative term.
Maybe all of them.
When they're all devastated, it's which one's devastated the most.
Yeah.
And they're not all, by the way. I do want to say that many of our schools, if we had electricity, which is coming back up, we could have school in a day or two. South Terrebonne, no. Up at Localia, no. Ellender, no. We have many schools that have very significant damages, and there's no sugarcoating that we will have to get very, very creative and determined. And I've told Sandy and Cade, the people of Terrebonne Parish are really resilient, tough people, and we'll bounce back from this.
All right, we're here at the Terrebonne Parish NAACP office, where you can tell behind me a lot of work is going on. A lot of volunteers are helping out. There's been a steady flow of traffic, picking up goods and items that are taking place. You see Mr. Jerome Boykin, the president of the NAACP. You see Ms. Sherry Ezel, and we have a lot of volunteers. I saw Diane Collins, I saw Margie Scobie, I saw a lot of familiar faces that are helping to make it easier for people in the parish to get items. It's been an outpouring that I can tell you has been heartwarming to see this going on in the parish, and I know equally as well in Lafourche Parish and other places hit. It has been just an outpouring of love. People are giving from the heart, and when people come up and accept these goods, they're very appreciative because they've been hard to come by. And to see the local NAACP giving out these items is a heartwarming event, and one that we certainly wanted to show you what was taking place. So I'm gonna step out of the shot. I'm gonna get Dwayne to just pan and get a few shots of some of the workers here.
We're out here live. We got live coverage going on at the NAACP headquarters. We got a giving away going on with some water, food, rakes, anything you need, pineapples, fruits, everything. Just go on and pull up. It's for the people, for the community, trying to help people get back to life out here. Thank you for tuning in. It would be nice if you guys could just help. Come on, get some of this stuff out of these trucks and everything. And thank you guys. May God bless you.
All right, Jerome, let's start with you. Pretty important guest just pulled up right here, and he's familiar to a lot of people. And first of all, how'd you get him down? And it's going to add a little momentum to the cause here.
Yeah, well, first of all, he's a friend. It was a lot easier to get him down here. Also, he's the type of person that cares about people. And with this tragedy that happened to the people of the state of Louisiana, when Master P called and said that he wanted to donate some water to the community, and that's the reason why we welcomed him to donate his water to this community.
All right. So Master P, see a lot of your water with your brand. What's the meaning of coming down here? And I know you're willing and lending a hand here.
We from Louisiana, this is our people, this is our family. We want to make sure that these families are taken care of. LA Great Water, living authentically, gets you really excited about today. It's a water with a purpose. And we've been through so many tragedies. To be able to have a brand that we could give back and help our community, make sure our people got good, clean water. And to be able to be here with Donald Ross, I mean, he's a big part of the community and giving back, and he's been doing it for so long. He's just been quiet about it, and to be able to have my brand in his stores, it's a blessing to be here with Mr. Jerome, with the NAACP. We all coming together. It's all one family, so it's like it's all love right here.
Hey, it's hot. We thought it was a cool front this morning, but that's not till tomorrow, and everybody's working up a sweat, but you've been making deliveries and all. And what's this mean to you? You've been doing this for a long time.
Well, you know, like Master P and Jerome said, this is our community. This is our team members. This is our customers. And whether they're our customer or anybody's customers, they're part of the community. And we're here to help, just like all these guys are. And it's just a little bit of giving back and whatever it takes. I know P and Jerome and Mike all feel the same way as I will do whatever it takes.
Councilman in Terrebonne Parish, what's it mean for you to see a guy like Master P show up in Terrebonne Parish?
Well, with my association with Jerome Boykin, a friend of his is a friend of mine. And coming up in this town that we've been close over the years, and actually we're honored to have him here, and not only just have him here, to actually give back. And we're having an opportunity, just as he said, that, you know, man, regardless of who we are and where we come from, that we may be battled, but we're not beaten. So I'm taking the lead from Mr. Boykin by association with these gentlemen right over here to do the best we have for recovery and better building and responsibility for each other that make this a better community today.
Master P, where are you going to be heading?
Well, you know what? I'm all over Louisiana, but this is about love today. I'm here in Homer doing my part, and I just want to reach the people, touch the people, and let the people know that we have love for them.
You know, it's good to have an organization like Donald Rouse, who every time we ask him to give, he come forward and give to this community, man, over and over and over again. So we appreciate him, and also the senator for his support also.
All right, thank you, guys. There you have it. Right here from the NAACP headquarters. What a great day. I mean, to get a star like Master P in town, you tell everybody was around watching, and he's here for the right reason. The governor was out and about. We had an HTV crew there, and he is talking with citizens. Certainly in Smith Ridge today, the Ward 7 Citizens Club. He was in Berg, and he was making his rounds, and I'm told that the governor is ready to go for our interview, so let's have our talk with the governor of the state of Louisiana, John Bel Edwards. Joining me now, the governor of the state of Louisiana, John Bel Edwards. You've been hearing us talk about him quite a bit on the set and all the things that he has done to help us out here in Terrebonne and Lafourche Parish. First of all, Governor, welcome to the program, and thank you for giving us some time today.
No, look, thank you, and I understand you've been challenged with your home and now damage to your station, so my heart goes out to you, Martin, just like it goes out to all the people of Southeast Louisiana. We've been in Lower Terrebonne today, just crossed over into Lafourche, and quite frankly, we've seen utter devastation from Lafitte to Grand Isle to numerous places, even on the North Shore. But to see all the people today whose homes, not camps, but homes, have just been utterly destroyed, and but then to see them being good neighbors to one another, it is both heartbreaking, but it is also inspiring at the same time. And so I have nothing but appreciation for all the people who are doing such good work, and I want to thank you for covering this disaster and keeping all of the people informed who tune in to HTV.
Well, thank you so much, Governor. And let me ask you this, because we all know what COVID has done to our area, and we were trying to deal with COVID. Then we have a high Cat 4, which I think will be a Cat 5 when it's all said and done. But so now, really two disasters on top of each other. And I guess the logistical challenges that presents to a governor is pretty upscale, but it seems like y'all have got a lot of good things in place.
Well, thank you. We're working hard. We have a team in Louisiana that is really very good, and they're very good because they get a lot of practice. But whether it's the National Guard, the Department of Health, GOSEP, the Department of Transportation, I'm kind of promoting them today, Wildlife and Fisheries, the Fire Marshal's Office, State Police, DCFS, I mean, you name it, all of these people work really hard, and they work well with our federal partners, but with the local partners. So the offices of emergency preparedness in every parish have performed just extraordinarily well. All the sheriff's deputies, all the firemen, everybody who's been out there responding. And you talked about COVID, so you got to throw in all the school teachers. You got to throw in all of the nurses and the doctors and the respiratory therapists. And this has been a very, very difficult time. I had a UCG meeting this morning on the hurricane, immediately followed by a vaccination update. And you can only imagine what happened in the state of Louisiana over the last couple of weeks is the vaccination numbers have just fallen through the floor. And we have to get that back up and going, because that's the best thing we can do to protect our state, preserve capacity to our hospitals to deliver health care, and get through this pandemic with the least loss of life possible. Our hospitalizations are on the way down. And Martin, literally 2 weeks to the day after we reinstituted the mask mandate because of this fourth surge, we started seeing decreased percent positivity of our tests, which is a good thing, decreased cases, and then it showed up immediately also in hospitalizations. So we were at 3,100 at the peak of the fourth surge. We're down to about 1,730. And the good news is the vast majority of that excess capacity came in southeast Louisiana just in time for this hurricane. Now, it's still a very challenging situation, and you know that our hospitals are challenged. Chabert is closed right now. We know that Terrebonne General is closed, and even the hospital there in Thibodaux really challenged with power. It's on and off and so forth. But those doctors and nurses and respiratory therapists, all of those people working extremely hard. But to just kind of succinctly sum it up, in about 368 days, we had 5 hurricanes make landfall in Louisiana. We had a winter storm. We had the May flood. And all of that happened during the pandemic. And so extremely challenging for everybody. And that's why I'm so inspired by the goodness and the decency of the Louisiana people, their resiliency. And we're seeing that over and over again. Literally everybody that I saw a while ago, for example, at the 7th Ward Community Center, or even before that, at Smith Ridge, working at the gymnasium there. They were there helping others even though their homes were totally destroyed. And you can't help but be inspired by that. And I know we have a very, very long way to go, and people's lives are upside down. But how much worse would it be if we didn't have people being good neighbors to one another, if you didn't have the National Guard here in such a robust fashion and so forth. And we're going to get through this. And it's overwhelming because you think you have to get it all done in 1 day or 2 days or, just in a week or two. It's going to take a lot longer than that. But we're working hard every day, and we're going to keep partnering with all of the people, whether it's the federal government, the nonprofit sector, the for-profit sector in the United States. We're going to do everything we can to get people right side up again just as quickly as possible.
A lot more on what I consider a Category 5 hurricane. It will be a Category 5. We'll be back with more.
Over the years, Louisiana's Cajun Bayou has seen more than its fair share of challenges. We're no strangers to adversity, and we know what it's like to struggle. These are unprecedented times. And while people will say this time is like nothing they've ever seen, we've heard that before. And just like all the other times, we'll get through this. Remember the good times. Remember Lafourche.
Are you looking for a new or used vehicle? Well, come check us out at Barker Honda because we get new, updated inventory daily.
We're offering top dollar for your trade.
Give us the opportunity to buy your car.
We offer new and used financing.
Come check out our award-winning trucks.
For cars, trucks, SUVs, come check us out.
Our sales specialists can help find a vehicle just for you.
We're getting new inventory daily.
Come down and see us on Martin Luther King Boulevard in Holman. Always remember,
it's better at Barker.
I don't think it makes a difference in the world whether or not Ground Zero is Grandau or Terrebonne or Lafourche. We all getting hit pretty good. Don't go to sleep on this tonight and think of it as a 3 or 4. All right, welcome back. We are very pleased to have with us the Attorney General for the state of Louisiana, Mr. Jeff Landry. And Jeff, always good to see you. And how are you doing, sir?
Well, you know, I'm doing probably a lot better than many of my good citizens and neighbors and constituents down in Terrebonne and Lafourche Parish and areas of southeastern Louisiana, which were impacted by Hurricane Ida. But we're working to help bring some relief to those areas each and every day, and we appreciate you putting us on today.
Yeah, let me ask you this, Mr. Attorney General, because obviously with every storm, and you've seen it quite a bit, and some of these knuckleheads just don't get it. And when it comes to consumer protection, I know some of the judges in Terrebonne Parish issued $1 million bonds. Boy, that shut down some looting and different things of that nature. But can you bring us through the gambit and tell the people viewing what are some of the things they could do to protect themselves, consumer protection being the topic today?
Well, look, you know, during these storms, and unfortunately these disasters are nothing new to our office. Since taking over as the Attorney General back in 2015, we had a series of floods and storms and things that have affected us here in Louisiana. There are two things. Number one, we want to make sure that those people who want to give to their neighbors through charitable contributions, that they don't end up being scammed and that money doesn't go off, carted off to criminals who are basically taking advantage of those who want to give. And so we put information out regarding charitable giving. Number two, during these times when everyone is out there trying to put their lives back together and they're out there searching for services and contractors to whether it's putting your roof back on or trying to get the floodwaters out of your home, we want to make sure that the contract that you engage in is legal and sufficient, and that the contractor is going to fulfill the services that he agreed upon for the amount of money that you agreed to pay him. And so we put a lot of information out. We've got a lot of information on our website at agjefflandry.com. We've got some sample contracts. We've got some tips. We tell people never pay more than 10 or 15% upfront for any of the contract services that you're asking to be performed at your home.
The insurance commissioner is joining us, Mr. Jim Donlin. Sir, welcome to the program. Good to see you.
Thank you, Martin. Glad to be with you.
And I'm sure right now you are a very busy man, to say the least. Just in a nutshell, what's your life like right now?
Well, it generally starts out with a radio interview early in the morning, somewhere along the coast, from St. Bernard over to, including Lake Charles still, because those poor folks are still reeling from what happened to them a year ago. Go from there to Baton Rouge to my office, do my emails, if you will, in the morning, and return my phone calls, and then start my internal meetings in the afternoon. At some point during the day, we do a 1-hour call with the governor, with his cabinet staff, and involved agencies, including the Weather Service and the statewide elected officials. We get updated on what they're doing and what we need to do. And from there, I generally get asked to go somewhere, perhaps to do a television interview, speak to a Rotary Club, do the press club, what have you. And I'm making myself available to all of the media at their request. Not recruiting any, because I'm kind of wall to wall, but the demand for public information, for the information for the public, is full time.
And the reason I want to bring you on is, what kind of advice? Because naturally, with Lake Charles, they're still dealing with Lake Charles, and now they're dealing with a devastating storm here. I'm sure agents, adjusters, everybody in the insurance business is probably overwhelmed, probably being passed on to the consumer. What kind of advice could you lay out?
Simply, number one, file your claim. It's late already, but as soon as you can, file your claim. Even if you're not sure that you have a claim to result in payment. But if you have any damage at all, it's important that you get in line to get an adjuster sooner rather than later. The sooner you do that, the sooner you can look for and get a contractor, preferably a local, licensed, insured, reputable individual to do your roof or other contracting needs. And as I said, the sooner you get in line, the sooner you'll be able to access one of those folks. Number two, go online, go to our website. We have a direct link to apply for federal disaster assistance. No one can tell you whether you're going to receive anything from it or not, but you can't receive anything if you don't ask for it.
But they don't nullify each other, the FEMA?
Absolutely
Yeah, okay,
not.
good.
In fact, great question. One of the most often asked questions is, will FEMA compensate me, which they generally compensate for uninsured losses above your coverage limits? Will they compensate me for my named storm or hurricane deductible? Generally, the answer is no. But if your overall claim, or your overall grant from FEMA, which is capped at a certain level, does not reach that cap, then that deductible is included in your uninsured loss. So they don't, as such, reimburse you for your deductible, but it is part of your claim subject to the overall limit or cap on recovery. Next step, minimize your losses. You have a duty under your policy, whether it's a flood policy or a private insurer policy. You have a duty to minimize your losses. That means if you have a tree that put a hole in your roof, you have a duty to cover that opening to prevent rainwater from getting in and causing further damage.
And joining us now is the District Attorney of Lafourche Parish, Ms. Christine Russell, and she joins us now. And Christine, I want to welcome you to the program. Good to see you again.
Good to see you. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Anytime. I want to read a statement that you put across because it comes across really well. And I know looting has been a big thing and a big subject. If there is sufficient evidence of someone looting, burglarizing, or attempting to do such things during Hurricane Ida or the aftermath, prosecute them, do not reduce the charges. Allow the facts of each case to reveal to us those who took advantage of the people in our parish at our most vulnerable time. The things I have heard are appalling, and we will not let them get away with it. That is strong, strong words, and well said, because I don't know what makes somebody have the heart to lose somebody after this.
It truly takes a special kind of person to take people in the situations that we're in right now, the most vulnerable. Some of people who don't have a roof over their head, wondering how they're going to put food on the table for their children. So it takes a special kind of person. I tell you what happened was we brought in our staff for a few hours on Wednesday, those who could make it in, not to work, but just to talk, make sure everybody was doing okay, and to kind of give a message about reminding everybody what our mission is in our office, what our goals are for our community, and why we're here. Why do we do what we do? And I thought that was the time to let them know that we were going to move forward with these cases. And I wanted the assistants to understand, do not come to me asking if we could reduce these charges or put them on a PTI program. These men and women who loot and take advantage and steal need to be prosecuted to the fullest extent. We try to move our dockets. We often plea bargain cases because we can't try every case. But these types of cases and the facts that I've heard about what's going on in Lafourche, and of course, you know as well as in Terrebonne, I mean, it is appalling. It is appalling that we have individuals that we live amongst that would do what they're doing, break into these businesses, into these homes, and take the very little things that people have left. And so these people need to be prosecuted, they need to go to court, and they need to pay for it.
You know, you made a good point about, you know, when we look at the DA's offices, and rightly so, y'all have earned that status to be thought of in the public as powerful people. I mean, that's a fact. You're powerful people. But when you get into this situation, and like you said, you've allowed people to talk and have conversations. They have families too. Your staff has families. You have a family. So it sort of hits everybody at the same time. You almost have to regroup and let people get things off their chest, don't you?
Yeah, you really do. I think, you know, our administrative staff talked about taking care of those in our office, our family members here that we work with each and every day, making sure that they're okay. making sure that we give them a time to take care of their family so that they'll feel as though they can come back to work and function. And so that was our first priority. And we're going to continue to do that. And then we're going to make sure that we go out to our family members, our brothers and sisters in the community, and help them as well. We have an LCSW on staff, and that we've talked about that in the past. That's important to me. And one of the things that she and I talk about is that we want to make sure the mental health of our employees are taken care of. And over the past few weeks, she's checked in with each one of them to make sure that they're doing okay. So we really are a family here. That's been sort of how we have embraced this office when we came in, to make sure that everyone knew that we were one big family. And we'll continue to take care of each other within this office and then, of course, throughout the parish.
What are some of the things that y'all are doing as far as court? I mean, is court in Lafourche still up and running full tilt, or is it just sort of held back a little bit?
Yeah, so it's been indefinitely closed. Our clerk's office has had damage and our courts have had damage, so there is no court. But what our office decided to do was to really try to serve the central and lower part of our parish, where even when it does open again, maybe those people who had court dates cannot make it all the way up the parish to get their court notices. We have scheduled times that assistant district attorneys and court staff and investigators have actually set up sites in Golden Meadow at their town hall, as well as in Lockport at their town hall. And people have been able to come in, and we've gotten the court on the phone, and we've been able to give extensions and court notices. We did that twice so far in Golden Meadow. We did that in Lockport last week, and we'll be Thursday at Lockport Town Hall again from 9 to 11, giving out court notices. So while our courts are closed, we are making every attempt that we can within our office to continue the process so that when we do go back in, it'll be much smoother. Our office hours right now are 9 to 3. We have a small staff that's working each and every day, but our phone lines are open, and we're trying to assist people again so that we can answer their questions, and that so we'll have a smooth transition once we go back to court.
All right, what we'll do now, we'll take a short break, and I want to come back. We'll talk more with the district attorney. I think you all know her by now. She's very compassionate. She's tough, but she's compassionate in these times. And we'll talk more about the logistical nature of what her office is going through right now, because they are sort of programmed to move their cases, make everything happen. When you get into something like this, they've already been through COVID, if you know what I'm talking about. We've said it so many times. Now they have Hurricane Ida come through. So we'll ask her, how do you manage all that? When we come back, we'll talk some more. All right, welcome back. We have joining us once again the District Attorney of Lafourche Parish, Miss Christine Russell. I want to bring this back up on the second segment as well. This was issued by Ms. Russell and her office. Let's bring the graphic back up if we can. If there is sufficient evidence of someone looting, burglarizing, or attempting to do such things during Hurricane Ida or the aftermath, prosecute them. Do not reduce the charges. Allow the facts of each case to reveal to us those who took advantage of the people in our parish at our most vulnerable time. The things I have heard are appalling, and we will not let them get away with it.
We are here in Dulac, and I got to tell you, as we came down Orange Street, it's tough. They got hit pretty hard down here. Joining me is T-Mac, but they call you T-Mac. What's your real name?
Eugene.
Eugene.
Eugene Lodry.
All right. And how about y'all? What's your name?
Malik.
And your name?
Kevion.
And tell me, T-Mac, y'all are living in tents. Your house was destroyed. The whole area was destroyed, but y'all are making do and making it happen. Where do you get that spirit from?
Hey, this is where we was raised, brought up.
Yeah.
So.
And what do you do for a living, T-Mac?
Live with everything, shrimp, oyster.
Yeah.
I live with everything.
Did you stay in the house during the storm?
No, not here.
Yeah.
Across my mom's.
And how was it?
Oh, it was rough. It was scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So tell me about the setup you have here, because you put together a sort of like a tent hotel. You got a few tents, huh?
Yeah, yeah. That's the gift. You know, I could go with my mom's But we got a gang of them over there, so I set this up, give them a break every now and then.
Right.
Come chill out here, try to clean up a little bit.
That's a lot of cleanup, T-Mac.
I don't know where to start. Help everybody else, but I don't know where to start for myself.
Right, right. How long have you been living down here?
All my life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were born down here?
Right.
Yeah. Have you ever seen anything this bad?
No, no, sir. And I stayed for all of them pretty much since Andrew. But this one right here was like that, dude.
So where do you go from here, T-Mac? You got no power, obviously. I saw the garbage truck coming down the street, but what about insurance? I mean, is that a problem?
No insurance.
No insurance.
No insurance. That's what you have to do. We just gotta do what we gotta do.
You're gonna rebuild like you always do.
We're gonna make it work. Yeah.
I'll tell you what. I love your spirit, and I love the fact that, you know, and I want to show them. I want to show everybody in the city of Houma and everywhere else watching that has power and are back in their homes. This is reality.
Yeah, exactly.
This is reality.
Look around.
Yeah.
Look at the trailer over there. Look at this house. Yeah, I'm not the only one out here.
I know. It is just obliterated. This street, to me, is ground zero. Orange Street looks like ground zero. It looks like whatever happened on Orange Street was so destructive that it's unbelievable. But
oh, the whole Bayou. The whole Bayou is tore up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I think it's going to be a Cat 5 when it's over with.
Yeah.
There's no Cat 4 here.
No.
This is a Cat 5.
Yeah.
Well, look, I'm learning a lot from guys like you to set up tents and to do what you got to do. And, you know, sometimes I guess we get used to the conveniences, but coming out here today is eye-opening for me because y'all are doing what y'all have to do to survive right now.
Right. That's what we do all the time, dude. We got to survive, dude.
That's right. Folks, I don't know how to describe what I'm seeing here on Orange Street, but I'm seeing a lot of it on the bayous. And we're gonna go, we just talked to T-Mac, but let's walk up here. This is incredible to see the destruction that has happened on this street. As you can tell, homes missing. And excuse me, sir. Yeah, how you doing? How you doing? What's your name, sir?
My name Cantrell.
Cantrell, you live back here?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tell you what.
It's bad. It's bad. I never seen nothing like this before. Like,
unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Very unbelievable. Lost everything.
Did you stay here?
No, sir. No, sir.
About to say, I'm glad you didn't by the looks of this.
Yeah, we went to Alabama, me and my kids.
But the whole street's like this.
Yeah. Yeah. Everybody. Houses gone. Many people homeless. A lot of people homeless.
Yeah.
Like my friend right there, he stayed next door. He had stayed for the storm.
You stayed?
He stayed.
Come over here, let me talk to you.
He got terrified.
What's your name, partner?
Derek Lacoste.
And what was it like?
It was crazy, heart pounding. It was crazy. The roof came down, the walls blew out. We escaped with our lives, but we okay now. It was crazy. I took my truck and ran over a roof. We got trapped in the little corner of the steps right there. All kind of stuff, bro. It was crazy. It was real crazy. I ain't staying.
Did you have your family in there with you?
My mom and my dad. Bro, that was the first time I ever seen the wind just take them like that.
Are they safe? Everybody safe?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. And but it was for so long too.
Yeah. I was right by the door watching it. I was videoing. I got some videos on my phone of me telling them to hold on. You actually seen it coming. We got hit by 3 tornadoes. That was crazy because I seen them coming and you heard them coming. You heard them coming. Look, the trees, they got a whole path back.
Looked like they came right behind you up.
Yeah.
From the water behind you, right?
Yes, sir. You go to the levee, you'll see a whole path coming straight to our house. And it must have passed right here because you heard it coming. It sound just like 18-wheeler passing, except you don't hear the motor.
In LaRose, Louisiana, on Chester Lee Street, and as you can tell, the mud. Come check it out, Dwayne. I'm with Dwayne Dupree, who's on camera today, and this is just nothing but mud. In between the streets, they've cleaned them off. But folks, this is incredible. I've never
seen this from a storm. The amount of mud that is caked on these streets is unbelievable. I mean, look at the front of people's homes, and people are cleaning up, and they're trying to make the best of it. But how do you clean this up? I mean, this is as far as the eye can take us. This is like, we used to call this as kids goulash. This is slush. Look right here, Dwayne, right in front of the Jeep. They got to walk through this to load up their vehicles. This is incredible. You could tell it's hampering the drains in the area. And I see people working. Let's see if maybe we could get a couple of comments from somebody who lives here. I see people are checking out all of their, belongings. But I haven't seen this yet. This is incredible. This is a sea of mud. And how it all got deposited here, I don't know. I'm going to learn, I guess. Hello, how are you? Hello? How you doing?
I gotta unplug my
You've seen better days, huh?
Yeah.
How you doing? Martin False, HTV.
Pleased to meet you.
You doing okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's your name? How you doing?
We gotta keep the freezer plugged, save the food.
Oh yeah. This is amazing. I've never seen anything like this. Where's all this mud come from?
And the coastal in the front.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is incredible.
That's the worst part.
Hey, let's go. Let's look at it. Have you ever seen anything like this?
No, never.
And what's your name again?
Jay Barrios.
Okay. Wow. This is a sea of mud.
That's his roof.
Look back here, Dwayne. It's almost ground zero. Did y'all stay for the storm?
Yeah, we stayed. We stayed across.
Really? What was that like?
That good?
Is it the worst you've ever been through?
Yes.
And how old are you?
61.
So you're around my age, and you were young for Betsy, and of course you've been through Andrew.
Too young to know.
Yeah, you're right. And y'all been cleaning up and just doing a lot of things, huh?
Yeah. Trying to remodel. They just finished remodeling a month ago.
Yeah.
Now we got to gut it all.
Yeah, all extensive. You got a lot of water in the house too?
Just rainwater.
Rainwater?
Actual flood waters came about 2 inches from getting in the house itself.
Oh, really?
So touching the vinyl, my floor's a little higher.
Right. But did you look at this, Dwayne? Check this out. I mean, look at this. Blackjack.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that is. Have you ever seen anything like this?
Everything, all these trees didn't have a leaf left on them. So they're saying it's toxic, but everything is growing pretty good.
Boy, it comes back, doesn't it?
Crazy.
But y'all on the eastern eye wall, right? Right here?
We never got the eye.
I mean, you stayed on the eye wall the whole time. Yeah, it'd have been nice if you'd have got the eye, huh?
A little while.
Yeah. Man. And just look back here. Check this out.
This was a patio.
You have a backhoe, anything to do to clean it all up?
I got a friend of mine to help me, but his machine's broken.
Really?
We did part of it. He's gonna come help us pull it out with a four-wheeler.
I could sense you're going through the same thing a lot of people have been going through, and emotionally it just knocks you down, doesn't it?
Excuse me.
No, that's all right. Folks, you can tell. I mean, that's the emotion of this storm. All the way through, you can tell what it's done to people and to clean up.
We not the only one.
Right. I mean, there's so many, right? How long you been living here?
36 years.
Yeah.
But everything came this way.
Yeah.
All their stuff is here. All their stuff's here. And my patio is actually in the corner across the cross street. His shed is on top of that, but 600-800 feet away. It flew. It didn't float. It flew.
You know, it's one thing to get the wind, but y'all got the wind in the water.
Everything. The wind, the water, the mud.
The water was up to the back of that truck.
Yeah. When the winds were hitting over here, describe the winds, because if y'all in that eastern eye wall, it had to be evil in that eastern eye wall.
It never let up. We watched it out that door over there. We just watched everything fly.
Yeah. Had to be a bit scary too.
Holding on for your life.
Did a lot of people down this street stay?
Probably a handful.
Handful?
Not too many. We were supposed to leave 2-3 times with hard-headed.
Yeah, we all get a little bit hard-headed at times, huh?
Yeah.
But I guess if you ever see one like this coming again, you're going to evacuate. Huh?
After two, we're going to go on vacation. After this, we're going to need a good vacation. We could buy some more meat and save. You can rebuild, but
yeah, you're right.
No, we'd have been better off, size to save, but with the whole thing would have gone, then what you're going to go through.
But I guess the good side of things, nobody was hurt, nobody died.
Excuse me?
Yeah. We'll be back with a lot more of our coverage of Hurricane Ida as we look back on the last 4 months.
If you are suffering from chronic cough, bronchitis, reactive airway, or persistent asthma that's difficult to control, or diagnosed with COPD, please listen carefully. You may be suffering from allergy sinus bronchial asthma syndrome. For as we now know that undetected or uncontrolled infection in the upper airway can affect the lower respiratory tract. If this is happening to you, please call us for an evaluation.
Save during Kia's Command the Season sales event at Barker Kia. Get 0.9% financing for 60 months on 3 of our most popular models. 2022 Kia K5, Sportage, and Soul at Barker Kia in Houma, or shop online at barkerkia.com.
I don't think it makes a difference in the world whether or not Ground Zero is Grand Isle or Terrebonne or LaFouille. We all getting hit pretty good. Don't go to sleep on this tonight and think of it as a 3 or a 4. I don't know how to describe this to you who are watching. I'm talking about mud all across the street, and it's humbling. And I get it. I know people who are in other parts who've had damage. They want to get back. They want to. We're the same way. At HTV, we tried to get our antenna back up. We got it up today. But when you come here, people over here, they don't really care about an antenna. All they care about is, first of all, that they made it through. You heard them saying reports of 180, 200 mile per hour winds, the mud from the Intracoastal Canal. In a lot of them's homes, we can't even get back there with the vehicle. So what we're showing you now is on the mid-scale. Further back, you can't even get back there. So this is incredible. A sea of mud in people's homes, and it's changed the way people think. This storm has rewritten the books on the way people think. And I guarantee you, if they don't change this to a Cat 5, they're terribly wrong. This is a Cat 5. There's no doubt in my mind. Yeah, morning, Father. What's your name, Lane?
Lane, yeah.
Lane, what was it like? Your neighbor, Mr. Barrios, told me you sat it out right in here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was rough. You know, then the water came. Then both flew all this way. With the wind, then the water came.
Yeah. Lane, is this your wife? Hi, Martin Falls. Yeah, how you doing?
Good.
You doing okay?
Yeah, I mean, we're lucky our house survived, but it's the mud, the neighbors is horrible. They lost everything.
Oh, I know.
This was a beautiful neighborhood.
Yeah.
We never see grass for a while, you know. That's what I miss is my yard.
But I'm just shocked. I've covered so many storms that I've never covered a mud bowl. This is mud everywhere.
Yeah.
And
Ida was like a monster. She was bad.
Yeah.
He didn't want to stay. He wanted to stay. I wanted to leave, but I stayed with him because he wanted to stay, but never again.
Right.
I'm not
and
staying.
I think, Lane, I think she done told you she's not staying for the next
Me and
one,
my
right?
son are gonna leave.
Nah, she could go. I might stay, but I don't want to do her that again.
Ted Duh, huh?
That was scary, yeah. I thought we were gonna die. My son panicked. We saw the water coming up to the step of the porch. It was getting higher and higher. But those shutters saved us.
So, yeah.
My house barely shook, and my son blew up the mattress. He took a life jacket, and he didn't panic. We were getting ready to tell. We didn't know what was gonna happen. But thank God. Even our dog was all freaked out.
Yeah.
She's out her yard, you know.
But the mud that it brought with it, I mean, have you ever seen that for any storm before?
Oh, no. We've been here 26 years. Never have we ever.
Never had water where you're standing.
Never.
In all these years, and it got 32 inches in here.
What was the winds like over here?
Oh, it was bad. You could hear it.
I don't know how fast.
I thought we were going to die. I really thought we were going to die. I was praying to God, and please, my mama passed away 12 years. I was praying to my mama, please help us.
Yeah.
I was scared. I'm afraid of high water.
But the winds had to be ferocious.
It was bad. We could hear everything hitting. You could hear everything flying. You couldn't see out the
Oh, it's clean now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It was bad.
There's some tin everywhere.
We were underwater
Roofs.
for 4.5 feet underwater for days. Nobody came to check on us. People were in pirogues. Our neighbors brought us bread. We had bought groceries, but they brought us bread, ice, and water. We had nobody checking on us from the parish, nothing. For 5 to 6 days, we were stuck here. And people in back is worse.
It's worse than this?
Oh, yeah.
In the back?
Some of them had mud in their house. They went to water, they put them in their house. The neighbor across, they lost it to get their whole house out. The one on the side of me, the same thing. But a bunch of people lost over here. We're lucky. For some reason, maybe this house was built well, I don't know. We were very lucky. The chimney came off and threw it right into our fence. And he lost all his tool, his machinery for welding. That was bad.
I didn't have flood insurance. I never thought it would flood
They told
like
us not to
that.
buy flood.
Right.
This is a no flood zone.
How do you spell Lombas? We want to get it right on TV for you.
Lombas.
Okay, Lombas. Lombas. And Lane, L-A-N-E?
Laine.
L-A-I-N-E. You added an I.
Yeah.
You had to be different, huh?
Oh, my mom.
And you?
Gina, G-I-N-A.
Okay.
My maiden name was Donta, actually.
Okay. Yeah. But thank y'all for your time. I
I didn't even know
appreciate
y'all
it.
were coming up here. I didn't even know that.
We just happened to pop up.
Come see the mess, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, we heard it was bad.
You don't know what to do with it.
The backyard's disgusting. If
Oh,
y'all
yeah.
would, well, you have your boots ready.
I
you
did.
see?
I got my boots
Yeah.
on.
Where's your boots, bud?
You didn't think like I did.
Are you a Cajun?
Oh, yeah.
You didn't bring your boots, huh?
Yeah.
But we-
Anything y'all need? I know
No, we're
across
happy,
the street he needs
good.
some help cleaning his mud and all.
We're happy that we're alive.
Okay.
That's what counts. you
Yeah,
know?
you're right.
This
The
is the first.
important things in life.
This is the first time I ever felt like so helpless in my life. We've never asked for help before. I've never been in line for a free meal in my life.
Right, right.
You know.
Yeah, well.
All our shrimp, sheds and ice plants, they all gone. Here in Lafitte, that's where we work. We got to go to y'all now, Houma. That's the only functioning, shrimp sheds and ice plants.
And he's happy his boat stayed.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that would have killed him. His master Brandon.
Still got the way to bring it in.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm lucky because a lot of my friends didn't, they lost their boats. They broke loose and sunk.
Well, it was certainly nice meeting y'all under such tough circumstances, you know?
I got you.
Good.
Have a
Lane,
good day.
good meeting you. Lane with an I.
Yeah.
One of a kind.
And Gina with a GI.
There you go. There you
Not
go.
too many of Ginas around.
Right. Well, you had to separate yourself from the pack.
Yeah.
There you go. All right. Good luck to y'all.
Thank y'all so much.
All right. You're welcome. We made our way to Galliano, and I'm going to walk with the crew just down a little bit to give you a pretty good indication of what took place in Galliano. And I mean, as you look down the street, piles like this, one after the other. I mean, there's definitely a lot of damage, a lot of debris, roofs blown off, some totally gone. We have a gentleman over here working on his property, as you can tell. the roof collapsed or somebody else's roof is on his, but it's a mess. It's unbelievable what you see from town to town. And a lot of the towns look pretty similar. It's just debris as far as you can see. This is East 116th Street here in Galliano. And like we needed a black cat to wander upon us right here, we just hope it doesn't cross our path. But this is incredible, the amount of damage. Watch the power lines. And as you can tell in the back, total buildings collapsed. Back here, roofs collapsed. Where do you start? You know, and that's the big thing with people cleaning up. That's why we harp so much with insurance companies. I want to make sure that people get covered in whole, because, I mean, we're hearing horror stories out there. Now, some of them are doing a great job. Not all insurance companies are bad, but some of them are giving people the runaround, and that's ridiculous. All right, so I know we have Councilman Daniel Lorraine that's going to meet us out here in short order, but on this first segment, we'll continue just to show you the damage down these streets. For the most part, everyone's taking care of their own property. You can tell right here, can't find a better job of stacking up, compacting, and making sure it's off the street. And it seems like for the most part, people in this area kept their trash off the street. It's waiting for pickup here in Galliano. Hello, how are you? Did you stay for the storm? Can we come up and get a few words with you? All right. Hey, how you doing? Hey, it's okay. It's all right. And as you can tell, railings have blown away. So Cindy, how long have you lived here?
Since 2005. Well,
So the year Katrina hit, you've lived here.
Yes, yes, sir.
I see the damage on this street and on the other streets. What was it like?
It was terrifying. I'll never stay for another hurricane again.
And I imagine at one point when you were into it and it sat on y'all for about 8 hours, you were going, why the heck did I stay, right?
Right. Yes, sir.
Describe what was going on.
It's just the most foul wind you can, I mean, just this horrible. I mean,
Might be a adjuster. You got to get that for sure. You've been waiting. How you doing with the insurance? Have y'all, a lot of people on the street been handled pretty well?
actually, my adjuster came on the 14th, and I'm yet to hear from him yet since.
So it's taking a while.
It's taken a long time. Yeah.
But I can tell the street looks fairly good. People have been working on this street.
Oh, we've been kicking butt over here, yeah. Every day.
You handle your own property, huh?
Yes.
Isn't that the way it is down here?
Bayou LaFou Strong.
Yeah.
That's how they say it.
What's your dog's name?
Pootie.
The watchdog, right?
Oh, yeah, he's Pootie for sure.
All right, good deal. I'm just checking out a slab, and I'm talking with the owner right now. No FEMA, no help. Were you insured?
Nope, I just had it done. That's part of it on that boat over there.
Oh, part of your house is on the neighbor's boat. Okay, I see it, yeah.
The rest, I don't know where it's at.
Wow. Hang in there.
Not even a $500 like everybody else, not even a penny.
You didn't get anything?
Nothing.
Wow.
And I saved all of that picking up in the neighborhood. That's what I got left in my name. My truck don't even work or start. It's in the back by my mama.
Yeah. Obviously, our guest does not want to be on camera, so we'll just sort of make her plead for her. There you see her home, completely lost. Still waiting on FEMA to help out. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
And what's your name?
I'm Shelby Vizier.
And who's the young fella?
This is Baby Nick.
Baby Nick, how are you, buddy? Baby Nick's going, okay, what you doing in my neighborhood? Good.
This is my neighborhood, sir.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm just coming to check on my grandma.
Okay. Did you stay for the storm?
I did stay for the storm in the house back there.
How was it?
It was scary. It was definitely scary.
Will you ever stay again?
Yes, I will.
So you tough, huh? It didn't get to you that much.
No, I guess not. I think that's the worst one we're gonna get, so we're gonna be all right.
You're right. This is the benchmark.
I hope. I certainly hope
Yeah,
so.
we don't want it any worse than this one, do we?
No, we
So you
don't.
cleaning up right now?
We've done cleaned up already. Everything was clean since we stayed. We just worked since, and everything's good.
All right. All right, baby Nick, you be good now, okay? Baby Nick's just chilling. All right, y'all take care. Bye-bye. All right, we're gonna try to talk to some people here in the area, telling Dwayne and my crew, watch the nails. Let's see if we can make our way back here. And we're gonna try to get a little interview. We're gonna show you what some of the folks back here are going through. As you can tell, he's cutting his trees and making them go. Let me see if I can you're pretty high up, but you're getting it done, right?
Yeah, I gotta get this tree out so they can run the wire for the electric and stop the pole when the tree fell on it.
Yeah. All right, and how was it, Randy?
It was bad. I'll never ride one out again.
And how many have you ridden out?
Huh?
How many have you ridden out?
This is the first one that was bad.
Yeah.
I mean, I rode some of those tropical storms, category 1. Nothing like this, never again. I got scared.
How fast you think the winds were around here?
150. Got you see that roof of that house flew over here and smashed my camp. I mean, it flew. I wish I could have caught it on film, but I didn't.
Yeah.
So, it was bad. It was bad.
And you doing all the cleanup, right?
Yeah. I'm the only boy.
Yeah. Now that you've come out the tree for a little while, maybe if you can, for our audience out here, just describe once again what you went through.
Oh, hell, it was crazy. It was the wind. We laid these trees down. I mean, I never seen nothing like it. Yeah. The force of the wind was just so bad. It was steady too. And I just don't want to go through that again.
But there's just so much cleanup, and I think people across the country, especially a lot of people watching us on YouTube or Facebook, they don't understand that round 1 is the storm, round 2 through 15 is the cleanup.
Yeah.
Or I should say 2 through 10 is the cleanup, and then 11 through 15 is the insurance companies.
Right. Yeah, it's a process we go all through. And it's just going to take time, you know.
What's the mindset of most people? I talked to Cindy and Mark, and numb?
Numb. They're just numb. Just don't know what to think. Just get it done, and that's how we are, you know, down here.
And so your mom lives here?
Yes.
How does she do?
She did good. She stayed inside, and the 2 trees fell in the back. She felt the trailer move a little bit, and the roots came up, and she felt that, and she said everything else was good. I don't know, trees helped for the wind, because most of the trailers I seen was gone. Yeah. And they didn't hurt it. You know, knocked a couple of blocks out. So I'm gonna let this car pass.
Did she say this was the worst she ever went through?
She never said. She didn't say. My mama don't talk too much no more. She's getting old.
I got you.
She just lets it go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is a good thing to do, right? Sometimes.
Yeah, I wish I had the patience and stuff like that she has. I don't know no more. Like me, right now I'm numb. It's just mind-boggling, you know, to see everything. Especially when I got on the highway and I seen the boats flipped over, and it's still crazy.
You're still processing.
Yes. It takes a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
And I don't know where to start. You walk outside every morning and just like, you got 5 things going on at one time and just don't know where to start again. And then you just start. It's just,
You need any help? Maybe somebody's watching it and want to give you a lending hand.
well, no, I pretty got this.
Got it.
Give me something to do.
Yeah.
But I appreciate it though.
All right, Rand.
Just right now, just got to get that pole up. A few people got electricity yesterday, day before yesterday, and they got a pole I got to fix. It snapped the pole and the tree fell in the water.
Good luck with that, buddy.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to get it.
All right, Rand. Thank you, buddy.
You got it, man.
All right, buddy. Hey, what's your name?
Krista.
Okay. And you live here too?
Yeah, it's my grandma's house. Ours got blown away. We were living down in Golden Meadow. It's not there, so I'm helping my grandma clean up and everything, get her back situated before we haul.
And what's your last name?
LeBlanc.
LeBlanc. And did you stay for the storm?
Yes.
I see that smile is not a smile of joy, right?
It was pretty intense. If it wasn't for my boyfriend, I would have stayed in my trailer, but he was like, no, we got to go. Yeah. So.
Describe it. What was it like?
I slept through most of it.
Did you?
Yes. Like the first 2 or 3 hours, I was up and we were in the Golden Meadow projects and we seen the roofs come off. I was talking on the phone to somebody and I went to go walk up to the back window, and as I'm walking up, one of their sheds blew up. I was too done at that point. I was like, no, I'm going to sit down, and I slept through most of it.
Is this the worst thing you've ever been through?
Yeah, I never seen anything like it. Katrina, we were here for Katrina, but we left. And when we came back, it was like we didn't have lights or anything, but the destruction wasn't like it is with this one.
Y'all have debris all the way down the street. Just in this yard, y'all have other people's roofs in your yard.
Yes, sir. We lost this one. Whenever we first got back down here, me and my boyfriend would go cut up 2 power poles that was cut for us to be able to pass and everything like that, because my grandma has property right here and my boyfriend has property in the back. His family lives in the back, so in order to get back and forth, he had to cut everything up and move it out the way.
Y'all had insurance?
No. I mean, my grandma does, but I have renters. I do renting.
Yeah.
So I talked to FEMA yesterday. They finally came meet with me.
Are they working well with you?
So far.
All right. Good. That's what we want to check. Make sure everybody's on their toes.
Yeah.
It looks like y'all did a lot of cleanup already.
Yeah. We like men out here.
This is what it looks like further down the street. I'll get out the shot and show you. You know, all the callers, they call me. And once again, I don't mean this to be funny or demeaning, but when you ask me if you should leave a mobile home, here's your answer. Martin False, HTV.
How you doing, Martin? Mark.
Hey, Mark. So, a lot of damage down this street.
Yeah.
A lot of damage on every street.
Yeah, every street. Pretty much every street.
Yeah. What was it like?
It was windy, nerve-wracking, watching tin fly down the street and roofs come off. It was pretty nervy.
Your neighbor over there working in the tree,
yeah,
it looks like he has 2 or 3 roofs on his house that aren't his.
Yeah, he did. The one right across the street flew off and just landed right on his porch over there. Mm-hmm. And actually they had people in that house when that roof flew off.
Wow.
They were scared to death. They got a bunch of animals, and the lady was trying to get the animals in the house, and her husband was saying, you need to get in the bathroom, you need to get in the bathroom. Mm-hmm. And they ran into the bathroom. As soon as they got in the bathroom, that roof came off and flew across the street.
Unbelievable. Now, are you Cindy's husband?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And she told me that y'all adjusted came, but y'all haven't heard from him in a couple of weeks?
I hadn't heard from nobody, with the insurance people. Hadn't heard from FEMA, hadn't heard from the insurance, you know. But it's aggravating.
Yeah.
You know?
And that's the second part of nerve-wracking, the storm and then the cleanup, right?
And the cleanup, yeah. And then trying to get a roofer. All the roofers, they so busy, you know. That's all I need is somebody to come put some roof, you know, and I need a little handrail and a little porch work. That's all that's happened to me. But
how many storms have you sat out?
This is the first one that I've, you know, was this close to it. I rode out of, you know, some twos, you know, here. Like, I think it was Cindy that went up, and then I think Gustav, we went to Mississippi, but this one here, we didn't. There had so many people on the road, it was, you know, I didn't get in from offshore until Friday. And it was, you know, it's like, I mean, the roads were already packed by Friday, everybody trying to get out, you know, so.
What would you estimate the winds were over here in this area?
Here? I would say 180, 190, gusting. Yeah.
That's evil.
Oh, yeah, it was horrific, man. It was horrific.
But like I told your wife, looks like y'all took care of y'all street. Y'all got it looking, y'all got the junk looking pretty neat.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have any shingles in this house here, but I think we picked up every shingle from the whole block out of my yard.
You could almost make a roof with the shingles you got, right?
I coulda, yeah.
Well,
but
we wish you luck, and we hope y'all get it going soon. But like I always say about this area, y'all don't wait on people.
No, no, we move on. We just can't get something, then we'll move on to something else and wait till we get the help to do the rest of it, you know.
Good luck with everything.
Appreciate it.
All right. Nice meeting you, Tim.
All right, nice meeting you.
All right, here's the house that everyone's talking about, where the roof flew off across the street. And as you could tell, the family was living in this house at the time. Roof flew off. They went to the bathroom for safety, and they were trying to get their pet in safety, but you could tell the debris field. Look back here. Wow. There's a lot of cleanup. I mean, you heard the neighbor, Mr. Hebert, say he thought the winds were 180. Neighbor across the street thought 150. Let's take an average, 165. It's still very powerful winds, so we're waiting for the official reports, but there's a lot of debris. I mean, I can see debris. I know the camera can't quite pick it up. It's like any other subdivision. Debris all over the place, and a mess, and a lot of cleanup. And you hear me asking people about insurance. And I'm not asking that to be nosy. I'm asking that because we want the insurance companies to hear that if you start screwing with people now, I'm gonna start calling you out. This is no time to be messing with people's insurance right now. Out of the history of this area, this is the time they need you the most. So deliver, please deliver, so we don't have to call anybody out. You need to help these people. That was 12 feet. It ended up getting 16 feet.
And remember, they added that 4 feet not long ago.
Right.
And thank God they did, you know. And back to, they can only do what they can with the monies they have.
That's right.
You know, and They've done a great job. Everybody has done really a great job. The first responders, the sheriff's office, you know, we all tried. I mean, we could just do what we can.
I want to thank you. You always fighting for the people. I've always known that about you, and I appreciate you sharing a few words with us.
Can I say a couple of more things? You know, Charlotte and I didn't get along too well. We got along about 90% of the time, but that 10% was real bad. But you know, she called me the other day, and we talked, and we always stayed friends. In fact, we got a reunion coming, I believe, on October the 6th, 7th. She said she'll see me there. And she called me, and she wanted to remain anonymous. There were some people that was going to give some funding, and I gave her a few names of, you know, people that's in a bind, and I'm sure she'll take care of it. And I want to say one more thing. I always tell her this. She was parish president for 12 years, and she got more grants than all parish presidents put together, and that's coming from me.
All right.
You know.
Time for healing.
Oh, yeah. I go back and I think, and sometimes, you know, I'm not always right. There was a few times I was wrong, but I remember one thing Tordo said, you gotta, it's two ways over here. It's not a one-way street. You can go either way, and that's the way it should be. But you learn from experience, you know. Listen, I've learned a lot. I'm not as rough as I used to be, but if you don't bark, you don't get nothing. And sometimes when you bark, you still don't get nothing.
Bark in the right spots right now, right?
Yeah. We need all the help we can get. And I personally want to thank everybody, you and your crew. I told you this the other day, you always bring the local news. You know, the Bayou news and the local people, and that's very important. Because if we depend on all these big stations from New Orleans, once in a while they might put you a little sound bite. But you seen the damage? Mm-hmm. I mean, and not just here, in Chauvin, Terrebonne, all of them low, like we are, Leeville and all, it's Fouchon. That's your hub, Fouchon. Yeah. Hey, it got hit hard. But we're gonna put our head up, pray to God, and
Tell me what's going on. The mayor tells me y'all doing a knockout job, trying to get people back with some kind of purpose, and you know, a lot of people unemployed at this point. But first of all, tell me, when did y'all, I guess, show up on the scene, and what's it been like?
It's been fantastic. We're here from the Louisiana Workforce Commission. We have been going to impacted areas, those areas that have been most impacted by Ida, helping people with their disaster unemployment assistance claims. So we're in Lafourche today and tomorrow. We have been to St. Helena Parish, Tangipahoa, Ascension, St. John, St. Charles, just wherever we need to be, wherever we need to go, that's where we'll go to make sure that our citizens get the help that they need.
How hard is it to come for people watching? What do they do when they get here?
So they just need to have proof of their identity. And these wonderful people at LWC will help them through the process. I know sometimes on the phone it's hard to get through just because of so many people trying to call at the same time. But you come here and we are socially distanced. We have people outside as well as inside our state-of-the-art mobile workforce center, and they will help them with their claims.
And we appreciate y'all being here. What's it like when you see the emotion on people and they're devastated, for lack of a better word, and y'all may be one of their only hopes they have to get moving forward?
This is why we do the work. This is what we're here for. We don't want to be stuck inside. We want to be out here helping the people, and that's what we're doing. And it's just so gratifying when people tell you how you've given them hope. So that's what we want to do. That's what we've always done. That's what we will continue to do.
A web page that they could go to if they're watching?
Absolutely, www.laworks.net.
Maria, thank you so much for what you and your crew are doing. We appreciate it, and thank y'all for helping the people.
It's our pleasure.
A lot more on what I consider a Category 5 hurricane. It will be a Category 5. We'll be back with more.
There are many strengths in our cancer center. I think one of the biggest is patients don't have to go elsewhere to get technology for their diagnosis and treatment of their cancer. Our treatment machine, the Linear Accelerator, allows us to pinpoint and treat cancers with more accuracy than ever was possible before. Mary Bird Perkins Cancer Center provides leading-edge technology with the highest quality care and the best treatment options unique to each patient.
Are you looking for a new or used vehicle? Well, come check us out at Barker Honda because we get new, updated inventory daily.
We're offering top dollar for your trade.
Give us the opportunity to buy your car.
We offer new and used financing.
Come check out our award-winning trucks.
For cars, trucks, SUVs, come check us out.
Our sales specialists can help find the vehicle just for you.
We're getting new inventory daily.
Come down and see us on Martin Luther King Boulevard in Holman. Always remember,
it's better at Barker. I don't think it makes a difference in the world whether or not Ground Zero is Grand Isle or Terrebonne or Lafourche. We all getting hit pretty good. Don't go to sleep on this tonight and think of it as a 3 or 4.
The mayor of Grand Isle, you've once again a camera on the building. We've always talked to the mayor in Grand Isle, David Carmadale. And Mayor, it looks like just right here at the Grand Isle Multiplex is where the eastern eye wall started diminishing a little bit, but everything from here back to Leeville looks like Ground Zero.
Yeah, exactly. You can see there's less sand that was going toward the east. Where we don't have rocks in this area going toward the west, and like for Big Daddy's, which is not too far from here, the rock's in. So what happens is you're going to see the scouring, and that's where the levee came across. So you had about 15 feet of wave that came in, went over the levee, and where we have the clay, you can probably see that it made a big, big hole, 15 feet high, 15 feet deep. So in the meantime, we finally got convinced the Corps is supposed to be here today. They just canceled because of the weather. The governor's supposed to show up today, and they had a plan. I said, don't come with a plan without no rocks. If you don't have a plan, you got 3 plans, 4 plans, you better have rocks in it. If it doesn't, you're wasting your time.
Let me ask you this, Mayor, because you're going to ask it too. You're pretty vocal when it comes to fighting for your people. How have y'all been doing with FEMA? Because I'm hearing the song and dance in Terrebonne and Lafourche, and I want to give them due credit if they're doing it, but they keep telling me they have 60 or 70 million on the ground, but maybe it's in their computers and it hasn't been sent and approved back from Washington, but I don't see it. Do you?
No, we had FEMA came for 2 days, Sunday and Monday, and one of the guys that represented FEMA, I think it was a contractor, was very rude to my people, asking some questions that was uncalled for, and why you didn't evacuate, why you didn't take all your stuff out. Here's a young lady that was in a camper, got a good job down here and stuff like that. So I made sure that GOSEP knew about it. And I ain't got time for that. But in the meantime, no, FEMA, as far as I'm concerned, it's called Federal Emergency Missing in Action because it's been like that. Never got no better. It's a lot of red tape for our people. Red Cross has been pretty active so far. We feed our people every day, over 300 people every day. And we on our own, but in the meantime, it's just too many bosses. And then we got a bunch of stuff going on with the building codes, too. We got an engineer come out of Jefferson Parish to help our department for permits. And some of the people, want to put a roof on their head, and it's an act of Congress, and we're trying to work in between that to say, hey, the man just wanted, his wife wanted to say, put a roof on. Right. So it's a lot of stuff that's uncalled for. But I tell you what, the National Guard came in, you see them working. The governor's been sending everything we've been asking for. Right. And I understand that he's been working hard to push things. He's been constantly in touch with us to try to get it from the federal government. But hopefully I get a conference call by Friday through the White House that I can see exactly what happened to the FEMA trailers that I found during the conference call with Steve Scalise that had a picture saying they had 150 of them in Alexandria. And I still don't know where they at, but I know they're still there, meaning they never moved. And, with all the parish presidents on the line, all of us that was on the line, and talking with Steve Scalise, he's trying his best to get it through, and he was pushing it. And it's just a shame that all of us never heard no more. It's just things that's frustrating.
And I want to give credit where credit is due, and I've said this a lot, I think the governor's busted his butt to get resources, and I want to give him credit for that because it's just, but we're going to call out people who aren't. I think FEMA, like you said, missing in action. In the past, I didn't see the Red Cross, but you telling me they're here on the ground helping out, so I want to give them kudos. But why is it so hard for FEMA just not to just get on the ground, have a checkbook, and see the damage and help people out if they claim they have the money?
And the first thing, we've been working to try to get FEMA. I'm talking about for the last 3 weeks. And the problem I'm having, they only come on a Sunday and a Monday. And then I pass it, going up the road and to meetings and all that. And as the storm, it hit all of LA1. I'm talking about Terrebonne Parish, Lafourche Parish, St. Charles Parish. And I see SBA loans, I see FEMA all over the place. And they only send me for 2 days. And Red Cross jumped on right away. As soon as they said it would be here, they're here. Now, you got to apply online. Some of my people told me that you have to go to New Orleans and fill out the paperwork. And we just didn't have the internet here. We're just starting to get a little service now. It was horrible. They could talk to a monkey in the moon in 1964. Now we're controlling a robot in Mars. Something's wrong with this. You can't even talk to each other. The communication was horrible. And the best thing until today was the Nextel, the beeps after Katrina was on a tower talking. So we had no communications. But in the meantime, once we came in and let the people come in on LA1, there's no reason why they should have more representation than that. And I know Cassidy came, Gary Graves came, Troy Carter came, the president, I talked to him, one-on-one with the other mayors and the parish president. We gave a list, and supposedly, hopefully we get an update on that.
Yeah, let's hold that thought. We're going to take our first break. We're here with the mayor, David Cormedale, in Grand Isle, and the western side of the island. From this point on, really, is ground zero. Welcome back once again, the mayor, David Cormedale. Ricky Templet is joining us right now. He's also has all the government on his back right now in the beautiful town of Grand Isle. Ricky, we'll go to you because I understand there's a large water line too that has some problems. Can you tell us what's going on?
Well, currently we're still trying to locate all the breaches from the water line. We have a water line from Lafitte and Jefferson Parish that runs about 32 miles all the way here to the island to supply water to the residents. Naturally, that line was breached in multiple areas during the storm. So as we energize it, we find more leaks, and that's been one of the problems. Part of the line actually is floating and disconnected, and we're trying to figure out how to reconnect that line permanently to provide safety and drinking water for the island.
Let me ask you, Mayor, because when we had that shot, and all we could figure is that roof over there flew in front of the camera before the eye wall got here. Everybody was calling us on camera saying, well, it looks like the eye wall's over Grand Isle. I said, that's just one of the last 2 feeder bands that's over Grand Isle. How strong were the winds here?
Well, you know, some of the gusts that we expected, we heard Joey Buzigard, the mayor, said it on one of the boats, Port Fourchon, was a 195. And the guys that stayed here, they said it probably matched the same thing, between 185 to 195. And we had so many hours of that, and that's what you see as you're going toward Port Fourchon, was at the corner of the eye. And the eye never passed over here at all. Right. So in the meantime, we was at the worst side of the storm.
Yeah, y'all stayed in the eastern eye wall. Terrebonne was in the western side. Right. And I remember doing reports in Terrebonne, and I said I'd hate to see what the eastern side looks like. Exactly. And we're getting a pretty good look at it. Exactly. You and I talked about it, you know. And I was in the hospital with Galliano with window cure. They pulled the roof off when we was there, and them nurses were running all over the place. But in the meantime, the hours, if you notice, 8 o'clock that night, as you say with the stick, at 8 o'clock that night, the mayor from Bay St. Louis, the mayor from Biloxi and Gulfport was in touch with me. And I said, guys, 20 miles make a difference. So hang on to your hat. If it goes a little more to the east, it's a little bit easier for us, but don't put your hat down now. Right. And we constantly talk to each other. You know? Yeah.
And let me say this, we also showed in Lake Cotahuachi, we registered, and I have a picture of it, of winds of 192 miles an hour. So that's a little bit inland compared to what's happening here. I mean, that is serious winds.
Yeah, let me say this, because I told Gordy when he was on the desk, when that storm got over Terrebonne and Lafourche, it really split the parachute. When it got right over land, it was intensifying and not coming down. Like Gustav was coming down when it hit. Right. This storm was ramping up. Intensity in this storm, people don't realize that when it's intensifying, you're getting it a lot stronger than if it was coming down.
Exactly. As it got closer, it just kept on building up. You know, they pulled the roof off right there, and the windows were leaking all over the hospital. And like I said, it stayed a long time. It really did.
Ricky, let me ask you, coming through Leeville, man, I mean, literally looks like the whole area bomb went off.
Well, you know, it's funny you say that. You know, we came through there 2.5 days after the storm to get down here to Grand Isle in a caravan. We had, the weatherman Jim Quintoro with us in the vehicle, and he basically said that this is where the eye came through at, because all you had was sticks, no leaves on any trees, and just sticks and branches sticking up out of the ground. Yeah. So, and it looked like a bomb or like a wasteland in that area.
I use many words over the years to describe storms, but in this area, on Grand Isle, Leeville, and Fourchon, mangled would be a good. Everything looks mangled.
Mangled. You're right. Exactly. And you know, for where we don't have rocks, and he could tell you, we lobby it together. We represent the parish and the town and the state, and it don't lie. All these rocks to the eastern side went through 195-mile-an-hour wind, one of the strongest storms that ever hit us. It's still there. It works, and that's what we're preaching for. And I told you earlier, we decided that if the colonel comes in with these plans, and I told him on the phone, don't come with nothing without rocks, plan 1, 2, and 3, because we showing the rest of the world, on all the senators and congressmen, that we don't want to go knock every 6 months in Washington for the same thing. It took us, 28 days to get the sand off of this road, and scattered all over. Now we're killing ourselves to put the sand back during storm season today. Still not over with. So that's one of the concerns we had. We had 12 breaches, and then I made a breach when they told me not to make a breach, so I get the water out of where the water's between the levee, and I had to fight to get that done, and I said, you arrest me, do what you got to do. I'm cutting the hole to show you that I got to take care of this, because it's not over with the hurricane season. That's our main concern right now. We're still not out of the weather.
And a comment on the rock situation, the mayor's absolutely right. Look, we've showed the Corps of Engineers over and over again that rocks work. The rock jetties help build sand, protect the island, and in a storm, we see it with our own eyes that it made a big difference. But the problem with it is common sense and government apparently doesn't work together. We've shown them over and over again. You see it right before your eyes. We don't need any more studies. We need action now.
And we don't need photo ops. I'll be honest, somebody called me this morning and said FEMA was bringing a trailer to Houma. I said, well, call me when they have 1,000. I don't want to go and get one trailer and let FEMA say, this is what we're doing. Let's get 1,000. Have you heard about the trailers?
Yeah, and like I said, since all the parish presidents, the mayor of Lafitte, myself, was all on the line. And no, when we found them, 150 of them, they were still, and look, I asked them, I blew their minds. I said, it's there. And the comment right there, told them straight up. And the parish president all got on. And in the meantime, I said, just trickle them down. with the massive starts from parish to parish, but they're there. And they got some in Hope, Arkansas right now. Why the FEMA director up there on the conference call, and even the head man, head woman at the same time didn't know nothing about it? We're still not hearing nothing about it. So what you heard, if there's a trailer, thank God there's something coming out, but it's a shame. It shouldn't have
I want to see it to believe it. So let's take another break. We'll come right back with the mayor and the councilman here in Grand Isle. All right, we thought we'd give you a little look at Fourchon on the way out of Grand Isle, Leeville. We veered off. Check out the metal frame on this building. You want to see twisted metal? This is what I mean by mangled, folks. And Dwayne, if you could pan right and get the back part of that, that's just plain ugly what this storm did to many buildings in the Fourchon area. This is one of many damaged buildings. Twisted metal. The word of the day, mangled. Mangled bad. It's going to be the worst storm of all time as far as claims, as far as monies. It's going to surpass Hurricane Katrina, according to the Insurance Commissioner Jim Donelon of Louisiana. And by the shots today in Fourchon, Leeville, Grand Isle, Golden Meadow, you know why. That's the camera shot we showed you for Grand Isle until the roof flew in front of the camera and then it was gone. Immediately after that, callers were going, well, Martin, the eye wall must have just reached Grand Isle. The eye wall had not reached Grand Isle yet. That was a couple of bands before the eye wall. Now, from being on the island and looking at the damage, as you go further east, the damage is less. But from this point on back towards the bridge, buildings are mangled, just totally destroyed. And we're going to show you drone footage of all of that damage because you got to see it. You almost have to be here and feel the damage to understand how strong this storm was. Now, if I could get Dwayne to film down the road here, there's a roof that's missing right down the street. That's probably the roof that flew in front of our camera. It's the only roof in this area that's missing, which tells me that the most eastern side, right when the winds were getting a little less, was from this multiplex on this way. Everything towards the bridge was the eastern eye wall. There's no doubt in my mind. Towards Fourchon. So over Fourchon, Grand Isle, on the western side, over Golden Meadow, over Leeville, ground zero. This is damage. This is ground zero. Mangled would be a new word to use. This whole area, Leeville, going into Grand Isle, mangled. Look at the mud. Camp's missing. Sometimes you think it's a vacant lot, you realize it's pilings. I'd hate to have seen the winds in this area. And this is not on the eastern eye wall. Marinas full of mud. Camps have mud and sand underneath them. Yeah, mangled would be a good word to use. This is where the eye wall went over. I'm gonna get Richard just to pan right over here and just show you what's almost like a graveyard. It's just destruction everywhere. Camps and homes down as far as you can see. Now, what we have here, Dwayne is also about to launch our drone. I'm gonna get Richard to pan over here to the left. Dwayne Dupree is gonna launch our HTV drone. HTV, the hurricane tracking vehicle right here. And we're gonna give you a drone shot of what we're seeing all around us. Now this is right where the eye wall came over, the worst quadrant. And we'll show you some of these shots again as Richard will pan out. And I'm gonna go look at what Dwayne is actually filming to narrate that portion of it. This is ground zero. I know we've been saying ground zero a lot. This is ground zero. There's no doubt from here to Fouchon, the worst of this storm, it just demolished everything in its path. And the only structures still standing were probably cloaked by other structures that sheared some of the wind. And it could be they were built later. Some had better codes than others. But as we give you the panoramic over here, and trust me, the ground level looks worse than the drone shots. I mean, you could just, you're here on the ground, you can see it for what it's worth. But Dwayne's actually moving back towards the west. And there's just not many camps over here or homes that were spared this storm. Debris all over the place. Just met with the parish president and some of the leaders. How's it going with all that?
You know, Gordy, Dove, and the local leaders here in Terrebonne are doing a phenomenal job of working and trying to get creative to help get people temporary housing, because that's been the biggest challenge we've been facing. You know, we've been working with FEMA at the beginning. I think they really underestimated how severe the damage was. And I remember we were on a call weeks ago with both Gordy and Archie Chasson, and FEMA was talking in the terms of hundreds of interim housing solutions, maybe travel trailers, things like that. And I said, guys, I mean, we're talking tens of thousands of people that are without homes right now. And some of them are living in trucks, some of them are trying to find shelter. And so I think after that you saw them pick up the urgency. And so Gordy's been getting really creative about coming up with some parks where you could put large numbers of these travel trailers that we saw after Katrina. And I think FEMA's getting close to working out an agreement where they can get those in quick. I mean, we've got to get the housing shortage addressed ASAP.
Now, Dirk Guidry was asking if federal monies can be used for parish damage. Can you maybe explain how maybe y'all could help in that situation?
Yeah, and that's where we need to get a full assessment. I was meeting with Governor John Bel Edwards in D.C. about a week and a half ago, and we were going over, you know, kind of where we are today, but really the long-term recovery needs. And the full assessment hasn't been done, and that's something that the state is working with each parish on right now. And I'm sure each parish is still assessing and figuring out what their damage is. But once that final number comes in, and it will come in, it's going to be a big number. Then we're going to go work to get that taken care of so that the parish can rebuild. And the state's going to be the point agency for that, but it'll be federal funds, and it's going to happen.
When's the final tally on the winds going to come out on this one?
You know, when President Biden came down, I had talked to a lot of people, especially over in Port Fourchon, where the eye of the storm crossed land. They were clocking well over 190 mile an hour winds. Some places had over 200 mile an hour winds. You know, right now it's listed as a Category 4. I told President Biden, when this is all said and done, this is going to come in at a Category 5. There's no doubt about it. There were sustained winds well over 155 miles an hour, which is the difference between a Category 4 and 5. Frankly, I think you're going to see sustained winds that they recognize well over 180 miles an hour.
That's incredible. What's your itinerary today, Congressman?
Really just getting around a lot of different places in Terrebonne and talking to and listening to people here on the ground and just doing what I can to help our local leaders, from Gordy Dove to the councilman to the Catholic charities that are doing so much to help people. And everybody's pulling together, but there are a lot of needs, and there are a lot of people who still need help. Housing clearly is the biggest. It's not the only issue, but we're going to do everything we can to make sure that the full might of the federal government is here helping people that are struggling to get back on their feet.
It's not every day that the congressman brings Big Mike's barbecue to volunteers, and that was nice of you.
Well, look, I know when you come here, it's good not to come empty-handed, because people here, they've been dealing with some of the worst of times, and you know, it's in times of need where we all pull together. It's what we do. It's what we've always done, and you know, people at Terrebonne have helped out other parishes when they needed help. Right now, Terrebonne needs help, and we all need to pull together, and I think you're seeing that from places all around. But you know, it doesn't help to bring some good warm food and bring some other supplies to help people that are just working through some really tough times.
All right, Congressman, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Good to be here. Thanks.
We're still in Chauvin. I'm going to start with the parish president, because Congressman Steve Scalise is in this area, and he brought Big Mike's barbecue for all the volunteers. That's a strong move on the congressman's part. But, Gordy, what's it mean when you get somebody that caliber to come on the ground? Y'all just met. What was your main concerns?
Well, Martin, of course, we brought forth about the housing situation, and how also where FEMA needs to give the parishes another 45 days, a total of 90 days on 100%, that you don't have to match any money to your cleanups and while you're rebuilding your parish. Right now, by October the 10th, it becomes 90-10. We have to pay 10%. So if we got $50 million worth of construction and damages going on, the parish has to pay $5 million. So, and he said he was going to take that and see if he couldn't get FEMA to go ahead and waive it for at least 90 days, waive that 10% match, which is huge to us, And so with that and housing, we're getting close to getting housing, meaning these travel trailers in front of people's homes. I think it's right around the corner. I don't want to give an exact date until the first one hit. Then I think me and Dirk and others will be hollering from the rooftops when we start getting these trailers in and getting people out of tents and cars and into a decent living area.
You gotta love him, you know what I mean? If there's anybody that's gonna fight for us down here, him and Garrett Graves, they're the two people to go after. I really respect him and thank him for what they're trying to do for my community.
We'll be back with a lot more of our coverage of Hurricane Ida as we look back on the last 4 months.
Over the years, Louisiana's Cajun Bayou has seen more than its fair share of challenges. We're no strangers to adversity, and we know what it's like to struggle. These are unprecedented times, and while people will say this time is like nothing they've ever seen, we've heard that before. And just like all the other times, we'll get through this. Remember the good times. Remember Lafourche.
Tony Alford and Priscilla Larpenter have been the foundation of what is now Alford & Associates. Their passion and vision have been embedded company-wide. It's not just about insurance. It's about making sure that our community is strong and protected for the next generation.
We analyze and then custom design your insurance policies to fit your business's needs, not the insurance carriers.
It's quite simple. It's the mindset of our organization to protect you from life's hardships.
Your benefits are our business.
I don't think it makes a difference in the world whether or not Ground Zero is Grand Isle or Terrebonne or Lafourche. We all getting hit pretty good. Don't go to sleep on this tonight. Think of it as a 3 or 4. Coverage today in Pointe-aux-Chenes, and we're going to go all the way down and try to bring you some different looks. But let's look at this home, for instance. You can tell the main structure blew right off the blocks. So obviously this home was elevated, and some very severe winds, because in the back, structures immediately behind the house, which we'll see in a little bit, and to the side, completely obliterated. So as you can tell,
The ferocity of the storm in Pointe-aux-Chenes, as we heard, is quite significant. And this house just really took a beating. You could tell the exposed creosote pilings, it just blew right off. So I hope nobody was in this home when all that took place, but let's come to the back. And mosquitoes are bad. You know, one thing people don't realize is the mosquitoes that, you know, all the larvae sit in the water, and all of a sudden you have an explosion of mosquitoes in this area. But look at the home that was in the back. My God. The damage here is extensive, and I think we used the word mangled the other day. And I want to bring in Pastor Dwayne Bland right now, because it doesn't look like anybody's home here, but you used to be down in this neck of the woods when you were preaching in your early days, and where were you at in those days?
We were over in the Smith Ridge area in Chauvin. So our heart goes out for our friends here in southern Terrebonne, and it just goes to prove to you that to have your home really secure, you have to have a good foundation in place, and that just speaks about life in general.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this damage, and I know we're going to go down and we're going to pray with some of the people here on the bayous, but it's just really important that they stay focused through this time, isn't it?
It is. I mean, we have history that proves that we'll overcome all of this stuff. It just takes a little bit of time, and just good community friendships and partnerships with each other, and try to figure out how we can help each other.
And Dwayne, let's pan again just to show the audience. Every structure on this property has been damaged, so, and I'll get Richard to keep us timed on our 7-minute segments, but if I could get the good pastor to maybe offer a blessing for this family, because they've obviously sustained quite a bit of damage. We hope they were not in these structures when it hit, but maybe he could lead us in a little prayer, Pastor.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for your provision. You've identified yourself as being Jehovah Jireh, the Lord God who provides. And we pray for this family, or the families that are part of this estate. We ask you not only to take care of them, but all of the families in this community. And we thank you that your loving kindness and tender mercies lifts them higher than they've ever been before. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen, for sure. Because as we take one final look, we'll walk with cameraman Dwayne Dupre and Richard Toops. Once again, I want to thank our entire HTV crew, doing a great job. And we know how important it is for you to see the magnitude of these storms. And the reason we show you this, sometimes I know it's heartbreaking, but it's to try to teach the younger generations too. And sometimes when you make decisions to stay in some of these dwellings, can you imagine if someone was in this trailer, what they would have been going through when these winds were knocking this trailer apart? I'm looking at least 1, 2, 3 trailers, 4 trailers behind this home that are obliterated. And we've used every word in the book on this storm to describe what we see. Obliterated, mangled, and it's been really, you get stretched for words sometimes. I don't even know what words to use anymore checking this storm out. But I hope these folks had insurance. You know, we talked to a lot of people. Some have insurance, some don't. And not only did they lose the home, but look at all the lawnmowers that are buried under the damage. And you could tell that this dwelling was once on a block. A stair was blocked right next to the entrance, so it's pushed completely off. It was in the air, obviously. Look at the pilings. I'd imagine they go up 14, 15 feet, if not more. So not only did it get blown to pieces, it got blown off of its perch, which if anybody was in there, pretty thunderous way to come down. This home came completely off and is down on the ground. Pastor Dwayne just showed me something. I didn't even see it. There's a car. So this was once up off the ground, many feet, and the vehicle got crushed by the home falling on it. And he made a good point. Structurally, the house still good. The foundation collapsed. All the poles in the front bent. So the force on this structure was pretty significant. We pray everybody's all right in these dwellings. And we will continue down the road on Pointe-au-Chien. Once again, I'm with Pastor Dwayne Bland, Thibodeau Family Church. He was gracious enough to come ride with us today to offer some prayers for the people everywhere, really. But sometimes they need a little extra touch on the way. Back on Bayou Time, traveling with Pastor Dwayne Bland today of Thibodeau Family Church, and we're right now at the Live Oak Baptist Church. And as we were riding in, and we'll show you some drone footage as we speak too, but it's incredible the amount of damage in the Pointe-au-Chien area. As you can tell, they have all kind of goods and everything out here that they're giving away and taking care of the people at the Live Oak Baptist Church. Hello, ma'am. How are you?
Hi.
False HTV.
Certainly, I watch you all the time.
Oh, well, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, great.
Yeah, and what's your name, ma'am?
My name is Bernice Poland.
And are you one of the volunteers here?
Yes, and I also live here.
Do you really? Okay, so we have we get the best of both worlds. Where do you live?
I live on the other side, on the Lafourche side. You see, on this side is Terrebonne, and then on the other side of the bayou is Lafourche. Okay. And I live at the very end.
How did your house do, if I might ask?
Not so good. Yeah. The half of the house, all the roof is gone, and then the other half, I have holes all through the roof. So pretty much everything was destroyed in the house because of the rain and stuff like that.
And so your home was destroyed, and you are over here volunteering and helping other people.
Well, I don't do very much, but I come and I help as much as I can.
Well, that is unbelievable. That's a great spirit to have.
Well, we're resilient.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're going to come back. We've come back before, not like this, nothing like this ever. I mean, I'm 76 years old and I've never seen anything like this before. I've been through many floods, but never anything like this.
You stayed for the storm?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No. It was mandatory evacuation to make everybody leave.
Yeah, but some people stay. They get a little stubborn, but I'm glad you left.
Well, everybody left. I don't think there was anybody that stayed.
Good.
Because the police sheriff came and one guy wanted to stay, but they made him leave.
Right.
Yeah.
I want to introduce you to Pastor Dwayne Bland with Thibodeau Family Church, and he's riding with us and praying over people today.
Yes, we appreciate that. We need all the prayers we can get. We've had a lot of support from churches from Mississippi, Alabama, you name it. We've had support from everybody, and it's much appreciated because they have really come to our rescue, really. They have, they've really showed up for us. It shows you what humanity is all about.
Maybe we could get some of all of y'all together. Yeah. Let's get all of y'all together and let the good pastor say a prayer for y'all.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Let me go get.
Oh, we can walk in with you. We'll walk to them.
Come on, this is this is those donations, and we put it all together, Sheila.
This is Pastor Dwayne Bland. He wants to. How you doing?
How you doing?
Good, Martin.
I'm married to Bruce Stevens.
Oh, all right.
He a job in Bosnia.
I know Bruce. Yeah, he's a good guy. Good. Hello. How you doing? Good. And we have Steve Pineville with Terrebonne Parish here also.
Hey. Yeah, how you doing?
And, hello, how you doing?
You're doing a fantastic job.
We have Pastor Dwayne Bland, and he's riding with us today, and he wants to offer a prayer for all of you.
He does. He's been staying here.
Okay.
He actually has been living.
All right. Okay.
Father, we want to say thank you for the resiliency of the people of South Terrebonne. Thank you for their generosity, the generosity of a nation that has poured into this community, and the work ethic that's here today to serve this community. And we know that the blessing of God goes far beyond anything we can ever imagine or hope for. So we thank you that blessing shows up in this community upon these families, and we thank you for the quick rebuild in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
How are y'all bringing all the goods in?
Actually, I don't know. I was kind of nominated. One of my cousins used to take, she does most of the public relations stuff here, and she just started giving out our name, and she got it through the Baptist Association. We've had donations from Texas. The mayor of Brandon, Mississippi was here last Saturday with an 18-wheeler, and we have another 18-wheeler coming in Saturday from Texas. I have a cousin who lives in Mississippi who's also been bringing stuff in every week, every other week. As soon as she gets it, she brings it. Alabama,
Yeah.
yes.
Everywhere.
It's crazy.
Mississippi, Texas.
And I saw Pastor Dwayne trying to sneak something past our camera, but I want to acknowledge he's giving out gift cards. That's tremendous. I just saw that.
She'll appreciate it. Thank you so much.
And we have gotten several.
Everything.
We've gotten
Yeah.
several of them.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah. Appreciate
Now
it.
that's for y'all, okay? That's for y'all. Y'all don't have to give them away. I gave that to you for your
Thank
family.
you. Thank
Okay?
you.
Thank y'all for letting us come in. We appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Need anything? Go shop.
Oh, we good. We good. Give it to everybody who needs it.
We also have someone here from Midland, Texas. And they're cooking for us for 10 days. They're a catering service. They have their own business. And every afternoon at 4:30, he serves meals. He cooks. He gets in here, and he's been staying here. He stays in the church. And I think that is awesome.
We're good.
Really.
Didn't take Joey Seahan long. I've been knowing Joey for a long time. Operations manager for Terrebonne Parish. And we just spoke to Dirk Guidry and also Parish President Gordy Dove. This is a state highway, I want to be assured, but Joey, I know y'all been working from a little closer going towards Robinson Canal back this way, but are they trying to find a culvert on the other side to maybe block that before you pump this?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're gonna dump some fresh dirt. There was a levee there that was put before the storm, of course, it got washed out. So they're gonna reestablish that, and then back south of us, we have a vacuum truck that's cleaning the culverts that go along the canal back this way to our D6 pump station.
Okay, and once again, I'm gonna get a shot, get Dwayne to show. This is the Guy residence that we showed you earlier where the water just backed up. And Joey, are y'all seeing a lot of areas sort of like this?
Yeah, and the main problem is all the sediment that came out of the lake ended up into these ditches, and they just clogged up.
Yeah.
So we've been working really hard to get all of this straightened up and cleaned up, and you know, President Dove, David Rome, our Public Works Director, have been on top of all of this stuff, and our guys have been working 7 days a week.
Right.
So we get into each section as we can.
Yeah. But let me ask you, when you get to a situation like this, which is a state highway, I guess you got to maneuver through that, and there's got to be some correspondence going back and forth.
Well, we're still under the emergency declaration, so President Dove has given us permission to clean out what we can. We're not digging anything. We just basically cleaning the storm debris out, and then the state can come in with their contractors and finish the job.
This is a mess, Joey. So all that water that came from Lake Boudreaux and Lake Robinson onto these folks, all that sediment that came with it, we've seen how much sediment comes with these storms.
Yeah.
It creates a lot of extra work for you guys.
Yeah, it does. But like I said, you know, we've got to give a pat on the back to our crews. They're doing a fantastic job. And again, you got to realize a lot of these guys, they come into work every day. They don't have a home to go to.
Right.
You know,
That's very
so
true.
They're working hard.
Yeah,
And
no
we
doubt. Let me ask you this. This is septic tanks overflowing and all that. How much have you seen in Terrebonne Parish?
I haven't had any reports on that part of it because my main focus has been the pump stations. That's my main job is,
Right.
you know, repairing, because we lost a couple of pump stations during the storm. We got portables on, but I haven't really talked to anybody as far as the Board of Health to find out if what's the impact of the sewage treatment plants that have overflowed. So I really don't have an answer for you.
And y'all are right up the road, I guess. Y'all at Darrell's place?
We were actually at our D6 pump station, and we have a mini excavator on this back levee that's working right now, as well as a pump truck that jets the culverts out. Same one that works in the subdivisions or neighborhoods. It's the same guys that are out here today.
Okay. And do y'all run, I'm sure y'all run into quite a bit of problems that you got to fix this section before you get to this section, because this section won't drain until you fix this section.
Yeah, and so what we try to do is we start at the pump station and then work our way towards the problem. That way, when we finally get to the problem, it can drain. Everything's open.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And so once again, this truck is across. They've come with dump trucks full of dirt so they can, I guess, clog the I guess the culvert or whatever it is. When they call it a road crosser, just a culvert under the ground?
Culvert, Okay. Yeah.
All right. So fancy name for culvert is road crossing. Yeah.
Right.
All right, so how long do you think, once y'all establish that, it'll drain this out?
It's going to take several days, I'm sure, because it's just a narrow single culvert that drains all of these camps, so it's going to have to dewater the entire system.
Yeah.
To our pump, but our pump station is up and running. We have a diesel and electric motor down there. So right now the diesel motor's online.
Well, we appreciate you and your staff out here. Appreciate all the work y'all doing.
We appreciate you.
This is a Cat 5, man. It's a Cat 5, no doubt.
Yeah. I hope I never see another one.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
All right, so Joey Sehan, Operations Manager of Terrebonne Parish. You see a lot of activity out here. Once again, you see the Great All across the street. You see the dump trucks that have the dirt. And I'm learning something new. They're going to block off the culvert on the other side of Highway 56, which allows them to get all this straight and pump it dry. And Joe, if anybody has any concerns or questions, what number should they call you to at least get it on the map? Because sometimes people don't call y'all and you don't know.
The best thing to do is to go to tpcg.org and do a work order, do a work request. That way, because a lot of our phone system's still down. So the best thing to do is try to, if you don't have internet service, find somebody that does and create a work, and we will receive the work orders as they presented to us.
All right.
Yeah, that's the best way.
Yeah, I want to thank Joey Sehan. I want to thank David Rome, Dirk Guidry in this area, Parish President Gordy Dove for responding to these areas. And like he said, it's going to take some days, but just the fact that they're out here, I know is going to make the guys real happy. And when I say the guys, that's their last name, the guys. All right, we're making our way to the Montague Community Center, Montague Gym. But passing down here, first of all, sir, your name?
Clark LaBeouf.
Yeah. Hey, Clark, this whole stretch, man, it just, you don't have a roof, half a trailer missing here, whole trailer missing. What happened down here?
Tell you, we had some winds about 180, 90 sometimes, over 200. But we stayed here. We couldn't leave. We got trapped here. Because it was too late for us to leave because it already blew our porch down. We couldn't get out. So we stayed in the washroom. And when the stuff started peeling, that was, it was, when the eye came, I put the ladder so we could get in and out. But by the time we figured it was going to be like maybe half hour, 45 minutes for that eye to pass. But it was faster than that. It was probably about 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And we couldn't get out because the poles were already on the street, man.
So you had the eye over here for about 10 or 15?
That's it. That's all. We didn't have time to play, bro.
Was it one of those eyes where you could see the beautiful skies?
No.
Hazy?
Hey, let me tell y'all something, what it did to my wife's car. It pushed that car from right there to over here. See where them tracks are right there?
Right.
That's where that car stopped, right there.
Wow.
It blew all the back windows, one side of the window out. It blew all the brake lights in the back. I got a light on the left side where it blew up. You know, it was terrible. The car was just slid like hydroplaned.
Who's your neighbors behind you?
That's Becky Mathern, and you have some Quicks on the other side.
Were
Were they in their homes?
No, they was all gone.
Lucky.
Lucky. And then this is Ricky LaBeouf right here.
Oh, check out right behind.
He just put this trailer up probably 6-7 months ago.
He got to be 16 feet off the ground.
He is, and that's too high for down here. And somebody needs to understand that the higher you go, the more wind you're going to catch. So I've been here 22 years, and thank God I'm only 12 feet in the air, because I got a 2-foot mound right here, you see?
Yeah.
So
now, describe what was going on when y'all were in there and winds were getting to be 180, 190. I mean, did you fear for your life?
Yes, we did. Yes, and I gave my family the opportunity to leave, to go to my mother's house in Houma. They said, no, Dad, you stay and we stay in. I said, come on, man, y'all putting me in a predicament right here. And we just bunkered down, bro. That's all we could do. I got a mattress and I put it on top of us, you know, to be safe. And we rode it through. And about 5 o'clock in the morning, I seen the sheriff call over there with his lights on.
Right.
And then I got downstairs, and I walked to them, and they said, well, we passed. I said, well, I'm going. I got to get out of here. So we went to my mom's house, but it was terrible.
Were you seeing things flying in front of the windows and all?
Flying, man, I tell you what, it was terrible. It was like missiles flying all over, man. It was terrible. And I didn't stay outside long when I put that ladder, because it was flying all over, man. Pieces of roofs, everything, bro. I mean, it was terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible. People's clothes all over in my yard, and whatever you name it, they had it here.
Was this the worst you ever saw?
Yes, sir. Oh, yes. And I stayed here through all of them. But this here was the worst. I'm not staying here no more. I'm thinking about selling and leaving myself.
Yeah. I'd have made up your mind, huh?
Yes, sir, it did. It did. Because this was a terrible one. And we thought it was going to turn. That's why my wife said, maybe it might turn, babe. I said, well, I hope it does. And it didn't. And we was on the rough side of that sucker.
Yeah. So right here where you're at, you on the northeast wall?
Northeast quadrant right here. And then when it switches, look like he come from the southwest over here.
Yeah.
So it hit us both ways, you see.
So you were getting winds, any tornadoes?
I couldn't see. Was that?
Well, the whole thing was a tornado, right?
Yeah, but I mean, you couldn't see nothing, because I didn't want to stick my head out that door and get cut off.
Right.
Because you don't know what can happen.
Well, at least you were quick thinking to have that ladder with you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I had to get out. I had to get out my house, jump down, and go and do it from the bars over there, and then bring it and slide it across where we could get in and out.
Yeah. When everything had laid down and the storm was over, what's the first thing you did?
Haul-tailed. I got out of here. And then every other day I'd come back and feed my cats and put them some fresh water, because they stayed in my shed. And it's funny, my shed and my house, the only thing going is part of the roof, probably about 12 foot of my roof. And then it peeled up over here in the middle. And it pushed my pilings and all, you know, towards the road, all, but, you know.
But your neighbors, half their trailer's going, the one next to it going, the one on the side of you, you're going.
Yeah.
You consider yourself lucky?
Very, very lucky to be in there and have missed this thing, you know?
Right.
I'm very fortunate. God blessed us, man. He really did.
Yeah. You're right, because looking around you,
yeah,
you were lucky.
Very, very lucky. Very lucky.
Well,
yes.
We appreciate you joining us and sharing your story with us.
Well, I thank y'all for stopping, you know, and let the other people know, too, that don't never stay. Don't stay. Get out as fast as you can. When they tell you to haul tail, get out.
Mm-hmm. Perfect words of wisdom. And we'll take a short break. We'll be back with a lot more. Don't go away. We're at Montague Recreation, where we have a lot of visitors coming in. I'm going to turn it over to the parish president, and he'll introduce what's going on today. Mr. Dove, thank you, sir.
Good morning, and we're here in Montague, Louisiana. Of course, the eye of the Hurricane Ida came right over this area, as well as the rest of Terrebonne Parish. And I have the mayor of Riviera Beach, along with the fire chief from Riviera Beach, which is around West Palm Beach, Florida. And we have the police department and members of the fire department, and we want to welcome everyone at Terrebonne Parish. Thank y'all for coming down there and assisting us in this hurricane. Well, it was a devastating Cat 4, which we believe will be upgraded to a Cat 5, or I should say downgraded, however we want to put it. And I want to thank them, and on behalf of the people of Terrebonne Parish and the Terrebonne Parish Consolidated Government and the council, which I have Steve Trosiclair over here from the council, along with the chief of police, Dana Coleman, and Travis Terrio with the police department. And we want to thank everyone for coming. We have Dean Schwest from the Civic Center, and on behalf of y'all coming down here, helping us. This is a time when people help people, and it's just refreshing to see y'all come all the way down from way southeast Florida, and come to Terrebonne Parish in Terrebonne Parish's time of need. So here's the key to the city, to the Assistant Chief, Mr. Johnson. And on behalf of the police department, Chief Coleman will present the Riviera Beach Police Department with it. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the chief, and then I'll turn it over to the mayor.
I would say let the mayor speak first.
Okay, the mayor.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to say y'all glory, but it's just our honor to come and serve you guys. Like I said, it's you guys today, it could be us tomorrow. So we just wanted to make sure that we were a part of helping you guys rebuild in any way that possible. And so it wasn't robbery to us to do a relief day where we brought in products and supplies where we can come in and be a blessing to you guys. So we're just here to serve. I think, give kudos to our team, the police department, the fire department that stepped in, and whatever you guys need us to do, we're here for you. So thank you for the opportunity to serve you guys.
And thank you, and Assistant Fire Chief.
Thank you. On behalf of Fire Chief John Kurt and City Manager Mr. Evans, and myself and the crew that have come up, we just are glad to be here and that we can assist the citizens of this area. I know they're going through a tough time with the hurricane and rebuild, and everybody's here a week or two after the hurricane. They want to help, but we were glad that we could come up, a month, 2 months after the hurricane where they're still struggling, and that we can assist them in whatever we can do. And we appreciate you let us come.
Well, thank you very much. And Steve?
Yes, on behalf of myself and the council, Parish President Dove, once again, I want to welcome you guys here and give y'all thanks to you guys. It's a good feeling to see that people have traveled the 800-900 miles that you guys traveled to come out here and help people in need. We desperately need the help. This area got hit really hard, as well as the whole parish, and along with the other parishes next to us. But it's heartwarming to see the amount of support we're getting from you guys, along with everybody else. We've got a lot of support from a lot of people from all over the country. But once again, thanks a lot, and we really appreciate what you guys are doing. And hopefully one day, it'll never happen, but if you guys need the help, we'll be there to help you guys out. So thanks a lot.
Well, on behalf of the first responders here in Terrebonne Parish, I know our sheriff is absent. I just want to turn this way first and say thank you, Mayor, thank you, Assistant Chief, but then turn to my brothers and sisters on this side of law enforcement and tell you all thank you. Here we have been affected by this storm, and most of our personnel also has been affected as well. So it warms our heart just to see our brothers and sisters come from so far away to give us that hug and embrace us, and not only embrace us, but embrace our whole community. Like we just said just a while ago, it's our turn now. It can be you all here shortly, but just know that if and when you all experience that, we're here also. So from the officials in Terrebonne Parish, especially our law enforcement, government officials, we just want to tell you all thank you.
Well put, Chief. And with that, there again, on behalf of Terrebonne Parish, thank you for coming down here to Montague, Louisiana, in Terrebonne Parish, and God bless each and every one of you. And God bless the people of Terrebonne Parish.
Let's get their name for it.
One more thing, and I'd be remiss to not acknowledge Montague Recreation Department, Mr. Danny, the director of the recreation here in Montague, for allowing us to hold this function here. The building here, that's the gymnasium right here behind us, it's took a good bit of damage. We've got some engineers looking at it. We may have quite a substantial amount of work needs to be done to it. And so they've made do for us to be able to come out here and do this and serve the people of Montague. So thanks a lot, Recreation. Appreciate y'all.
And real quick, let's get the names. We'll start here, Dwayne. Real quick, your name, sir?
Battalion Chief Adam Piasecki.
Officer Justin Borum.
Assistant Chief Mark Johnson.
Mayor Ronnie Felder.
Officer Walter Terrell.
Travis Terrio, Houma Police Department.
Officer Sharice Knight.
Firefighter Nicholas Lozito.
Driver Engineer William Weatherholt.
Firefighter Kirsten Berthold.
Firefighter Paramedic James Thomas.
She's filming, but we got to get her.
Officer Sharice Phillips.
All right, there you have it from the Montague Recreation Center. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back. They're about to feed a lot of people over here. We'll be back in a few. A lot more on what I consider a Category 5 hurricane. It will be a Category 5. We'll be back with more.
Welcome back. We've missed you. We know it's been tough. Because rebuilding your business isn't for the faint of heart. Your business needs a jump start. And we're here to help. Introducing Surge, symmetrical speed fiber internet from eTel Business. Revved up data speeds at 30% off, plus 3 months free. We're glad you're back, and we're here to make your business surge.
Save during Kia's Command the Season sales event at Barker Kia. Get 0.9% financing for 60 months on 3 of our most popular models. 2022 Kia K5, Sportage, and Soul at Barker Kia in Houma, or shop online at barkerkia.com.
I don't think it makes a difference in the world whether or not Ground Zero is Grand Isle or Terrebonne or LaFouille. We all getting hit pretty good. Don't go to sleep on this tonight. Think of it as a 3 or 4. We're at the Montague Recreation Center. Some dignitaries in from Florida. We're so grateful that they are. Mr. Parish President, what does this mean? You know, we've been through these hurricanes. We've seen our neighbors go through hurricanes, but for them to make that long drive and their goodwill, it speaks for itself, doesn't it?
Well, it means a lot more than, they're in that hurricane area in southeast Florida like we are, and any hurricane season can be hit by a devastating one. I know they had one, Andrew, back in '92 that would have been right, I believe, north of y'all, huh? South of them. And it's people helping people and reaching out during the time of needs. And a better place than Montague. I mean, Montague was hit very, very hard, and we thank him from the bottom of our heart. God bless him for coming.
Yeah. Mayor Felder, we always talk about the fact that people have good intentions, but not a lot of people get in trucks and vehicles and make that long trip. Y'all did. First of all, thank you, but what made you want to do it?
I don't know. I mean, we were looking, I had some friends and some attorneys that we were looking to see. Of course, you had the Haiti devastation, and then you guys were going through Hurricane Ida, and we just got together and said, okay, what can we do? We wanted to be a part of, just being able to help people. And so I met with the city manager and said, listen, what can we do for Louisiana and for the victims? And he jumped right on board and says, man, let's do it. We want to be a part of really being able to help people out. And like he said, it can be us tomorrow. And so we witness hurricanes, and we just wanted to come show our appreciation, our gratitude, to come out and help serve the people that really need it. It's like you say, I mean, we can talk it, but we really wanted to put our feet to the ground and to demonstrate it. So that's why we came up. And again, Chief Johnson, Assistant Chief Johnson, really put this whole plan together, this relief plan, and here we are.
Yeah. And Assistant Chief Johnson, you've seen the damage. Give me your assessment.
It's pretty devastating. You know, we've seen some hurricanes in South Florida. You know, we had Francis and Jean back in 05 and 04, and you know, we've seen Hurricane David and similar stuff like that. You know, hurricanes, they don't know any less. You know, they just hit where they hit, and you know, the people of this parish and in this area really need our help. And you know, with the support of the mayor and our city manager to allow us to come here and do what we do. You know, there was no regards for any of these firefighters to come up here. They were like, when do we leave? And you know, that's in our heart to help the citizens of this parish to try to get back on their feet if it's a couple days. But you know, we'll be here tomorrow. We're going to go to another parish, and hopefully, you know, we can do some good.
Mm-hmm. We move over to the police chief, and unfortunately, the police chief has been on this major health kick. And if you could be out here smelling the food they're cooking, so are you going to indulge in some of that food, Chief?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I will indulge in some of it.
Yeah. What does this mean to you? Because I know you're from the heart kind of guy to see your fellow brothers and sisters coming to Terrebonne Parish. I know that had to hit you pretty good.
Yes, it did. Just to see the abundance of, you know, first responders, government officials coming to this area that's been affected so tremendously by Hurricane Ida, it just, it warms your heart. It warms your heart. I mean, we're down a little bit, but I mean, just use the analogy of you got our brothers and sisters in West Palm Beach reaching across the Gulf, grabbing our hand, picking us up. I mean, look at the supplies they're bringing to this area. I mean, they drove, 14 hours to come here to render, you know, assistance to us. So I always use the analogy of one hand wash the other, two to wash the face. They come over here to help us out, and together we're gonna help this community out. So, I mean, I just can't say it enough. Thank you. Thank you.
And all those keys to the city, Mayor, you know that Mr. Dove gives keys that they open the bank, they open the restaurants, they open everything.
Hey, I appreciate this.
Thank you.
We got some tokens of we want to give you guys. Are you able to hand some out?
Great. Bring them on. Yeah.
Just to you know, give you guys some of our tokens. Come from the city.
Thank you.
I'm going to give you this little special here. Chief.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
And so
it's very nice. Yeah, very nice. So like, that's almost like Mardi Gras doubloons. We collect doubloons over here. Right. So, but that's a nice doubloon.
Beautiful. So we think again we get to serve, and I think that's what's special about this is it wasn't hard to do, and I think once you have a servant's heart, and I know all of us have a servant heart if you just look, and it's an honor and a privilege to serve people, and that's what we're here to do. So
thank you. Thank you.
Let me move over to Steve Trusclay here. And Steve, you know, you in the heart of the devastation. Of course, I guess everywhere we travel is, but you've been on these bayous your whole life, and to see fellow public officials coming to town and the goodwill. That's what makes it unique, doesn't it?
It does, Martin. You know, it's like I said earlier, you know, it's heartwarming to see that people travel. I spoke to the mayor just a minute ago and the assistant chief. They travel 14 hours to get here. You know, that's amazing that you know, people have that kind of heart that they want to come out here and help people out that are less fortunate than they are. You know, it's hard to just put it into words, you know, just these guys, and like I said, they're not the only people, but they're here today, and we really appreciate it. You know, the people of Montague, the people of Terrebonne Parish, really appreciate everything them guys do, and the ladies and gentlemen are doing. It's, you know, like I said, it's just hard to put in words. You know, it's hard not to get emotional to see what kind of help we're getting. So thanks again.
All right, welcome back. We're in Lower Montague. And as you can tell by the interview we just had with the ladies who lost their home, we have Danny Soltis and Christine, and all I can say is it was rocking and rolling down here.
Yeah, I didn't stay for this one. I usually stay, but this one I left for.
Yeah, and Christine, when you came back, no roof. It seems like it moved debris all over, but I'm trying to make sense of the debris. Your roof
his back, which tells me some northwest pushed the roof off. But yet, other people's roofs are over here, and they told me a tornado came over this area. From the looks of it, I can believe it.
I believe so too, because they got a lot of things that should be one way and everything else is going two ways. So you find, why my roof's in this yard and in the other yard, it's unexplainable, you know.
And the pine trees sort of twist. So it's a little unusual. But Danny, how long have you been here?
I moved down here in '73. I was raised in New Orleans, and we moved here since '73. I've been through a lot of storms, but this is the worst one I've seen yet.
Any idea? I mean, I'm hearing reports. Looks like the western eye wall came right over here, but I wouldn't be surprised if they caught a little bit of the eye right here on the inside. Anybody say it calmed down for a little bit?
Yeah, I had several people told me the eye passed here, but where I was staying at my son's house on Ranch Road, there wasn't no eye. No eye come over that. It didn't get calm at all, but several people told me it got real calm over here.
Yeah, so and they told me for a brief period, which means it's probably in that western eye wall. Any reports of wind? What are you hearing with the winds around here?
I've heard some people tell me that stayed here, clocked the wind at 180 miles an hour, blowing for 1 hour steady.
And did they have instruments to read that?
Yes, on his boat he had instruments to read it.
180 steady?
180 steady for 1 hour.
Can we say Cat 5?
I know it was a Cat 5. I don't care what the weather people say.
Right, no doubt, no doubt. Christine, is this the worst that you've ever been through?
No, it's not, because I live right next door. I was born and raised next door. So I've been through the Camille thing and everything since I was little bitty.
Right.
And every time we had a storm, we always took off in my dad's boat, and we all stayed storms on a boat. I do not like having storms in a house.
Right.
I'd rather go on a boat and just sit it out on a boat.
What is the worst one you've seen?
But Andrew and all was pretty bad, because we had grass about 4 foot tall, so.
Yeah, but you had a lot more water too for Andrew, right? Well, you had water here from the backflow. I mean,
as far as damage, this is the worst I ever saw.
Yeah.
Being older and stuff.
Right, and Danny, did you ever think you'd have water? I mean, this thing was so strong it broke some of the gates.
Well, yeah, and that's how the water came in. It come up through the bayou, went out down the road, it went across the road and flooded us from the back.
Right.
And I didn't really believe we'd have water, but the gates didn't hold up.
Yeah. Now, y'all were telling me y'all got some help from FEMA?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Is it enough?
No.
Not really, no, sir.
Okay.
We fixing to call FEMA back, and plus some people's coming today, so to try to help us out to get more help.
Now, I know your neighbors. We were interviewing them a while ago, and for the two ladies to be in that house that I'm looking at right over y'all's shoulder, and one of them says she'd do it again. She's staying there again. I said, wow, that's pretty courageous, but I don't know about looking at that home. She described it as a tornado over this area, so that must have been something.
I think what it was, the wind was so strong, people were thinking it's a tornado. But when you get some strong winds like that, they said they almost couldn't even open the door for that last storm we had. But over there, it was bad. Their house is slanted. I never saw their house like that before.
But you know, when you think about it, Danny, 190 for that long a time, that's like being in a tornado.
That's what I say. It ain't had to be a tornado. That strong of a wind is going to destroy anything. We got bad damage, but they got other people that's got it worse than us. Yeah. And what FEMA gave me ain't enough, but I appreciate anything that they do give me. You know, it is what it is.
What's your plan? Rebuild, huh?
Hopefully, don't know. Don't know yet. We're going to have to see till everything's done and then make our decision what we're going to do.
You had a shingled roof?
Yes, sir.
And you had a shingled, wood rafters, and you're thinking about maybe going galvanized?
I'd love to go with corrugated, but it's the money situation right now.
All right. Well, I tell you what, I feel for y'all because I'm seeing all the things that were pushed around by the water underneath, and I'm seeing a lot of things that are just not in place. No. But it's a process, and almost one step at a time, huh, Christine?
Yes, it is. And what's bad, ever since the hurricane, I got a right foot that's hurting me, and I'm trying to help him, and sometimes he's got to do it by himself. So I feel sorry for him that he's got to come by himself to do it. And we really don't get no help from nobody, so not unless you pay him.
Yeah, but that's why you married him, huh? Look at Danny taking it up.
I don't want to come out here because you got diabetes and all, and I don't want her to get nothing wrong with her legs.
Right.
So, hey, just do what I can do. When I get tired, I stop.
Yeah. Well, I admire y'all, folks. This is Laura Montague,
and a lot of damage, a lot of rebuilding, one day at a time. And, you know, if you're watching and you have means and you have materials that people can use, reach out to them and try to help your neighbor, and certainly it'll go a long way. Lower Montague, and wow, this is like a bomb zone right here. So how you doing, sir?
Fine.
How you been?
I'm making it.
How you doing? Martin False HTV.
I seen you on TV before.
All right. What's your name?
Ricky LeJean.
Ricky. How you doing, Ricky?
Yeah, I got a camp down the bayou. It's pretty devastating down there, but luckily I did pretty good.
You own this property here?
No, I had an ice machine in this little trailer. I moved it here thinking it was going to be safe, and
not here.
Not here.
Man, what went on in this? I mean, it looks like the Western Eye Wall came right over here, but this is just massacred over here.
Yeah, it is. I looked at the water gauge, and we was 7 foot below zero here, so we didn't have no water. It sucked all the water out. So we, 150 miles an hour wind, it just blew mud everywhere. I had one broken window in my camp, but the whole inside was solid mud. Even inside the cabinets, mud went through the window seals and everywhere. It was no way to stop it.
A gentleman down the road said someone in a boat was clocking steady winds at 180 plus.
Yeah, I didn't have a wind gauge to find out. Whenever the electricity went out, all my cameras went out, and so I didn't have the opportunity to really look at it.
You were here?
No, I live actually in Gonzales.
Gonzales, okay.
Yeah, it's just
my
little retirement.
Look at the 18-wheeler right here, Dwayne, if we could get a shot of that. That takes a little wind to do that.
Yeah, it does. It's I've only been down here 21 years, but this is the worst I ever seen it.
Yeah, it's crazy. But it just looks like whatever came over here didn't spare anything. And so I'm not so sure you wasn't in that stronger inner eye wall over here, because it really spared nothing.
Yeah, I looked at the radar whenever it was coming over, and we was right in the eye, so we had a break for about probably 20 minutes there until it passed us. So, but you can see all the debris when you go down the bayou. Everything, the wind was blowing more out the northwest coming in.
Right.
So the camps, everything, all the debris flew that way. Then when it passed, it threw everything from the opposite direction.
Right. You can see it coming in going, right?
That's it. We got it coming in going.
How do you? I mean, look, and I know the process. I've been doing this for a while, but before you can rebuild, you got to deal with the loss, and it's almost like you got to take baby steps.
Yeah, you still got to get permits to fix anything, but they're waiving the fee on it, luckily. It saved some guys a few dollars, but being just a little over a month since the storm hit, I mean, these guys, they are rebuilding as quick as, within the first week, people was putting roofs back on and metal back on, and some people are not going to rebuild. They've probably had enough of it. Right. But some people, man, they got crews down there working, and I would have thought they would have tore down 90% of the camps down there, but they have a platform to start with, so they're building on top of it again.
As long as you got a platform, people are going to build.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Foundation. As long as you got the foundation.
Yeah, you got the foundation, you're good.
But Rick, as you step out and you look this way and you look at that building just going, and you look at the amount of damage across the street and all through here, I would hate to have been here for this storm.
Yeah, I know a few folks that stayed down here. They said they'll never do it again. They're scared as they've been in their life. I know a gentleman that stayed on this boat in Chauvin, in his boat, and he said it was bad. He fishes offshore, shrimps offshore. He got a 72-foot boat, but he said I was scared. And he said I've been in 30-foot seas in that boat, and this storm didn't, no comparison how bad this storm was compared to that.
Yeah, and this the worst one you've seen?
Yeah, that's the worst one I've seen.
Yeah, I think this rewrites all the history books and makes people a little older than us say, Betsy what? Because there's always Betsy.
Yeah,
now it's not Betsy.
Andrew was the last bad one that hit here.
Yeah.
But I was very lucky. My camp, I got it all built out of metal down there, and I lost a couple sheets off my boat dock, and that was it. It looks perfect.
Metal seems to be the way to go.
Yeah, put a bunch of screws. Don't even pick up a nail. A nail don't do no good. You got to screw everything together, bolt everything together, and hopefully it'll survive.
I say metal's the way to go, but then you look at the metal building next door, but you see they have wooden studs in it, so.
Yeah, wood studs, and hey, it's old, you know.
Yeah.
Once the, you know, down here, you can put stainless steel. I put stainless steel screws in pretty much everything, and they even rust away. And once those screws rust away, you don't have nothing there.
Yeah, so periodically, some good advice would be for people to check and put some more screws.
That's it. More screws, more hurricane straps, and hope for the best.
You know, I have a barn that has hurricane straps, and my neighbor said, well, you lost your barn on the top because you didn't have hurricane straps. I said, no, I have them. It just cracked all the 2x6 wood above the straps.
Yeah, it's it has no mercy. I also had a little houseboat right here. I moved it over here to, but it's totaled as well.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we appreciate you joining us and just looking around here. Does it get worse down there?
Oh yeah, it's worse.
Oh my
you
God!
got camps that completely gone. The camp on each side of me is completely gone, and the camps that wasn't high up survived. I think the wind came and hit this protection levee and went right over the top of it.
Right, shears it up.
Yeah, sheared it up, and it gets pretty bad down
I've seen
there.
that quite a bit. So if you're 16 feet, you get hammered. If you had 12 or 10 feet, you did pretty good.
Yeah, that's.
But there's an exception to all those rules.
Yeah, if we would have got the tide surge, you know, if it would have went a little further west, you know, everything would have been gone. You know, that water don't have no mercy. It's like a tidal wave coming in. It's gonna wipe out everything.
It is. All right, there you have it from Lower Montague. We're gonna make our way a little further. He says it's a little worse, so we're gonna go take a ride. We're as far as you can go on Highway 55. If you recall, at that floodgate last year or year before, I did a stand-up. I think it was Zeta when we came out here. But Dwayne Dupree on the drone, Richard Toops on camera. I'm gonna walk over to Dwayne's view and show you, you know, it's so peaceful seeing these boats with their butterfly nets, and all the birds seem to forget that we had a Cat 5 here. But as we make our way down 55, you're going to see just obliterated structures. There's no doubt in my mind that this was the eye wall that came over here, and it just, whatever was in its way had damage or got tore up pretty good. And Dwayne's going to make his way down 55 for you, and we're going to show you some of the damage. Some structures look okay, but then others completely gone. Piling after piling empty. Platforms are still here, but no structures. And you saw our interview a little bit down the road prior, and the wind's over here. People in their boats tell me between 180 and 190 as we're making our way back on 55. Behind it, of course, Madison Bay and those areas. This place completely unprotected from what comes its way. As Dwayne continues to move down 55, you can see on the bayou side, just platforms, nothing there. Pictures tell you the whole story here, and it's you know, people tell me that Lower Montague area really took a big hit. Well, they were not exaggerating. Lower Montague took a big hit. But, you know, the funny thing, when you come out of here, it's so peaceful. They're going now because we sort of spooked them with the drone, but the seagulls by the thousands are out here, and there's really nobody out here to mess with them. So, and even if people were here, they're so used to people that they just flock by the hundreds. You know, they're out here making a living, I guess is what we're trying to say. But you see all the water control structures too in this area that
that really serve other areas, but where we're actually standing and talking is unprotected. You see some of the damage that Dwayne is showing you from Lower Montague. And you know, a lot of people already know their damage. I remember in Hurricane Andrew when we were showing on the ground footage. We didn't have all these drones back then, and people were actually watching from evacuated areas to see if their home or their camp was one of them destroyed. Well, people by this point know if their home or their camp was destroyed, but a lot of you living inside the city who never really get out to these bayou areas, we've been trying to show you and tell their story, because their story is important. It needs to be told. And a lot of them struggling to get insurance. A lot of them uninsured. Look at that structure right there as we're talking. It's just completely gone. But the eye wall, no doubt, came right over here. Gentleman on the last one said he got calm for a little while, which means they were right in the eye. So I would say this area had that western eye wall for over 8 hours, and it did some serious damage. And you know, we've shown you every bayou now. Every bayou in Lafourche and Terrebonne Parish, we've tried to document. And next week, we're going to go back to Lafourche and try to document some of the rebuild. Fouchon, if you remember us showing you that, the mangled steel that was taking place. As Dwayne continues to move that drone, give you a first-hand look at Lower Montague. Some incredible looks. We'll close out this segment here on HTV with a little music behind some of Dwayne's shots here in the area, and we're going to show you how close we are actually to the floodgate. There you have it from Lower Montague with our drone operator, Dwayne Dupre, doing a great job for us. Richard Toops on the camera, along with the entire HTV crew, back at home making it all happen. We're going to continue to cover the bayous of Terrebonne and Lafourche Parish right here on HTV. A tough year. People still recovering from Hurricane Ida. We'll be right back.
Here at South Louisiana Bank, we support our neighbors, the organizers, the helpers, the leaders, the dreamers. We support those that move our community forward. Louisiana has grown from the dedication, commitment, and loyalty of the people who call this beautiful place home. We are proud to offer our services to the communities in South Louisiana. South Louisiana Bank. It's better when we bank together.
There are many strengths in our cancer center. I think one of the biggest is patients don't have to go elsewhere to get technology for their diagnosis and treatment of their cancer. Our treatment machine, the Linear Accelerator, allows us to pinpoint and treat cancers with more accuracy than ever was possible before. Mary Bird Perkins Cancer Center provides leading-edge technology with the highest quality care and the best treatment options unique to each patient.
I don't think it makes a difference in the world whether or not Ground Zero is Grand Isle or Terrebonne or Lafourche. We all getting hit pretty good. Don't go to sleep on this tonight. Think of it as a 3 or 4.
Again, we're in Ashland North. Miss Mary Adams now joins me. She was one of those that her trailer was substantially damaged. And Mary, first of all, thank you. And how are you doing?
I'm not doing that good.
Yeah.
I need some help, and I would like somebody to help me. I don't ask for much, you know, but I just want some help now. I want me a FEMA trailer like everybody else getting, and I don't want to keep on going through all this. I've been to the Civil Center like 5 times. I've been on Grand Caille to the school like 6 times, and they keep on telling me the same old thing. So I want somebody to hear me, and I want somebody to help me.
What are they telling you, Mary?
They're telling me that I have to go on the computer and register all over again, put all kind of stuff in there. I told them we don't have no internet down here. I'm not a computer wise. I don't know nothing about that. So I go to try to get help from them, and they keep on saying, I'm approved, I'm gonna get this, I'm gonna get that. I'm not getting nothing. The only thing I got food stamp, and that been 35 years since I ever had food stamp, and I finally got $259, and they think that's a wow, that's a lot of money.
Mm-hmm. You were telling me off camera you lost your husband, so you're a widow, right?
Yes, I'm a widow. I lost my husband at my trailer. He had a master heart attack. My grandbaby have a heart problem. So I can't not bring him in there because it got mold in there. So I just want somebody to give me a FEMA trailer, and then I'm gonna help myself to try to get me a place to live. Mm-hmm. You know, I'm not the one to beg for nothing, but now is the time I need help.
Yeah,
you know?
You don't mind, I know we're public, but would you mind giving your address so in case the rep is watching?
I don't mind. My address is 214, but I want my trailer at 212 because I own both of these lanes.
And what's the street?
Fresno Drive, Hummer, Louisiana, 70364. Okay. So we need help down here. My neighbor across the street, she's a widow. No one helping her neither. She need help. Her name is Kelly Pellegrin. She need a FEMA trailer. We are tired. Everybody around here getting FEMA trailer except us. They say they don't have to do nothing. The only thing they had to do is the same thing we did, sign up. But nobody come in to help us.
Right.
So we need help.
Were you in the home when the storm came through?
No, I was at my nephew's home, and all the ceiling came down, like water just floating there, so I was mopping up water. Mm-hmm. You know, my dog stayed here. She's nervous now because she almost had a heart attack, I guess. Mm-hmm. But I want to come back home. I like down here in Ashland North. Everybody is friendly. Everybody get along. This is our home. We don't want to go to no Baton Rouge, New Orleans. We want to be here. We're just asking somebody to help us. Give us a FEMA trailer, and we're going to go from there. We are hard-working women. We've been working all our life. So now we need someone to help us.
Yeah.
So if somebody
And what was the process? You said you went, how many times? I want somebody to hear this because they keep saying to go back and go back, but you've been going back.
I've been going back. I went to we had it at Grand Caille down here at the school. I went that 6 times. Then I went to the Civil Center. I went that 4 times. I just went there this morning. And the guy told me I got to go on a line, some kind of line, and get something. He said something about I got to do. Now I'm going to take care of that after a while. And then I got to find somebody else to get me a FEMA trailer. He said I got to go make a page to get the FEMA trailer. Doing, and nothing getting done. It's like 1 step ahead and 10 steps back. It's like somebody need to hear us.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. We're going to try to get, the parish president gave me a man's name, John Mitchell. And think FEMA put GOSEF in charge of this. GOSEF is working with this contractor. We're going to find out where the problems lie, why people like Mary, some people get their trailers like that, others like Mary have to wait a long time to get their trailers. So there seems to be some disparity in the speed, and maybe Mr. Mitchell can help us out, and we'll put it on after we interview Mary. We'll try to reach him, but it's got to be some reason. I'm trying to find the reason so we can get you to help.
My neighbor down there, she went to the Civil Center day before yesterday and talked to him. She come here, she didn't even know she had a FEMA trailer on her lot. And she did that in about 1 hour. And she came, told me, and give me the number. I went there.
Do you have active power here where they could hook up?
Yeah, I have that power. They could hook up to that power, or they could run a pole right here.
Okay.
I have water, drain, everything right here.
All right.
And look, the yard is clean. They're telling everybody to clean the yard. I clean my own yard. Ben did it. I did all this myself. I had nothing but powers and stuff right there. I worked like a slave.
Yeah.
But now I need help.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, the waiting is over. You feel like you've put in the time and the process and the applications, and you've heard nothing.
I heard nothing. Everything is on hold. Everything on hold. Everything processing. Or you up here. You do this. You do that. But nobody don't do nothing. Everybody just sitting on their butt. You know, you feel helpless. You really do, because you just want to come back home. You just want to enjoy your life. You know.
Yeah, you're one of those that doesn't want to leave. You want to stay home.
I want to stay. I love it. I've been here for 20-something years. My husband died here. I had my wedding here. I had everything here. My son grew up here. My grandbaby he have a heart problem. He was born with a heart problem. He was here living here, helping him out. You know, I'm always helping. I need somebody to help me now.
All right, so if anybody's watching with FEMA or the state with GOSEF, let's try to get Mary and some of these neighbors over here in Ashland North some help. Trust me, we've been on the ground. They could use the help. We'll pan around right now and get Mary's trailer. I'll get Dwayne to pan around. Her whole side is blue tarped. Her whole roof is tarped.
The roof too.
And it's all wet. So we're going to take a break now, but when we come back, we'll have more from Ashland North. Let's get Mary some help out here. All right, Governor, another great day. We've seen you on so many press conferences this year with COVID and different things of that nature with Hurricane Ida. It's got to be refreshing to come out here and launch something like this. It's got positive written all over it.
Well, no, it does, and you know, the people of our state have been tested so many times, and particularly Southwest Louisiana, Southeast Louisiana this year with Hurricane Ida. But to be here talking about a $350 million investment into the Home and Navigation Channel Closure Complex, this is tremendous, and it's going to add so much more protection to a system that performed better than anybody thought it could when Ida came ashore. You know, there was not a single failure anywhere. There was no overtopping anywhere, and this is going to add to that level of protection, and it's a very generous investment. But I will tell you, it's being made possible because the leaders in Terrebonne Parish, but also the voters, taxpayers, decided years ago not to wait on anybody else, that they were going to get started. And one of the biggest changes is today we have the Corps of Engineers represented because they now have adopted this as a priority too, this Morganton to the Gulf system. And so this is a good day for us. And, you know, we should all be very thankful too that today we have the lowest number of people in the hospital with COVID since just a couple of weeks into the pandemic, and our numbers continue to get better. So I do want to remind everybody we're still in the pandemic, but things are much better on that front too. But we know we've got a long way to go to recover. I'll be back in Washington next week for 2 full days. There should be another appropriation coming out of Congress in early December, and we want some additional funding for Ida in Southeast Louisiana for the 2021 storms, but we still need additional funding for Southwest Louisiana for 2022. So I'm looking forward to working with our congressional delegation on that. But Martin, it's a great day to be here, and what a beautiful day on top of everything else.
Yeah, you know, we talk about, I was on the phone with Wendell during the storm, and the weld marks on the Lafourche system were done at 11 feet. The water was already over that. It got to 16 feet. That's why we need these levees, isn't it? Ida really showed us what we needed.
Well, I want you to think about something. And this is one of the principal reasons I was in Scotland last week talking about climate change. So we've had all of these hurricanes in the last 14 months, 5 of them, and 3 of them were very significant. 2 of them, Laura last year and Ida this year, tied for the strongest storms to ever hit our state. And that's all in the last 14 months. And so the severity and the frequency of these severe weather events is increasing. And we have to take notice of that. And we have to do more protection. We have to do more restoration. I'm very proud that the restoration work we've done in this area with the barrier islands and other work, it really held up very well against Ida, which was, as as you know, a very strong storm. So all of this pays off. And is it expensive? Yes, but it really is an investment. And I will tell you, the investments into these systems, they've already paid for themselves. They've already paid for themselves. Now, look, there's still an awful lot of people whose lives are upside down because the wind destroyed their homes or severely damaged their homes. But the water damage here and elsewhere could have been so much worse, but for all the protection efforts that have been put in place.
You had a mindset to do this. I mean, we've had a lot of governors come through, but you had Republicans up there really touting you and saying, let's throw away the Republican and the Democrat, and rightly so. But you've really stepped up with the amount of monies that you put in these areas. They were talking hundreds of millions. It's billions when we add it up. What were you thinking?
Well, first of all, if you just look at Terrebonne and Lafourche Parish, you're getting close to $2 billion that we've done since I've been governor. And it's important. And there's no part of our state that is more precariously positioned than Lafourche and Terrebonne Parish, and Lower Jefferson as well. And certainly we're going to continue to invest there too. But this is extremely important. The winds, the water, they don't know if it's a Republican home, a Democrat home, or an independent or whatever. You know, this is just doing right for people, and I appreciate the opportunity to work with the local delegation, our congressional delegation. The folks at CPRA do a great job of working with all the local levee districts, whether it's north or south, Lafourche, or here in Terrebonne. And so it's a team effort, and really, you know, I like days like today. Because we're actually out there doing things that are going to positively impact not just the people of today, but you see these small kids here, their lives are going to be much more secure, and their opportunities to not just live here, but to invest here and have wonderful lives are going to be enhanced by these investments that we're talking about today. That's why I like being down here, and I appreciate the job that you do, and I wish you nothing but the best as you continue to recover from all the issues that you've had recently, and thank you for the job you're doing.
Thank you, Governor. We appreciate it. Good talking to you. All right. Engineering is not a perfect institution. You got to be willing to take steps back to go forward. We learned a lot from those two storms, and I think both of you guys are in the process of making different things change. You got to be fluid in this business, don't you?
Well, boy, especially, you know, something that Terrebonne experience was called a reverse head with 185 miles an hour wind blowing water from the north within our system. So the Bubba Dove lock system and the Bubba Dove floodgate is here to allow those waters to get out. In other words, the lock system will have a Cat 5 house that someone will be there to maintain it, and if the water's blowing from the north, it's going to open up that 110-foot chamber and allow the water to the south.
Levee systems and drainage systems take up probably half of our days, right? I know President Dove will tell you the same thing. The one thing that we have to work so much harder on is getting the water out. We've done a really good job at protecting ourselves from the outside, especially the window system in South Lafourche, what Dwayne's doing on the north side. But as we build the levees higher and the inside of our system sink, it's all about trying to get that water out to protect residents from flooding in ways that we hadn't thought of before.
Plus, we're back in Pointe-au-Chien. Both district attorneys, Terrebonne Lafourche, Joe H. Jr., Christine Russell, and Judge Juan Pickett. And Joe, y'all got a good crowd working back here. A lot of people answered the call, didn't they?
Absolutely. You know, we got a good, Christine has her cooking team here. We're trying to help these people. And just when you ride down here and see the devastation and the damage that's still very visible, it just breaks your heart. And we're down here to try to help the folks and give them a good meal and just say, we care about you, we love you, and we want to help you.
Yeah. Hey, Christine, you know, driving in Pointe-au-Chien, whether you're on the Lafourche side or you're on the Terrebonne side, the eye came right over here. So the dam, every time you drive down this road, you see something you did not see when you came the last time.
You're right. And, you know, I think so many folks have sort of moved on, and it's a great reminder when you come here that so many people are still hurting. And so when I drove today, it was just so sobering just to see how people are still struggling, and we don't want them to think that we haven't forgotten about them. So we need to continue, especially as public servants, to come out and try to help and give them a little hope.
Yeah. And Judge, your wife was telling me, you know, trying to get all the supplies in. She had to keep you focused on the road while you were driving because you see something different every time you come down. But from a judge's standpoint, how important is it to come out here today and be a part of what I see going on behind you?
It's very important, and as a judge, we have to be separated from the community so many times, and to come down here in a time of need, to see the people down here, what they need, and to help them is such a wonderful feeling inside.
Yeah. And Christine, same as y'all have a tough job, but sometimes you got to come in the community and really make it happen, don't you?
Yeah, and this is, for me, one of the more rewarding parts about our job, when we can truly give back. I think we all appreciate the fact that we were elected officials and we're here to serve the public. And so here's an opportunity for us to actually do that, to give in the hands to someone else that's in need, maybe a hot meal or supplies. So for me, this is one of the more rewarding things that we can do.
Yeah, and Joe, you've traveled this road so many times, all the bayous. First time you came down these roads, did it shock you the amount of damage you saw?
There's no doubt, and as Christine touched on, back in the city, it's actually getting better, and you don't realize how bad off it still is down the bayous. And we're down here to not only feed the people, but call the attention to everyone in the community that things are still really terrible down here. People have no homes, no place to work, whatever they do down here, and they need help, and we want to be there to help them because we care about them. They're part of our community.
Yeah. Christine, I see all the workers back here. How did this all get started? What happened? And obviously, like I said in the beginning, a lot of people answered the call, but what got this? What was the catalyst for this?
We've been reaching out to our council members and to ask, what can we do? We reached out to Mr. Wendell and said, what can we do? And it was an opportunity for Joe and I to partner together and bring our parishes together. We're so close and we work so closely together to come together where many of our constituents are on that border. And so we just reached out to the staff, and everybody just jumped in. Our staff, of course, a lot of them in court today. I know a lot of your staff people are working, but everybody else said, I want to come. I want to give a lending hand. It was really easy. It was a phone call.
Yeah. And Joe, I mean, I think about your dad a lot in these situations, because he would have been donating all kind of things all over the parish. I guess y'all learned from some of the best, and your mom too.
My dad was a guy that could never say no and loved to help people. His passion was helping people, and I try to carry on that tradition because I do have a passion, as Christine did, and Juan, to help people, and that's why we're out here to reach out to everyone down here, down all our bayous, and say, we care about you, we want to help you. If you need us, call us. Let us know how we can help.
Yeah. And Judge, I saw people, and I say this in light, but I mean it in all seriousness, I saw people carrying boxes that I never saw carrying boxes before, but everybody's involved in this.
Everybody's involved. I'll be sore tomorrow, but it's such an important event. Everybody loves Pointe-aux-Chenes. People from all over the country come here to fish. It's a beautiful area. To see the devastation hurts, and it just makes people want to come out and contribute. So it's a great day.
Yeah. And a lot of the supplies, just to touch on it again, have come from all over parts of the South, haven't they?
Absolutely. The DA's Association sent tons of supplies our way, too, to make sure it got into the right hands. And we've had churches from around the state and from other states that have contributed, and we made sure that some of those came here today.
Yeah. And, Joe, how important, in closing, how important is that people see the people from different parishes getting together? There's no big rivalry here. Y'all get along great, but people get to see that, so it gives y'all a chance to get together.
No doubt. We work together, Lafourche and Terrebonne have worked together for many, many years. And this is just another event for us to come out and say, hey, these are our people, we want to help them, and this is what we do. We help people.
Mm-hmm. Judge, let me just ask a personal question as we close. Have you tried the food yet?
Not yet, but it won't be long.
All right, there you have it. We're in Pointe-aux-Chenes. Both district attorneys, Terrebonne and Lafourche Parish. Terrebonne Parish judge here, everybody working together. Like I said, the eye came right over Lafourche and Terrebonne. It split it. And if you ride down this road, you'll see what I'm talking about. We'll take a break. We'll be back with a lot more down the bayous in Terrebonne and Lafourche. As you know, since Hurricane Ida has devastated our area, we go around trying to find a lot of the good stories here in the area. And Pastor Steve Fulmer, you recognize him from TV. He's been a good friend to everybody here in the area. And he's joined by Shannon Daly. And it's such a big title, but she's associated with the Billy Graham Ministry and Franklin Graham, and they're doing wonderful things here in Houma. But we'll start off with Shannon. Ladies first, Pastor. We'll do that. That's cool. And let's let Shannon explain about the ministry and some beautiful
trucks and first class, and what are y'all doing here?
So Samaritan's Purse North American Ministries is here helping homeowners who were devastated by Hurricane Ida. So we have volunteers both local and from around the country who are coming in, and they're helping people mud out their homes, get out that moldy drywall, that wet furniture, those things that were ruined by the storm. We're still helping people tarp roofs or re-tarp roofs as tarps have come off, as well as helping cut trees and get that debris to the road, and just helping them get back to the first stage of their recovery process.
You know, and growing up, I was telling you before, and my mom will appreciate this, when Billy Graham came on, everybody in the house had to be quiet because Daddy wanted to hear Billy Graham. This ministry has been around for how long?
Ooh, I don't know the answer to that.
Many years.
Since the 70s. How about we go with that? 60s or 70s?
Close enough.
It was actually started by a different gentleman who then passed that on to Franklin Graham and has developed this ministry as just an opportunity to be able to help people who are hurting around the world, meet them at that physical need, all with being able to turn around and share the gospel of Jesus Christ with them, and to just let them know that they are loved and cared for even in the midst of disaster.
All right, with that said, we'll turn to Pastor Steve Fulmer. They're basing off of your grounds here on the church grounds and with the school in the background, and I see you getting a new roof as we speak.
Yeah, they started today. We're excited. We really are, yes.
So tell me what this means, because you told me at lunch the other day that some great things were happening. What does this mean for you?
Oh my goodness, it's just such a blessing to have them here. There's actually two organizations. They're part of the same overall umbrella, but we have Shannon and her crew, which are coordinating physical work in homes. And then we have the Billy Graham chaplains who are going out and ministering to these people who are hurting as they're working on their homes. I got a phone call. I had left and got a phone call from Tony Perkins, and he said, I'm setting it up for Samaritan's Purse to come to your place. And I thought, well, how wonderful. So they were actually here set up before I could get back to town. Wow. That's how quick they got here. And so far, I get a report every day. They're kind enough to let me know where they've been and what happened. They've now worked on over 400 homes in our parish.
That's unbelievable. That's a lot. And you were just coming in from Golden Meadow a while ago?
Yeah, I was down in Golden Meadow to meet with the mayor down there and a church down there, just to see what work is still remaining down there.
Yeah. And what is the circumference of y'all ability to help? Is it the tri-parish, or do you branch out further?
So at this point in time, the area we are working is about a 30-minute, 40-minute radius from here at Covenant. So right now that Golden Meadow area hasn't been in our region, but we're just looking down there to see what's still there, what the organizations who are down there working are doing, and where assistance might be needed in the future.
And Pastor, let's talk a little bit to the heart of people, because we've been devastated, and we turn on the news for the last 2 days and we see Kentucky devastated, and a lot of people who have insurance and are having trouble getting things paid for. It's a blessing to get somebody to pull up to your home and help you with it, but it just seems like a lot of devastation. This is the year for a lot of devastation.
Yeah, a lot of people hurting all over our country, and so we just want to encourage them. As we've been devastated here, you do get through it. You got to be patient. If you get impatient, you end up making bad decisions. So trust those people that have names you know, like Samaritan's Purse, who are already headed to Kentucky, but here locally too. I've talked to several that have been scammed because they felt that need to hurry. Just relax, trust the people you know, and help will be coming.
Yeah. And Shannon, how long have you been doing this?
I've been on staff with Samaritan's Purse for 5 years, but I was a volunteer for 11 years prior to that. My very first response with disaster relief was actually to the 9th Ward of New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina.
Wow, that says a lot right there. And Pastor, just in the first segment, we'll talk more about logistics in the second segment after the break, but to the heart of people. People are still anxious. People are still wondering if they've been abandoned. Give them some hope.
Yeah, God still loves you. God's people still loves you. You're not out there by yourself. The old devil wants you to believe nobody cares about you, and that's just not true. Tons of God's people here that care about you, so give us a call. Call the church, call Samaritan's Purse. We'll get you some help.
Is there a number that they could call?
Shannon, you got that number off the top of your head?
If not, we'll get it on the second. But look, I have one right here. Is this it?
No, that's going to be my personal
Yeah.
cell.
Well, we can't do that. Okay.
Well, the church number is 851-252-0, and they can give you, the secretary can give you Samaritan's Purse number if you call that number.
All right, that's perfect. We'll take a break here. When we come back, we're going to talk about we need your help. If you have a craft that you're good at, if you're a carpenter, a plumber, or whatever, a roofer, whatever you may do, if you have a little time, Shannon's going to talk directly to you because these organizations need some help. They're helping a lot of people, and they're doing it in the name of God. So when we come back, we'll talk more about this very special group of people here in Terrebonne Parish. Don't go away. So, Mary, this is a big day for you. I'm seeing your trailer pulling up.
Oh, yes. I'm so happy.
So, Dwayne, let's get a shot of Mary here because this is her trail, and it's a big day for you, isn't it?
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Oh, I've got the shakes. Woo!
And Matt's pulling up right here. I guess we'll wave him in. And how long have you been waiting?
Oh, seemed like forever. Ever since the storm, we couldn't get help. So, thank God somebody decided to help.
And you got Matt and Reagan out here. Reagan came beforehand, and y'all cleared the path, right?
Oh, yes.
All right. And so it's Mary Douglas, right?
Mary Douglas, yes. I'm from Kentucky.
Yeah, and I know your state got hit hard by the tornadoes.
Yes, they did.
Yeah. And sir, what is your name?
Berenake.
All right. How long have you been here in Pointe-au-Tremble?
Oh, I was born and raised in Pointe-au-Tremble.
Yeah.
I got water all around.
Yeah.
I've been living over here like 40-something years, 50 years almost, right there. That old trailer right there.
Yeah.
Went through hell, dude. Caught storm and all kind of stuff, but this one took it all. This is no good now.
This is the worst storm you saw, right?
Yes, sir. That's the worst one I saw in my lifetime down here. It was real bad.
Well, you got your trailer now, right?
Oh, yeah, I'm happy now.
Yeah.
I can sleep good tonight, tomorrow night, hopefully.
Y'all might have one of the last trailers due to the fact that probably a lot of trailers will be going towards Kentucky.
Oh, that's true, because they need help too, so.
Yeah.
I'm happy we got this one.
Oh, yes.
So, yeah, happy, huh?
Oh, yeah, I'm real happy.
It's a good Christmas present, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it's a good Christmas present. Thank you and all for that, and I appreciate it, though.
Santa Claus is in the truck. Matt Rooker's in the truck, Santa. And Reagan came from the North Pole, too, to help out. So everybody's helping.
Happy, yeah. I'm glad y'all came. I'm happy. I appreciate it, though.
Yeah.
Really do appreciate
it. So we're going to watch Matt pull on in. Let's. We're going to back up a little bit and let Matt Rooker. We're going to show Matt's navigational skills here. And Reagan, this is a great moment, isn't it?
It is a great moment. It's a great moment after a lot of really, really difficult moments, for sure. This is what we've been working for, and a lot more, hopefully, going forward.
Yeah.
You know.
What kind of feeling do you get when you see those trailers pull up?
These trailers from Matt make me feel hopeful. They make me feel like all the work we've done for the last couple of months, we're finally getting somewhere. Because for a long time, it didn't feel hopeful. You know, we were out here, we were knocking on doors, we were checking on people and helping them any way we could, but we weren't helping them move forward. It didn't feel like we were getting anywhere. And finally, it feels like maybe we're getting somewhere. And if we can get them in a safe structure, back in their homes where they can actually do work here, then we can see what's next. Okay, so what do we do next? And that's what the Helio Foundation, that's what we do, is okay, so how do we move forward from here? So this feels like that's a possibility.
So Santa Claus just drove up.
Yes.
We're going to watch Matt back it in.
I feel like he should dye his beard. He should maybe dye everything white, just for the month.
You're getting to see an actual trailer pulled in. Compliments of Tina, working through different agencies. It's a great moment to see this. as Matt Rooker once again is it's a narrow road, and so he's doing some maneuvering. As you can tell, a little treacherous because they got a branch right on the side. Dwayne will show the process here. Reagan's going to show her skills here. Look at that. She's very, very versatile, doing all kind of things to help the trailer go in. And you can tell Matt's backed in a few of these. It's a tight fit, but he's doing great. So Mary Douglas is one happy lady today in Pointe-aux-Chenes as her trailer is being delivered on location. Let's go back to Mary as she's watching. Mary, Matt, looks like he did a good job, and that trail is almost home, huh?
I know, thank God.
I can see the joy in your soul.
Oh, yes. This is a very Merry Christmas.
What's the conditions been like? I see y'all home here, and the roof is off and everything. And how has it been living through all this?
Up here, I never seen anything like this. I mean, it was like just toothpicks, pieces of homes that, honestly, I don't know how all that happened.
When you see the trailer pulling up and then your hometown got hit by all these horrific tornadoes, it humbles a lot of people, doesn't it?
It does, yes it does. Because I tell you what, you don't really appreciate how much other people do for you until it happens. And then people help you. And then you're just, I mean, thank you just not enough.
Yeah. So you're going to start getting your trailer in order. And are you going to put a couple of Christmas decorations on it?
Oh, yes. We've already got the lights.
Well, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. Great. I'm happy for you.
Oh, well, thank you all so much.
All right. And now the whole HTV audience knows that Mary Douglas has her trailer now.
Amen.
All right, Mary.
All right.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
All right. There you have it. Pointe-aux-Chenes. It's fantastic to see this because we didn't have enough of these. Of course, we all know the story by now. And Tita, Matt Rooker, and a lot of agencies, which we're going to interview some of the agencies on the next segment, doing a great job of making things happen, and that's what it's all about.
Dreams come true.
Yep, say that again.
Making dreams come true.
Making dreams come true.
That's
there
right.
you have it. All right, we'll take a short break here from Pointe-aux-Chenes. We'll be back with more. Don't go away. There you have it for the year in review, looking back at Hurricane Ida. 4 months later, we're still recovering. 4 months later, we're still trying to put the pieces back together. And maybe in the year 2022, some of that will fall in place. Maybe the karma will change for our area. We'd like to thank all of those who have helped get us through this terrible 2021. We always look for the positive, and we continue to look for the positive as we move forward as a community. From the entire staff here at HTV who work so hard at getting you these programs and also these in review segments, I'm Martin False. Happy New Year, everyone. I look so forward to the year 2022.